Hey, good afternoon, everybody on 5 News Plus, Facebook Live, YouTube Live as well. We are tracking our severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Madison and Carroll counties. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and up to 1-inch in diameter hail as well. I'm Chief Meteorologist Skot Covert working alongside meteorologist Danny Cassidy this evening. Joshua Weisel in the field in the 5 News Storm Chaser. This one storm right now is the only severe storm we have, but we're noticing off towards the west, those showers and those thunderstorms as they approach are going to continue to fire up out there, and those are the ones that we're going to want to watch closely for going into the rest of the evening for additional severe thunderstorm development. Let's do this. Let's go in closer into Madison County and get an idea of what this cell is doing specifically. The first thing you notice, there is a lot of lightning with that cell, and that lightning's been coming up over the last 10 to 15 minutes as we've tracked it from a tiny little shower all the way up into the severe thunderstorm that it is right now. Alabama, Huntsville, Japton, Purdy included in this severe thunderstorm warning. That one runs until 3 o'clock this afternoon. Right now, everything is Doppler radar indicated, meaning right now we don't have any official reports of wind damage. We don't have any hail reports, but I wouldn't be surprised at all that both of those two things are likely happening at this moment. The storm itself is now just to the south of Huntsville. We can go a little bit closer into this, and what we're going to find is St. Paul is going to be impacted by the storm. Japton as well. Here's Highway 127, 23, moving off towards the east-southeast. And it is moving quick enough that, generally speaking, these storms aren't going to last for too long. Right now, the current track on it moves it at about 35 miles per hour, which I'll tell you is actually a little bit slower than I was expecting to see. Let's back out. We'll put a track on this dude, get an idea of who's going to be included in it. Back up here. We'll cone this. Supercell at 35. They'll be moving out of our neck of the woods relatively soon. That puts estimated time of arrival at Red Star 2:33, Riker at 2:36, Arbaugh at 2:42, Murray at 2:47. We get over into Newton County, Edwards Junction 2:49, and of course all these other towns down here all the way down to Mount Judy. That is going to be in the television market of Little Rock and Joplin. So if we have anyone watching on the stream that is in Newton County, we love you. You're our neighbor. We'll see if we can't keep you posted with how things are evolving right here on this stream, but we're going to focus primarily on Madison County. Taking that warning information off, what you're going to see here, it is a strong thunderstorm. All these reds indicate to us some very heavy rainfall. Notice also this red or maroon polygon box just off towards the north. That's actually a flash flood warning. And that does include Huntsville. That does include Clifty, and it does include a good chunk of northern Madison County. That is for rain that fell previously in the day. So now we're adding some more rain on top of that. We do have the potential for tornadoes, hail, and wind today, but we have a just as high potential of some additional flash flooding. A lot of roads right now in Benton County are actually closed due to some flooding. I've seen some reports out of Springdale. Danny Cassidy was just in Springdale and encountered some of those flooded roadways. So just know this, the flooding concerns are only going to continue to go up throughout the course of the evening, and so we'll have to track that potential for you there as well. I want to go into the hail tracker here and see if we don't have any hail falling out of it. The warning itself does mention the potential of up to 1 inch in diameter hail, and just for some context, that's going to be up to about the size of a quarter. And we do find a little bit of a hail core right here that is probably matching up really well with that warning language. We'll go a little bit closer. It's going to be moving into Witter right now, right there along the Pig Trail, Highway 23. Doppler radar estimates that hail right now, as it crosses 23, is very well quarter size in diameter. So that's that 1 inch threshold that makes this a severe thunderstorm warning. There are other hailstones falling out of it that are probably going to be a little bit smaller out there, kind of depending on where you are in proximity to the core of that thunderstorm. Right now, I would say it's on top of Witter, 23. It is tracking off towards the east, towards Venus. So heads up for the folks that live in Venus. You have a very strong thunderstorm that's moving your direction at about 35 miles an hour. Let's take a look at the winds in this while we're at it. I've not seen any rotation yet, but we are watching for rotation very closely in all these storms today. Right now, I don't see anything. I do see some strong winds, though. In fact, radar is going to estimate those. Keep in mind, we're looking a little bit higher up into the storm. We're using the Fort Smith radar, and so as the curvature of the earth beams the radar signal a little bit higher. 45 to almost 50 mile per hour straight line winds potentially right there with that specific storm. So we very well have some 50 mile per hour winds minimally coming out of it. It could actually be translating to the full 60 once it gets down to the surface there. Nonetheless, hail though is definitively happening on top of all of that heavy rain. This is a high precipitation cell, which means if there were to be any rotation out there, it's going to be buried in all of this heavy rain right here. I think hail might be our biggest concern at this moment. If you're just now tuning in, I know we just sent the push alert to your mobile devices. We're on 5 News Plus, Facebook Live, YouTube Live. We'll do an area-wide reset with everything else that we have going on. It's pretty quiet across most of the area for the time being. That's going to be changing as we go about to the latter half of the afternoon and certainly going into this evening. I want to go back into northwest Arkansas. You're probably looking at all of these maroon polygons and you're thinking, Scott, what in the world is that? These are flash flood warnings. There are a lot of flooded roadways, as we've mentioned, across Benton County. That was one of the areas that saw a ton of rain over the weekend, several inches specifically, and we've added a few more on top of that today. There's probably going to be some more on the way. And so those flood warnings are going to be in effect all the way up and down 49 through Bentonville, Rogers, Lowell, Cave Springs, Springdale, Johnson, Fayetteville, over towards Goshen and Elkins, Eureka Springs, all up and down Beaver Lake there, Avoca, Gentry is going to be included. So just keep in mind, with more rain on the way, we're probably going to continue to see those flooding concerns over the next several hours, if not even into the overnight hours. One of the things that I want to show you that really tells a key part of the story when it comes to today's forecast. We've seen a lot of sunshine in the River Valley, and I know it sounds kind of weird to say that on severe weather days, sunshine is no good. It's not our friend. And you'll notice in the River Valley, where I'm circling it, not only are we in a lot of sun, 92 Fort Smith. We're near the 90s in Ozark, Boonville, Waldron, Clarksville. Dew points are high. The atmosphere here is really unstable. And what we mean by that is there's more storm fuel. That sunshine is just building that storm fuel in the atmosphere. So as we see our cold front, which is right in this general vicinity, as it marches into our neck of the woods, those storms are going to start to build, and then they're going to run into this pocket of higher instability, and they're going to become severe probably relatively quickly. All hazards could be found in those storms. Large hail, high wind. When I say large hail, up to 2 inches in diameter. Not everyone's going to see 2-inch hail. That just means if a storm is to meet its fullest potential, it would probably max out right around that 2-inch mark. Up to 70 mile per hour straight line winds will be possible, and of course the potential of tornadoes there as well. Now, to be clear, I want to say this. While this is where the ingredients I think at this moment are most favorable, that's not to say something might not start to rotate in northwest Arkansas as well. The atmosphere would support that too. It's just further south you get into the River Valley along that I-40 corridor and points towards the south that we have more ingredients available for these storms to tap into. I'll show you how this has kind of evolved over the last 3 hours. A lot of sunshine over the last 3. We're entering into peak daytime heating, so we're just building storm fuel out there. Now, as these thunderstorms are moving through, we'll probably see those temperatures come down a bit. I mean, goodness gracious, look at the difference. It's about a 20-degree difference between Bentonville and Fort Smith right now. 72 at Bentonville Airport, 92 at Fort Smith. That just shows the difference that in the atmospheres that we're looking at out there. Still, though, could see some severe thunderstorms across northwest Arkansas. We're seeing that right now in Madison County. That cell is starting to build back towards the south. You have some initiation now occurring in parts of northern Franklin County. It's a thunder shower at best right now, but as it tracks over into Johnson County, it very well could continue to grow into a stronger thunderstorm. We'll go back to just regular old radar, take a look at what's happening here. This is also going to be live right now. Lots of activity that's not severe, spotty to scattered showers back towards the cold front itself over off towards the west. Back into this cell in Madison County, it is pushing into the southern and eastern portions of the county. Huntsville, things are quiet for you at the moment. I know that's the county seat there, but we want to take care of our friends in Witter and Venus and St. Paul as well. Looks like the warning does not actually include St. Paul. It's really close though, really close. Let's go back and see what the hail has been doing. It looks very similar to what it was the last time we took a peek at that hail core. This brighter blue, which is going to show it right on top, right of 23, pretty much in the Witter community, that's going to correlate with probably quarter-size inch hailstones or 1 inch in diameter. Okay, now it says less than a quarter. I don't think that's right. There we go, quarter size right there. You get on the outer core there, we're looking to select quarter size, get a little bit lower the further out you go. Probably seeing at least penny size in Witter itself. There's going to be a smaller pocket of that larger hill. Let's do this, let's track that. Let me bump out just a tad.
Yeah, and recent reads, Scott, I'm just reading it on our GR. It's been kind of weakening slightly with the hail. It was originally kind of near close to that 1.4, 1.5 inch mark.
Wow.
It's kind of weakened slightly a little bit. So the track should show you a little bit of some weakening trends.
Okay, excellent. I'm gonna, before I go take a look at that, this is moving at 35, so I'm gonna put a track on that. Oh, okay, there it is, that just updated. Danny was indicating that to us, and it is now correlated with that. That's some good news. You know, in these situations, you take all the good news you can get, but the truth of the matter is sometimes these supercells, it's very normal for them to pulse up, pulse down. Let's hope this thing is just pulsing down. Given the time of the day it is and the fact that we've not seen a lot of activity, something tells me it's probably going to pulse back up. The question is, does it do it in Madison County or does it wait till it gets over into Newton County to do just that? 35 miles per hour, that's going to put this cell that's now crossing the Pig Trail in the Venus community, weathers over towards Reeves around these times of arrival. Venus at 247, Reeves at 257, about 10 minutes later there, moving towards the east-southeast, generally at about 35 miles per hour. Let's go look at the winds. We know the hail is starting to come down. What are the winds out there doing? We're talking straight line winds right now. Velocity signatures indicate those are probably also starting to come down. While we're here, let's take another check of rotation. While I'm not going to be looking at rotation all the time, I'm going to be balancing hail tonight, wind, flooding, and the rotation. Danny Cassidy and the full team of meteorologists here are going to be looking at all of those things simultaneously. So if you don't see it up on the screen, it's not that we don't have eyes on it. We have a lot of eyes on it. They'll tell me when we need to bounce over. When it comes to the storm rotation, I'm not seeing anything right now. I'm seeing straight line winds, and that's likely going to be it. Moving into the Boston community, here's Venus right there along County Road 3345. That's where those winds are probably going to be at the moment, moving between 23 and the community of Boston as well. Right now, I don't see anything that stands out as super significant. Oh, there's probably a good pocket right there. There's 51. There's 31. We get into some 37. So that's straight line winds. At this point, the radar beam is likely going to be, I can tell you how high up in the atmosphere it is.
I'll say in that area, we're kind of in between three radars, between Fort Smith, Tulsa, and Springfield. So you're kind of getting to, excuse me, some rough territory there. So you're really high up in the atmosphere between those
4,000 feet. We're 4,000 feet above the surface there. That's where we're sampling these winds. So that's where those winds are right now. The question is it translating to the surface that high, or is it even higher? So I think there's good reason to be avoiding windows, especially west-facing windows. I think this thunderstorm's warning is a good one. I think the warning needs to be in effect. I don't remember how long it went to. Did it go to 3, I think is what it was?
Yeah, I believe 3 o'clock. Keep an eye on it, though.
Let's go look in northern Franklin County right now. So that warning would go for the next 20 or so minutes. Some additional developing on the south flank here north of Waterloo near Cass. That intersection of 23 and 215 over towards Bird's Adventure Center. It's not severe. Some good heavy downpours. Not seeing any hail near the Reading Campground area. I bet it does develop some though as it's moving over into northern Johnson. It's just a matter of time before it actually does that though. Interesting little feature here in far northern Franklin. What does that look like over on velocity? Nothing, doesn't look like anything.
Yeah, too messy at this point.
Yeah, way too messy.
Which is good news.
That's fine, yeah. We love a good mess.
Yeah, I'd say, Scott, if you don't mind me jumping in here, something we're going to keep an eye on over the next few hours is where these storms are going to develop. So if I pull up kind of the cape here, basically the storm fuel, and eventually it will load, hopefully for us, there's a gradient, and that gradient is going to be kind of where these storms develop. So you kind of see how it cuts off very steeply in kind of northwest Arkansas. So it's not necessarily where the most energy is, but where there's a gradient, where it goes from really low to really high. So I'll circle it here for you. Basically in kind of this area right in here, that's where this boundary is. And as it interacts with that boundary, that's where we're going to see storms start to flare up, and that'll extend backwards into portions of Oklahoma as well. So that area right there, that's kind of where that level 3 out of 5 is for severe weather. So we'll show you that. So you can kind of see it lines up a little bit, right? So that's where the strongest kind of rotation is, and that's where that level 3 is, kind of on that gradient on that surface front. So again, we'll go back to the energy here to show you that. That's where we're going to see probably storm initiate is kind of along that boundary. Again, it's crude. It's not the best estimation, but again, roughly kind of where it goes from a little bit to quite a lot. So kind of in this area right here, that's where we'll be watching storms initiate eventually a couple hours from now at the very least.
And that's where all that sunshine is, right? So you can kind of see the impact all that sunshine's having on the actual storm fuel itself. Of note here, where we do have that severe thunderstorm warning in Madison County, it's kind of riding that boundary. If that boundary was to lift towards the north, wiggle up towards the north a little bit, or if that storm continues building back towards the south, kind of as it is, it may be able to tap into that boundary, and that's where we're going to start to see that severe weather potential really ramp up. That's a real possibility with this storm itself. We're kind of early in this event. We'll have to watch closely to see how these storms do interact with that boundary. But Danny makes a really good point. This is probably exactly where we're going to see the strongest of storms. To be clear, that doesn't mean that's the only place we're going to see storms, right? That's just where the most favorable ingredients are going to be for those severe weather elements to come together, to overlap tonight for these storms that are going to be developing along a cold front to be working its way our direction. Let's go back into that cell here in Madison County. What does that look like? Continuing to see at least some scattered showers on the south side, getting in closer and closer to that gradient or that boundary where the storm fuel is going to be a little bit higher. Warning itself is going to affect for Venus, Boston, does not include St. Paul, and it does extend over into Newton County. Lots of lightning out there, although I will tell you it looks like perhaps those lightning counts have come down just a little bit. I'm not seeing as much as we were. I think we can actually do a count. We can ask the system to say, hey, how much lightning has occurred in the last 10 minutes? And what that's going to tell us is 145 strikes over the last 10 minutes alone out of that cell in Madison County. So you're probably seeing a lot of lightning, and no doubt you're hearing a lot of lightning out there as well. It does look like a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Is
Yes.
that going to be for Newton County and even maybe parts of Madison?
Yep, Madison and parts of far northern Franklin County as well.
Okay, that makes sense with that back building that we were just noting. Let's, yep, small sliver of northern Franklin County now included in this new severe thunderstorm warning. Danny, when does this one expire?
Yeah, I'll look at this, and as I'm looking, you'll notice it kind of cuts off right there into portions of Johnson County. That's just because, again, it's going between offices, Tulsa and Little Rock. So Little Rock will eventually probably extend that, but that's why it kind of crudely cuts off in northwestern Johnson County. So that will expire here, it looks like, until, let's see, the newest... Let's see, my apologies. Looks like just till 3 o'clock. So I wonder if, again, this is just for the Tulsa area of the storm, and then Little Rock will probably extend it into 3:30 or whenever they do pick it up.
We're talking about Tulsa, Little Rock. We actually are served by both weather service offices here in the 5 News viewing area, and their territory kind of stops and begins right here on that county line. So when we talk about Tulsa and Little Rock, Tulsa's issuing it for Madison County as well as Franklin. But the Little Rock office has to pick things up in Newton and Johnson County. And so the reason the Weather Service out of Tulsa did a very short warning for the next 15 minutes until about 3 o'clock is they know that storm is moving quick enough that it will be out of their coverage area, or Madison County in this case, Franklin as well, and over into the Little Rock office. They'll wait to see what the Little Rock office does. My expectation is they'll probably end up issuing one as well. They already have one in effect for Newton County. Question is, do they feel the same as Tulsa does about this southern flank that's beginning to move into the area? Let's go back to our held tracker. That's where we've seen the most issues out there. That one's coming down, but interestingly, Danny, you notice this. We're starting to get a second hail core to the south that is now coming into play as that storm continues to build in that area. Right now, I wouldn't expect that hail to be significant, but my guess is moving into St. Paul, which is now included in this new warning, by the way, that's changed, that's new, that hail is probably going to be intensifying, growing. Right now, moving through Combs, it's probably less than a quarter size right now. Yep, less than a quarter.
Roughly, I'd say maybe about dime size, maybe as high as we'll say penny size, around that range.
Yeah, that makes sense. So here's St. Paul right here. Here's going to be Combs. Likely some dime-sized to penny-sized hail right now. Let's see what that thunderstorm continues to do. As it's actually a little bit closer to that boundary, I would expect to perhaps see some of those hailstones get a little bit bigger as well. I want to do this. I want to go back to live radar. There's even more additional south development taking place right now. I don't want a used car extended warranty. My goodness. This is not the day for that. I guess I should have silenced that. Okay, so you see back towards Ozark, northwest of Ozark, you start to see some additional development here. This tells me, and we have an Ozark camera, I'm going to spin it around. I can't look that direction. That tells me that the atmosphere is probably, that cap is breaking. Sometimes you hear us talk about that cap where that lid in the atmosphere prevents those storms from bubbling up. But as that cap breaks, those storms end up bubbling up. That's what's happening out here. And if you recall, as Danny showed you, that zone of more instability or storm fuel, that extends well into portions of Franklin County. So we'll see what these storms end up doing. Right now, they're nothing more than some showers. It'd be totally great if that's all they stayed as, but how quickly they're developing. And what I can do is just show you over the last, I'll just do the last 15 minutes, and I bet you're going to see those go from nothing to something pretty quickly. That's some explosive growth. Again, it's nothing to be concerned with right now, but if you are in Johnson County, I would certainly be watching those as we continue to see that storm initiate. Notice happening right here. What's going on there? Let's take a look back at first the storm relative velocity. What is our winds doing? Winds are coming up, a little pocket of something happening right there. I wouldn't necessarily call it strong rotation just yet. We'll take a look at our rotation tracker. I'm not seeing much. That's some very weak, messy signals, about 4,000 feet above the atmosphere, or above the surface in the atmosphere. That hail core, though, interestingly enough, that one's also starting to come up. That's going to be a little bit closer to Cass right there. We'll go back into Madison County first. That's still coming down. That's good trends for us here. As expected, we discussed this. Little Rock Weather Service has filled in northern Johnson County here. This is up in the Boston Mountains. This is some of the most beautiful parts of the area.
And that one will be
beautiful.
Sorry, that'll be till 3:30.
Okay, thank you. This one's going to go till 3:30. This one for Madison County, both of those going until 3 o'clock. You kind of get into a jigsaw puzzle here where we're using the different offices to piece together a warning. You have some blurred lines out there. Nonetheless, those warnings expired at those times, relatively speaking. Go back into the hail, we're still there. Let me go back into velocity. What are our winds picking up? There is still a pocket of winds in far southeast Madison County that's soon going to be tracking over into Newton and far northern Johnson County. Clarksville's not included in this. Certainly, there are some communities that are. If you've never driven through this part of the area, you just really ought to. It's going to be tough to see the storm coming just given the terrain here. Here's the Ozark General Store. A lot of folks know exactly where that is. You are included in this severe thunderstorm warning. The Ozark General Store is. Winds are going to pick up, and you might even see a little bit of hail out of that system as well. Highway 21, right over here, portions of that going up into Newton County, also included in that severe thunderstorm warning. Let's do an area-wide reset. We've been talking a lot about these severe thunderstorm warnings. If you're just now finding our stream and you're wondering what's happening elsewhere, elsewhere is relatively quiet. We have some strong showers and thunderstorms moving through Carroll and far northern Madison County. That's coming out of Benton and Washington. A lot of flash flooding ongoing across this part of the area. Our one severe thunderstorm is this guy right here moving through Madison and northern Franklin County, but we're really concerned about what's going to develop along the actual front itself. And that front, the cold front, is well back here. That's Danny, you'd be really embarrassed of that line I just drew.
Mine's not much better, but as Scott's trying to draw that cold front, notice those showers and storms kind of bubbling up by Cherokee County, which is just off to the west of Adair County. Those have kind of exploded in the last half hour. And on our GR here, it's just another way to interpret data. It is saying maybe up to quarter-size hail there. Nothing from the National Weather Service yet. Obviously, it's not a perfect variation. Their interpretations are going to be better than ours. But those are kind of those cells that are kind of exploding. And as Scott was mentioning, we're seeing that cap, we're getting that air above the surface that's starting to erode a little bit. And once that continues to erode, we'll see some storms almost explode. Not necessarily, the greatest term, but they kind of go from nothing to something. So that's kind of what we're expecting here over the next hour or two, these storms kind of exploding out of nothing.
It's happening also in Washington County, west of Fayetteville, Farmington, Prairie Grove. You're starting to see just some showers. That's all they are. They're just tiny little showers. But on days like today, we've got to be really mindful of these tiny little showers, because tiny little showers grow into thunder showers that grow into supercells. Right now, nothing to be concerned with at all. It's just some light rain, but as those towers are going up and building, you've got to be really, really mindful and watch those really closely. That's also what's happening back here in Cherokee County, as Danny pointed out near Tahlequah. These little fellas right here are quickly developing into thunderstorms. Eventually they're going to become mature thunderstorms. Lightning count also increasing. Lightning, you've heard me say it before, is just like a person's blood pressure. It can tell you a lot about someone's health. Lightning can tell you a lot about a severe thunderstorm's health. If the lightning counts are increasing, it's maturing, it's growing. If those lightning counts are starting to come down, at least for that moment, the thunderstorm is weakening. You start to see those lightning counts beginning to jump up. I know it's kind of tough to see, especially if you're watching this on your mobile phone, but there's a lot of white dots there. Those are indicative of lightning strikes. So we're noticing storm initiation area-wide, which is really right on schedule. A lot of folks want to know about the timing. After 2 o'clock was the timing. We're definitely after 2 o'clock. We're approaching the 3 o'clock hour here. Meteorologist Danny Cassidy alongside myself tracking these thunderstorms. Joshua Weisel and the 5 News Storm Chaser out there this evening. He'll be bringing us live reports all night long from the field, as well as other field crews from here at Channel 5. We have a network of storm spotters also that will be relaying information to us. It's going to be probably a long evening, I'm afraid. We are going to have this window run until at least about 10 o'clock tonight, that we're probably going to see some active severe thunderstorms. Potential for tornadoes exists there as well. While we're waiting on some more information out of that cell, let's back up and just give folks a primer on what's happening out there. Severe zones for today, level 3 out of 5. This was upgraded around the lunch hour today, so perhaps you missed this update. You were at lunch, you were at work or school, whatever your day included. Level 3 out of 5 for this general vicinity right here. And I think what is really interesting for a lot of us, Danny was kind of walking us through how much storm fuel is available in the atmosphere, and you notice that level 3 out of 5 really corresponds pretty well where we find the highest amounts of those storm fuel numbers. It's in the high category across parts of the area. It's also where we see information regarding, yeah, Danny's drawing it on there right there. That's perfect. When I look at satellite and radar, and I think, to me, this has been the most concerning thing all day. I'm actually going to show it to you a little bit differently. Let's look at this one. I've been watching our cameras in the River Valley, and there's been a lot of sunshine today. And I know you think, Scott, sunshine is great. We love sunshine and rainbows. Not on days like this. That sunshine heating up the atmosphere is just adding storm fuel. That's why it's higher in the River Valley. It's this sunshine that tells the story why things are starting to unfold as it is out there right now. So we got to be really mindful of that. There are no active watches at the moment, but the Weather Service out of Tulsa did just send us a note that they are going to be working with the Storm Prediction Center in the next couple of seconds to draw up the first watch of the day. So within the next 30 or so minutes, I would expect to have some information to pass along to you with regards to a tornado watch. My assumption is it'll be a tornado watch based off everything we know about today. That will probably be for a large majority of the area. Hard to believe that it would be for just a small area. I think most of us will probably be included in that.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on, Scott, just kind of going back on your previous point, some of those showers are kind of bubbling up in Washington County. The rain from earlier just this afternoon is kind of helping with that. It's taken away a lot of the energy, especially as it's moving farther north and east. So that's helping us for now. But again, if we see any little bit of recovery, just about a couple of hours, that's where you can see things bubble up. So the more rain, honestly, the better, especially in northwest Arkansas. But as you mentioned, the river valleys where we're seeing a lot of sunshine. So when those storms initiate, that's where we're going to have to watch for really some strong thunderstorms potentially developing. Right now, it's okay. We're just seeing some of those cells you see there in Franklin County. So, well, there I am on the screen, a little bit of a jump scare. But you're noticing a little bit of on Franklin County. Now you're seeing a new warning there getting extended. So we're seeing that kind of develop. Now, kind of the hope, not necessarily the hope. You never want to hope for severe weather, right? But you're seeing this line kind of develop here, maybe some organization. The single cells is what we have to watch for not only a really large hail, but also tornado chance. You can still get tornadoes in an organized line, but it's a little less likely. You kind of get more spin-ups rather than those large tornadoes. That's where you see kind of the single cells develop. So you always want to watch for this and see kind of what's happening here. But again, as it's organizing in a line, that develops more into an organized wind threat. Still can see the spin-ups, but we'll have to watch for these single cells if they're kind of out by itself, what that's doing. So again, this severe thunderstorm warning gets extended into northeastern Franklin County. I'd imagine, again, it's not going to be for very long.
3:15.
3:15, yeah. So it's because it's heading into Johnson County there. So again, we're going to see maybe just for about 20 more minutes or so, and then eventually Little Rock will pick up on this as this line continues to develop. And I wouldn't be shocked if this continues to develop to the south. We'll see that continue to be extended. So in northwest Arkansas right now, still seeing some moderate to heavy rainfall potentially kind of near Fayetteville, especially in the south end towards Greenland. But with all the rain earlier, again, the severity of it will probably be a little bit lower, but what we will have to watch out for is obviously a lot of flash flooding in the area. We'll show, if I show you the rain from even just the last 2 days. So this is going to show you the last 2 days. In this area, we've seen, well, I'd say anywhere from about 1 to maybe as high as 3 inches of rain. But if we go to rainfall that was just fallen today, and especially in the Fayetteville area northward, we've seen about 1 inch of rainfall. So you add any more to the system, it's going to do 2 things. One, I think of the ground like a sponge. So obviously if it's bone dry, you add a little water to it, it's going to absorb it. Kind of like we had last week, right? When we got that rainfall, not much of an issue. But we've had so much rain over the past 5 days, and that sponge can only hold so much water. You add any more, and that's going to run off. It's going to run to the roadways, and that's where we see that localized ponding. The second thing it does is, and again, this is the worst case scenario, when the ground's really soft, if you get strong winds to move through, it makes it easier to uproot trees and power lines. That's something else that even if the winds aren't the strongest, the ground's that much softer, that's something we'll have to watch for, especially obviously older trees, roots are kind of dying off. So that's something we'll be watching for later today. If the winds pick up with that very saturated ground, that can impact it as well. So Scott is showing me the array of, or showing you, I should say, the array of rainfall totals here. Again, this is radar estimate. This is not going to be exact. Could be different where you live. And again, rainfall totals, as you know, it can vary from the south end of the city to the north end of the city. Drake Field might have, closer to a ½ inch because it's closer to Greenland, whereas the north end of Fayetteville might have 1.5 inches. So roughly about, let's say, 1/4 of an inch in some spots, especially in western Washington County, size 2 inches there near Goshen. So it really depends on where you live. You can see a matter of 2 inches, and I'd say maybe, a 20-mile span. So it's going to vary a little bit, but as more rain gets added, again, that's what we'll have to watch for that flash flooding concern, especially in that area. So we'll show you that radar here again across the region. Still right now, the severe thunderstorm warnings are kind of camped into portions of Madison County, southeastern Madison County, northeastern Franklin County, and then far northern Johnson County there. That has now been expired because that main line you can see has now moved off to the southeast. So central Madison County is now out of it. That's been allowed to expire. And that main line there, the main threat for this is going to be 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe some small hail as well. Scott was showing you that. We'll see. I'll grab the mouse from here, Scott. We'll see if any of that hail is still kind of popping up. Also, we're hearing now the rain outside our studio in Johnson. So if you live along I-49 in Washington County, you're probably hearing that as well. Also want to note that in central Cherokee County near Tahlequah, I hope I'm saying that right.
Tahlequah.
CMO for one already. You're seeing that near Tahlequah. Sorry, I'm going to grab this from you, Scott.
You're good.
You can see that we're seeing that strengthen a little bit. The National Weather Service in Tulsa just issued a special weather statement. They don't pop up on air, but it's usually that one tier lower. It's close to severe weather. This is for the potential of some gusts up to 50 miles per hour in nickel-sized hail. So these are strengthening in nature. But again, I want to show you kind of just off to the east where these severe thunderstorm warnings are. Yeah, for 1 inch, quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, this is for southeastern Madison County, as well as far northern Johnson County, north of the Clarksville area, and then off to the east in towards the Little Rock area. Well, not necessarily Little Rock area, but towards Little Rock area. So again, that's where we're going with that. And so we'll give you kind of a bird's eye view here of the region. So still have those flash flood warnings in effect for northwest Arkansas. You can see through Benton County, Carroll County, northern Washington County, and northern Madison County. That main line here into portions of northeast Franklin County, northern Johnson County, and far southeastern Madison County. So once that line moves through, we'll have to watch what happens on the backside here. So we'll see kind of potential of more of that development making its way from west to east. A lot of that I think will develop kind of near the Tulsa area and then move eastward. And we'll see as that line also in Johnson County starts to develop how much of that gets organized in our area. So a lot of moving parts right now. We're kind of just sitting waiting to see as storms, or I should say as the energy kind of interacts with the front, as you saw with the energy. We'll show you that again here. Seeing that storm energy and seeing that interact. So we just got a little bit of an update here. So you're seeing that, again, it's kind of interacting with a lot more of that storm fuel. And it looks like, I don't know if it's a new warning or if they're just updating that warning.
Looks like a new warning.
Okay, so it looks like we have a new warning here. This is for
a better chunk of Johnson.
Yeah, so better chunk of Johnson County. So we'll go back to radar here and kind of zoom into that warning.
Yeah, it's going to be right here. It's for that same storm that's moving out of Madison and Newton County. It's back building into portions of Franklin County there as well, but at an advance of that storm, Weather Service out of Little Rock has gone ahead and issued this warning for northern Johnson County. Danny, of note here, starting to see an interesting little inflow notch into this cell right here. That's going to be near Bird's Adventure Center, Friley right here, the OR General Store, right there along 215. I would be curious to see if we see a little bit of weak rotation. I don't see weak rotation, but I definitely see some strong winds coming out of that. That could be a precursor for something that we want to watch really closely. That's radar measuring winds at 54 miles per hour. That's about 4,000 feet above the surface. That's going to be moving over towards the OR General Store. The reason I'm kind of concerned about that structure, at least for the time being, is you notice a little bit of a kidney bean, a little bit of an inflow notch or a hook echo. You can call it a lot of different things. A lot of storms have them, doesn't make them severe. It's just one of those signs you want to watch for. That would be the general vicinity. Some strong southeast winds flowing into that cell right here. That's going to continue to feed into it. Now, one of the things that may actually undercut that inflow are these little boogers down here near Barnes and Mountaintop and the one just to the south of that. Sometimes those are going to merge into a cell, which for a short period of time weakens it. But often is the case with storm cell mergers that actually ends up on the other side as a stronger supercell and can actually enhance the severity of it. Could also enhance the ability for the supercell to end up rotating. I can't tell you for sure that's happening right now, but I will do this. I will back up just a little bit, and then I'd like to loop it for about, let's say, 30 minutes, and I think we're probably going to be able to tell whether or not that's happening at this moment. You'll notice those cells starting to kind of feed into it towards the northeast. Meanwhile, this guy's moving a little bit more towards the east-southeast. These little individual cells might actually be feeding into that specific supercell, which could translate into something we want to watch closely for in northern Johnson County. Right now, I'm not immediately concerned. I don't think there's anything pressing with it. Just kind of talking out loud while we can here on this stream. Also noticing some additional development over here. This is interesting. Where's Joshua at? I have Joshua positioned in this general vicinity right here. Look how quickly that cell has gone from 0 to nothing. Also with a little appendage on that as well. It's not severe, but I think maybe the cap is broken. I think we can say that with some degree of certainty right now. No rotation with that. I'm going to go back area wide.
And just a note on that cell kind of near the Johnson-Franklin County line, the hail's kind of been a little bit of an uptick of the hail core, possibly up to quarter-size hail. And that you saw it a little bit on reflectivity, you saw a little bit darker there. Could see some quarter-size hail with that.
I believe that. And the lightning's coming up with that cell there as well. And that's all as this is moving towards the south and east, and it's getting into that more favorable environment that has higher storm fuel, a little bit more sunshine, again, right down into this part of the area. Meanwhile, while the skies are starting to break up, I can see peaks of sunshine actually across parts of our Northwest Arkansas cameras, not all of them, but parts of them. The atmosphere may start to be destabilizing, especially looking off Slim Chickens off towards the west there. That camera's picking up on these initial cells that are developing. This one's probably the next in line to go severe, but watch these little showers right here now moving into parts of Washington County. Those are probably not going to be too far behind that one. Area wide, that's kind of what we're looking at right now. We're in the really early stages of this severe weather event. So if you've kind of been wondering, am I good to drive home? There's not a lot going on. That's the good news for now, but what's happening over the last several minutes, let's do this. I can loop this for, let's say, the last hour, and I think you're going to see exactly what I'm talking about. Over the last hour, we've noticed a lot more of those thunderstorms beginning to bubble up, beginning to start to initialize. And so that tells us this severe weather event is now getting underway. We've got this one cluster of thunderstorms that has been severe warned for about the last 45 minutes to an hour. Honestly, can't remember how long we've been here. We're probably going to be here a lot longer into the evening to just keep you abreast of what's happening out there in your neck of the woods. We do have a higher than normal potential for severe weather today. And so we want to just be a resource for you here online. Kind of our parameters, our protocol is when a tornado warning is issued, that's when we're going to go over onto Channel 5. If we start to see some rotation that's strong enough, we'll do that then as well. In the meantime, we stay put here on 5 News Plus, YouTube Live, Facebook Live, and of course on your free mobile apps, the 5 News app there. New tornado watch just into the Weather Center. I know you're seeing Johnson, Logan, and Scott not included in it yet. I'm almost willing to bet The Weather Service out of Little Rock's typing it up right now. Those are going to be added to it. Everyone in yellow included in this new tornado watch, all of East Oklahoma, all of Northwest Arkansas. We'll wait to see what that watch includes when it comes to Johnson, Logan, and Scott. I would be willing to bet those are going to be included in it as well. Danny, when does this run? Yeah,
so this will be until 10 p.m. And again, as Scott's mentioning, it's just semantics, including the Little Rock counties. It'll probably be extended. I haven't looked in the Little Rock chat, but yeah, this is until 10 p.m. for all the areas in yellow. And again, that'll be extended more than likely to the south and to the east. So kind of as we talked about, that timeline is pretty much what we expected, right? From about 2, 3 o'clock till about 10 o'clock. And it could obviously expire a little bit higher or earlier than that, especially in our far northwestern counties. But again, that chance of tornadoes, I want to see if there's any specific terminology that they issue. Sometimes they'll say, they'll try to estimate maybe how many tornadoes they expect. Nothing like that I'm seeing in this. But again, that tornado watch is in effect for everywhere in yellow until 10 o'clock.
That makes sense. That kind of matches up with what our thinking has been throughout the course of the last couple of days, that threat would start to wind down by later into the evening. Let's see.
So those cells just off to the west are now really starting to pulse up there, up to, looks like, dollar coin size hail, or $half size hail, excuse me.
So this is the one Danny and I were just mentioning would go severe warn next. It has now done that. That warning does include Adair County. Right now, it's not included the storm isn't in Adair County, but it is tracking almost due east into Adair County. Notice the uptick in the lightning right there, starting to take a bit more of a natural supercell structure. I'm not seeing any rotation there at the moment. That's some good news. Included in this warning is going to be Tahlequah, Westville, Oklahoma, and West Siloam Springs at the moment. That butts all the way up to the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line. That specific warning does. Winds up to 60 miles per hour, 1 inch in diameter hail, and you can kind of start to see that hail core really beginning to materialize and bubble up right there. If you're looking behind me and you're just now tuning in, what in the world are those maroon polygons? Those are not tornado warnings. Those are actually flash flood warnings, and we're going to have many more of those as the night goes on. We've seen a lot of rain in recent days. I'll tell you, and you're going to hear me say it again several times tonight, is I really believe we're probably going to have a lot of flash flooding out there. Need you to be mindful of that, okay? I know flash flooding isn't as sexy as tornadoes or thunderstorm warnings, and it doesn't get our attention as much. But with how much rain we've seen and how much rain we could get out of this event tonight, that's going to be a real problem for us. Just to back up and let you know, it does look like Logan, Scott, and
yep, that added.
Johnson have been added to that tornado watch. So before I lose track of that, I'm going to go back out area wide and let you know it is the entire 5 News viewing area included in this tornado watch that's going to run until 10 o'clock tonight. Danny's working on getting that posted out on social media platforms. I'm not going to be able to do that because I'm right here. So if you're watching out there on social media, know that this watch has been issued. What does a watch mean? A lot of folks know this. You'd be surprised, though, the amount of people who don't know what a watch or a warning is. I talked to some really educated people, and they don't know the difference between the two. And I know we have a lot of new folks moving into the area, and you're curious, okay, what is a watch, what is a warning? Think of it like this. A watch just simply means conditions are favorable, but nothing's really happened yet. It just means we're watching that things out. There's always some good analogies out there. The taco analogy is my favorite. If you have a taco shell and you have some ground beef and you got some cheese, but you've not really combined them into a taco, but you have all the ingredients, you have a taco watch. But once you cook that dude up, once you brown that meat, put some cheese and lettuce and tomatoes on top, a little sour cream on there, then you have a taco warning. You actually have something. Just one way to try to remember. A watch simply means conditions are favorable. Warning means action is needed. There is an imminent threat of severe weather. And that's what we've got out there right now is a watch, a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. We're going to watch to see if these are going to be growing into tornado warnings with time. Rotation is going to be a real concern for us going into the next several hours. We'll go back into northern Johnson County, where we have a strong thunderstorm moving through, likely producing some at least 60 mile per hour straight line winds, perhaps even some quarter-size hail. We'll look at the hail first. And you do see that hail core right there, pretty much running right along Highway 215, coming up right on the Oak General Store, right there at the intersection of 215 and 103. probably going to see that hail mixing in with some heavy rainfall as well. We look at our velocity tracker. That's how we measure if there's rotation or not. I'm not detecting any necessarily within that. If I saw some bright reds butting up to all those greens, I would know there's opposing winds meeting up with each other. That's where you start to see the spin. I'm not seeing that out there right now. That's good news. I want to do this, however. I want to go back over into this cell that's moving into Adair County. That's going to be the one to watch next as our Johnson County cell moves over into the Little Rock television market. We'll keep you posted until that happens, of course, though. You'll notice right here, just to the south of Ellerville, you do have a little bit of an inflow notch there in Oklahoma 10. You look at some of our velocity products. What's that doing? I don't see much of concern out there right now when it comes to rotation. Let's watch it closely. I do see hail pretty much right now on top of Highway 10. It could be up to nickel, perhaps quarter-size hail. Yeah, radar's detecting quarters right there around Highway 10. That's moving due east. That would impact parts of Benton County. Siloam Spring comes to mind, and then eventually on down to the east from there. Let's do this. Danny, could you tell me how fast this cell is moving?
Yes, let me look at
the East Oklahoma moving into Adair County.
Sure. Yeah, so that one here is going to be moving off to the east at 25 miles per hour.
25. So it's a slow-moving cell, at least as of right now. We will put a track on that, east at 25. That's going to take it into parts of southwestern Benton County as well as northwestern Washington County. On its current trajectory, looks a little bit like that. Estimated times of arrival would be Olive Church, 317. Moody's, how about 318? Ellerville at 325. Let's bump down to Westville at 410. Cincinnati Community at 418. Summers at 420. Lincoln at 430. Ray at 432. Prairie Grove, near the vicinity of, let's say, Bobcat Lake, 438, into the 440 time frame near the state park there in Prairie Grove. That's based off of current speeds and trajectories. That can change with time, so we'll keep you posted unless, in the event that that speeds up or potentially slows down. Current time is 3:13 here at Channel 5. We have a tornado watch in effect for the entire area. We haven't had any tornado warnings just yet, but we have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings as this event is just now getting underway. I'll even back up over here to Fayetteville. It does look like this storm is maturing quite quickly near Greenland, south side of Fayetteville here. I also noticed this storm near Lincoln also starting to show some signs of maturity. We'll want to watch that one pretty closely out there. Coming into Fayetteville, it's not severe. I don't want to give you the impression that it is, at least not as of right now. Here's Farmington right here, downtown Fayetteville, 49 in black, 71 in yellow there, all the way down towards Greenland. The potential of some heavy rains, some lightning, some thunder, even some gusty winds continues out there. That's going to be tracking towards Goshen and Elkins as well, almost parallel right there with, let's see, that's going to be Highway 45 and eventually 16. Between those two waypoints for you. That tracks over into Madison County eventually. Let's watch that one closely. This one's really coming up. In fact, this one moving through Lincoln and Westville right now, that one may inevitably actually either get swallowed up or it may get swallowed up by this Tahlequah storm that's moving into Adair County. There's going to be some cell interaction here nonetheless. It's not severe in Lincoln or Summers at the moment. It's going to be off to your west that actually is. So we'll watch that one closely for some additional development. Let's go back area-wide. What's happening in the River Valley? Not a lot right now. There are some scattered thunderstorms in northern Franklin County, north of Interstate 40. Those are not severe at all. That's some good news. Unfortunately, it's this area that's going to be just primed and ready to go. The atmosphere is primed for some severe thunderstorm development. We've seen a lot of sunshine in that part of the area today. In fact, I'll back it up. I do think I saw some high clouds building in. That was largely going to be related to some of the actual ongoing thunderstorms around the area, but you still see a decent amount of sunshine, even in parts of Benton and Washington County. Why do we care so much about sunshine on a day like today? Well, as that sun beats down on the surface, it actually builds storm fuel. That heat is fuel. That's some 8th grade science for you. If you remember back in the day, heat is fuel. So with that sunshine beaten down, we're adding storm fuel to the atmosphere. And once these storms bubble up and move into an area that's seen a lot of sunshine, such as the River Valley, you're going to have a lot of storm fuel available to you. And we have a look at kind of what's available out there right now. You'll notice that boundary is actually lifted towards the north. Danny, I want you to look up and see this real quick. I know you're busy out there. That boundary has shifted back north. That boundary is is back north because the atmosphere is destabilizing quickly again across parts of northwest Arkansas. When we started this stream a little bit ago, that boundary was a little bit further towards the south, but as those rain showers and those thunderstorms moved out of northwest Arkansas, we see a little bit of that sunshine beating through. It's getting warm, it's getting muggy. We're adding more storm fuel to the atmosphere there. And of course, there's a lot of it in the River Valley where we've seen a decent amount of sunshine out there. I want to go back into our Tahlequah storm. This is going to be moving into Adair, and even portions of Delaware County is also included. A sliver of Delaware County is included in this warning. This is the next severe storm that will likely impact portions of northwest Arkansas. This warning goes until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Eldon, Tahlequah, West Siloam Springs, Westville included, 60-mile-per-hour straight-line winds, and hail a little bit bigger than the size of a quarter, 1.25 inches. A quarter is about the size of an inch. That's what we would expect with that one. Let's take a look at the hail core here. It has come up. That tells us the updraft is quite healthy. A healthy thunderstorm needs a good updraft and it needs a good downdraft. Those two things are important for a supercell to really get going. Not that we want that, but when we see a healthy updraft like that, supporting some larger hail just to the south of Ellerville, it kind of tells you, okay, this storm's starting to bubble up, starting to become stronger. Doppler estimates hail right now around the size of a quarter. I still wouldn't be surprised just to the east of 10 if it was a little bit bigger than the size of a quarter out there. That's going to be tracking over towards the Arkansas-Oklahoma state line, southwest Benton County, northwestern Washington County as well. That warning impacts northwest. We have this one Johnson County storm that has shown some signs of strengthening for quite a while, actually. In fact, it moved out of Madison County, started moving off towards the southeast. We'll go back into that one. The hail core is a little bit larger right now. It's still not significant, I wouldn't say. I still think there's some hail falling right here along 215 and 103, getting closer and closer, if not right on top of the OARC General Store right now at that interchange. I know it's a waypoint that a lot of folks are probably pretty familiar with. But that's where that would be. Let's go look at rotation. Is there anything happening out there? We were going to look a lot tonight because we do anticipate these storms at some point are going to start rotating. I don't see any out there right now with those. Let me bounce back over to the other cell, moving into Adair. It actually does look like there's a little bit.
Yeah, the updraft has increased a little bit, so we're watching for maybe some rotation with this storm over there.
Okay, so
So you can see it a little bit better from the Fort Smith radar.
Yeah, I was thinking so.
So I wonder if you're going to be on the border. There you can see it.
There it is. We back up and you can see there is a little bit of rotation developing right here. And that is where that updraft was, because that's where we saw the hail, right? So you start to see a little bit of spin there. This is looking from the Fort Smith radar. And so how we know this is rotating and what this couplet is, a couplet's the term used to describe where these winds are meeting up. Reds are winds blowing away from the radar. So if the Fort Smith radar is down here, right, just for some context, the greens are blowing towards it. It's a terrible arrow, but I did my best. That's where we would expect that spin to be in that general vicinity. Let's go in a little bit closer. Let me tell you exactly where this is. It's rotation, but it's not strong enough or tight enough to warrant a tornado warning at the moment. Let's watch it closely. It could easily translate back into something of concern. Bump this back. Maybe it'll give me Fort Smith radar again. It's not going to do it, is it? Just to the north of Eldon, now tracking over 62. Oklahoma 62 right there. Not seeing a lot of other activity developing yet.
No, yeah, and we're seeing a little bit too. You notice near Tahlequah, just the south of that line, starting to see some storms flare up there as well. And you can see kind of two different lines of storms. One back off to the northwest in Adair County, moving towards kind of the Washington, Benton County area, and then another one out ahead that's kind of an organized line of showers and storms that are just off to the southeast here in a portion of northern Johnson County. And a little bit into Franklin County as well, seeing some cells develop there. I wonder if we can just go through the last hour of Doppler radar to see kind of how these are evolving in time. Again, as we talked about, now that the cap, again, that warmer air aloft is kind of eroding. we're starting to see some kind of, not necessarily explosion of storms quite yet, but we're seeing some development that now the air is freely available to lift and generate those showers and storms. So we'll be keeping an eye on both of these here. Thankfully, nothing has been tornadic yet, but I think we'll be keeping a close eye on the Tahlequah cell as that's continuing to move off to the east. If that one has any little bit of spin as it interacts with the boundary, which is pretty close to it right now. And then obviously, just to add on to the severe weather risk, again, we've been talking about this a lot, and I won't use Scott's sexy term. I think he's got that patent, but flash flooding. Again, it's
probably going to get me in trouble later. Probably shouldn't use it.
Yeah, Scott, don't worry, we'll go down together. But we are seeing that, potential of flash flooding. That flash flood warning still in effect for later this afternoon. We've already seen a ton of rain. I'm not going to use my sponge analogy again, but it's got a lot of water. It can't absorb anymore. So if we add any more heavy rain to that, that's going to add to more flooding on roadways, maybe low-lying areas as well. So we'll have to definitely keep an eye on that. They did cancel the severe thunderstorm warning for the southern end of that Johnson County cell, I believe. So now it's just far northern Johnson County with that. So you can see some heavy rain, especially on the eastern side of that, on the far leading edge. You can see kind of a little bit of some organization there. So we'll see if I can zoom in here a little bit, or Scott's back on the mic here, but seeing a little bit of that kind of heavy rain there into portion of northern Johnson County. So basically the two areas of concern right now, we're kind of looking at that leading edge in northern Johnson County, and then that warning just, I believe, got updated. I don't know if it got trailed off or if it got cut off on the backside, or just...
It's actually new information out of this. A couple of things to pass along to you. As this storm moves into Adair County, hail probabilities are now up to 2 inches in diameter. 2-inch hailstones likely coming out of this potential cell right here. We also got a storm spotter report that a few minutes ago there was at least a rotating wall cloud with this. That matches up with the rotation we were tracking for you near Eldon right now. It's not a strong signal for rotation, but some rotation nonetheless, and you can kind of see it right here. We talk about those winds going in different directions right where they meet up. That couplet there, not far from Eldon. That's soon going to be crossing the county line over into Adair County. That would put Christie, Westville, Strawberry Spring in the path of that storm. Not tornado warning at the moment. Tornado is not necessarily imminent, but there is some weak rotation. It's weak at the moment. We'll see what it turns into. I'm curious about the hail. That was coming up. The warning was increased to the potential of 2-inch in diameter hailstones. We'll take a look at that. Okay, the radar is still saying quarter.
Yeah, it kind of depends on what you look at. Our GR here is showing, again, it's just another way to interpret it, it's showing up to 2.5. Now, this is usually a little generous. It goes a little bit higher, but it looks like things are definitely increasing, and I think with the updraft increasing as well. And when that updraft is higher, you have higher speeds at that. That allows the hailstone to kind of stay suspended in the air longer. So we could see definitely maybe up to 2-inch size diameter hail, but right now, kind of a little bit of difference of kind of data. You saw that now with the recent data swing. There's the increase. So I'd be curious to see. Might probably show you $half size hail, would be my guess. Kind of showing with that query there on the dark blue there.
So this is going to show us $half size hail. Danny, now let's do this. It's moving at 25 miles per hour. It's almost into Adair County. Let's track that out. Danny, will you also look at the updated watch? They went back in the conference.
Of course.
And they put a new one out. I'm just kind of curious what that entails, if there was anything at all that's new. So that hail course right in this general vicinity, we draw that out. Nope, that's real bad.
So the watch, what they did was they issued a severe thunderstorm watch for some counties in Oklahoma, but then kept the tornado watch for us. No new verbiage of anything. I always will look for that because sometimes they'll add, they estimate tornadoes and such, but looks like same for us, just some severe thunderstorm watches off to the west.
Got it. Okay, that puts this in Westville at 358, Cincinnati 406, Summers at 409, Ray 420, Lake Weddington. The bass haven't been biting there lately as much as they were earlier in the summer. It's been a real bummer for me. 425, Bobkid Lake 427, Prairie Grove at 433. A lot of lightning upticking with this specific cell. That tells us it's growing, it's maturing. There has been some areas of some rotation, and the hail potential continues to come up. This is the strongest storm we've got right now coming into Adair County. So I want folks in southwestern Benton, so we're talking south of Siloam Springs, especially northwestern Washington County, Lincoln, Summers, Ray, the Weddington community, Cincinnati community. I want you to have a heads up that this storm is tracking your direction. Minimally, it's producing some large hail and some winds up to 60 miles per hour. We hope it doesn't intensify to anything beyond that, but it's certainly a possibility that it may. It is going to eventually track into Washington County, especially perhaps even parts of southwestern Benton County, although I think the worst part probably tracks into Washington County. There are numerous other scattered showers and thunderstorms around the area. Those are important to us, and we've got eyes on them on and off air, but we're primarily focused on where the warnings are at the moment. While we have a brief lull in the activity between those two warnings that we're tracking, we will come back into Washington County where there's some additional development beginning to intensify. Nothing severe, but you got a couple of strong thunderstorms producing a lot of lightning and hail. Here's Prairie Grove. Here's going to be downtown Fayetteville. We get over towards Elkins and Goshen. Those tracking off towards the east, moving back into Huntsville. Of concern with that one especially, you notice this purple and maroon here, or just this maroon. This is a flash flood warning. We've had flooding from previous thunderstorms earlier in the day. That is going to continue to be a concern for us as these thunderstorms now track over the same area that's already flooded, if not still flooding at this moment. So let's be really mindful. While there's no actual severe warning on these, dumping more rainfall, and before the night's over with, it could be a few more inches. We really want to be mindful. Don't cross any flooded roadways. It's just really a bad idea. I'm going to look on GR over here at that cell. Normalized rotation, Danny, had been coming up just to the west of Christie. So that is going to be just to the north of US 62. The good news for us right now, and I'm talking about this cell right here. When I step off air, I'm looking at some software that allows us to see the positions of our storm spotters and our storm chasers. And I know there are several right here in this vicinity, some of which are going to be able to report right back to us if they see anything at all. So if those reports start to come in, we'll have an idea of what this storm is doing. Because we've not heard from them right now, that tells us there's no actual wall cloud. Things probably are at least tame at the moment. But we really want to watch this guy really closely. We're going to go back over into Johnson County. Cell continues across the far northern tier of the county. It is a severe thunderstorm, widespread heavy soaking rains, probably a little bit of hail as well. Additional scattered showers now southern Madison County, those not severe. Some thunderstorms extending into northern Franklin County as well, right near Barnes, Mountaintop, south of Burrs. So we're looking largely south of 215 there. We'll take a look into some of our hail trackers. Do we have any hail? A little bit of small hail perhaps falling near Mountaintop. That's probably going to be the size of pennies, perhaps nickels. We look into some of our velocity signals. I really want to focus on these discrete cells. Those are the ones that can misbehave pretty quickly. I don't see anything of concern for me right there.
No, and say nothing is a concern right now, thankfully in the area, just again, watching that one towards Adair County. Also looking at a cell just west of LaFleur County towards the Stigler area. We'll see that that's been pulsing up quite a bit recently over the past, let's say, 15 minutes. So we're always watching, as Scott mentioned, discrete cells, meaning kind of just by themselves. That's usually when we see the highest chance of not only large hail, but also potential for tornadic activity.
I really think, well, this one's got my attention. That's moving into Adair County. I really don't like the way it's behaving. I don't like the environment that it's moving into. It's a severe thunderstorm warning right now. This one could end up being our first tornado warning of the day. It could be. I hope we don't have any. And it's a funny thing that most people don't understand is when we're calling for these impactful events, we hope they're wrong. We hope we're wrong. We hope it busts. We hope we're totally wrong. And I'm afraid as this is kind of starting to unfold, we might not have been wrong. One thing that may undercut this a little bit, this tiny little shower, may be impeding on some of the inflow that it was tapping into. When we talk about inflow, we're talking about these surface winds out of the southeast into that cell. That's really helping to develop the updraft, and that updraft is what pushes those rain droplets high up into the sky where they eventually start to freeze. That updraft also is what is helpful to get some rotation going. And when these little showers like this kind of get in the way, I pushed the wrong button. When those little showers get in the way, that starts to impede some of that necessary inflow. But I think this is important. Didn't mean to go here, but I will. This is Fort Smith, where it's 92 degrees and it's very muggy. And you can still see, while some clouds have built in, that sunshine is still producing an unstable atmosphere. In Ozark, looking off towards the east, some breaks in the clouds still out there, although those clouds have thickened up just a bit. Fayetteville, though, it's a very different story. Temperatures down into the 70s, overcast skies, showers and thunderstorms moving through the area. That may end up helping us mitigate some severe weather, but perhaps not all. It's still certainly going to be possible that we can see some more. And this is another thing that is of interest to me. This is Springdale, and I've got this camera pointed off towards the north, up towards Rogers and Bentonville, and you can see there's some sunshine on the horizon there. So while the atmosphere was somewhat stable across northwest Arkansas, with those clouds beginning to break, it may not be the case for much longer, and I think we've seen that as we track the storm fuel out there this evening. I'm going to back up. If you're just now finding the stream here, we're live on 5 News Plus, Facebook, YouTube Live, and of course on your cell phones. I highly recommend having the app on your phone, because if you lose power tonight, you'll be able to continue to stream us right there. We can also send you warnings for your location. There's a lot going on right here, so let's try to make some sense of this. This is going to be our tornado watch, which is in effect for the entire viewing area in yellow. In northwest Arkansas, you're included in this tornado watch until 10 o'clock tonight. You don't see it because we've got ongoing flash flood warnings covering you up. Our one severe thunderstorm warning is for this cell right here. It does look like that perhaps at 3:30, Weather Service out of Little Rock did allow that Johnson County severe thunderstorm warning to expire.
Yeah, they've just been, this has been downgraded to special weather statements, so close to severe weather, just 50-mile-per-hour winds and pea-size hail.
Okay, thank you so much for that. We love to see that cell is weakening just a bit. Let's see what it does on the backside here. You notice this little appendage there. North of Watalula, we're definitely in a zone in which things could start to misbehave. I go in and look at velocity. I don't see anything of concern. That's good. What about the hail?
Hail's pretty small and maybe pea nickel size. You can see a little bit of it looks like a small quarter size there
Very
on your mountaintop.
small. I'm cherry picking pixels there. Yeah, nickel might be a more better representation of what's happening there.
Say the cell just to the west of Adair, or now into Adair County, has really been pulsing up with hail. Looks like potentially that closer to that 2-inch mark could definitely be a possibility.
Okay, let's go back into that. Boy, it's taken a structure there to it.
Yeah, and you can see that dark spot's kind of where you're going to see the hail core, but then also, as Scott was mentioning, the structure kind of seeing maybe a little bit of a notch potentially.
Ooh, that hail core is really, really expanded. That's moving towards Christie and Westville. I know we have some viewers who are loyal there. Christie and Westville, you got a hailstorm, a hailer moving your direction. Radar's estimating those hailstones could be as large as ping pong size. It's just an estimation, but I think minimally we can expect quarters, perhaps even a few ping pong balls, $50 actually in between all of those other sizes of hail coming in out of there. Looks like the Weather Service just updated that warning.
Yeah, so they just downgraded it from 2-inch to ping pong ball, but obviously still a legitimate threat.
Yeah, no question about that. That's tracking off towards the east. This is the one we've been giving you an early warning on, moving towards Christie and Westville. That warning stops at the state line. I'll tell you, this cell hasn't shown any signs of weakening over the last at least 30 minutes. It's only continuing to strengthen. So what I'd like to do is, while I'm here, I'd like to just go a little bit closer into primarily northwestern Washington County, but also included in that would be southwestern Benton County. Is that a tornado warning?
Looks like that.
Or is that a flash flood?
I think that's a flash flood, yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes the colors, we have flash flood and tornado, the same kind of ish colors. So I'll double check that though.
Yeah, I think that's what it is, yeah. That's good that they're issuing that in advance. That's an area that's seen too much rain earlier today.
Yeah, flash flood confirmed. Just want to make sure we're not confusing people out there.
Sorry for speaking that out loud. I just was afraid it was coming. And I still think we're going to have a few this evening. So we get into northwestern Washington County. We're talking the Cincinnati community. Here's Weddington. Lake Weddington's not too far behind me over here. That's that hailstorm. That's the track it's going to be taking over the next 30 to 45 minutes, moving into your neck of the woods. So if you are in the Cincinnati, Watts, Chance, Westville, Christie, and you have the chance to actually move the vehicle under some sturdy structure to maybe try to mitigate some of that hail damage, wouldn't be a bad idea to do just that. That's a pretty efficient hail maker. The hail right now is just to the north of 62, just to the north of the highway moving into Christie right now. It's a large hail maker. I mean, goodness gracious, look at that.
Yeah, and another thing with these too, as Scott was mentioning, the flash flood warning concern, these aren't moving very fast. They're only moving about 25 miles per hour. So you're going to get a lot of hail in a short amount of time, and it's not going to move very fast. And you combine that with any bit of little wind. So I know it's only severe thunderstorm warning, but still, of course, stay away from windows because these could pack a punch.
Yeah, no question about it. Okay, let's go back to full screen here. I tried to zoom in closely here, but there's just no roads to give me a good reference through this part of the area. Large hail, though, moving towards Strawberry Spring. Christie's probably going to get some. Some of that hail core now extends back towards Eldon. I want to go back in and look at the rotation. Are we seeing any rotation develop? You're looking over on GRI.
Pretty messy. And again, messy's good. Nothing that I'm really seeing.
All right, new severe thunderstorm warning, Franklin and Madison County. Let's go back to radar. We'll bump over to that one. Okay, this is for that one we were just kind of pinpointing. Go back into that. I just really don't like the hook on the backside of that. This is north of Watalula near Cass. It's going to be moving towards Birds, anywhere between 23 and the county line on 215. You've got some large hail, perhaps the size of quarters. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and this one here, obviously, get another warning where it's getting cut off by Little Rocks. This will be extended into northern Johnson County here.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. I see a little bit of hail there. It's coming up. Winds are probably breezy as well.
Yeah, watching that little notch on the appendage, if you want to call it, near Cass, looks like it's a little bit fuzzy in terms of velocity, and nothing that's really jumping out to me.
That's okay. That's okay.
But again, keeping an eye on that, because again, you see a little bit of a hook that we always get concerned about some rotation.
Sure. Danny, I'm going to toss things to you for a hot second.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, we're seeing that storm right now in portions of northeastern Franklin County. Again, mentioning that little hook, you're going to see that little arm, it looks like, almost like it's kind of shaking your hand. Whenever you see that, especially cells by themselves, you can see a little bit of maybe tornadic spin. You can see that with that update potential here. So we'll show you velocity, just kind of show you. So what I meant by messy is a whole lot of just a lot going on, right? So whenever you see anything like that, usually there's no organization. That's good news for us. Whenever you look for rotation of any tornadoes, usually you'll see a swirl of reds and greens kind of coming together almost like a lollipop. And obviously with a lot of that, it's just a lot of purple. So not a whole lot of activity, which is good news for us. But in terms of kind of the rest of the area, and we'll take a kind of bird's eye view of what's going on, just to kind of recap here, again, if you're just joining us. So we'll show you just the watch, and then we'll go to the warnings as well. So tornado watch is in effect for the entire area. We talked about this a little bit ago. When they had an update, they were adding severe thunderstorm watch. You can see to the back side of this, right to the south and to the west. That's where you're seeing that pink. But tornado watch for the entire 5 News coverage area. Now, that does include the potential of also large hail and damaging winds. It doesn't mean just tornadoes. It also includes severe thunderstorm watch, being that tornado watch is that exceeded risks. So anywhere in yellow, for the 5 News coverage area, large hail potentially we've seen possibly up to ping pong ball size hail, maybe even a little bit bigger, and gusty winds maybe 60 to 70 miles per hour as we go throughout the day, through the afternoon and evening, And then if we go to radar here, the current active warnings here, we saw that one in northeastern Franklin County. So that's the one we're looking at here, where again has that little appendage, you want to call it. Again, nothing of concern there, thankfully. And then as we move off to the northwest there, we're seeing a little bit there towards Adair County, moving closer to western Washington County. You see a lot of red there. That's not tornado, that's just a flash flood warning. We'll show you just the warnings here. We'll show you that there. So that's the flash flood warning, thankfully, in that area. Just seeing a whole lot of rain, but obviously still want to treat it as a concern as well, because we've had so much rain, and driving through flooded water, obviously don't want to be doing that. We've seen a whole lot of water recently. The past few days have seen anywhere upwards of 4 to 6 inches in many areas in northwest Arkansas. Especially on Saturday, we saw quite a bit of rainfall. So we're adding just more to the system. So that's something we're going to be keeping an eye on in terms of that. So again, we'll be keeping an eye on all these storms here. We'll be continuing to see coverage throughout the afternoon, evening, even as the evening goes on. But again, currently, these are the warnings in Adair County, seeing it in northeastern Franklin County. and then one off to the east there in kind of north central Arkansas. So we'll show you the radar here. And then again, I want to show you where we're expecting more kind of development. The good news is you see that little cell just west of LaFleur County. Thankfully, that's kind of petered out a little bit. Some of these storms have been kind of pulsing in and out. So the good news here is we're seeing that sort of pulse back. So that's some good news for us there. So still could keep an eye on that, though. We'll see, potentially some heavy rain moving through there. But the good news is that's been kind of staying steady in terms of severity. But the one we're definitely be watching is, excuse me, this one here into portions of Adair County. We're seeing that potential of maybe some strong severe storms, seeing possibly up to ping pong ball size hail there, as well as gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour.
Excellent, Danny. Thank you. I was examining this cell, now moving into Adair County. If we can go full on this one, the winds have really picked up, specifically straight line winds, but there also could be some intensifying rotation here as well. It's not tornado warned at the moment, but there's two interesting things happening with this specific cell. It seemingly is splitting, and when we see these storms split, you've got one supercell right here, new thunderstorm warning now being issued for that one, but notice this one towards the south as well. Also starting to see that classic hook echo right there. Not of much concern at the moment, but if this trajectory continues, it would be tracking over into western Washington County towards Lincoln, Summers. So we want to be really mindful of that. This warning, I want to go back into our velocities here. I want to kind of show you the winds here. Winds have really picked up near Christie. Right now, we're probably seeing at least 60 mile per hour straight line winds coming out of that specific cell. That's also going to be moving towards Peavine in Westville. We can see those bright colors there, those bright pixels moving closer and closer to the Westville Peavine and the Arkansas-Oklahoma state line. That's going to be those straight line winds developing and pushing on the outside of that thunderstorm. And then when we have that southern flank, this is kind of where we noticed that notch earlier. This is just to the north of Tenkiller, Lake Tenkiller. You'll notice right there you have some weak rotation kind of starting to come together. Often, as is the case, not always, but often what we see when these storms start to split like this, it's the southernmost cell that ends up becoming more dominant. Right now, that's not the case. Right now, it's that northernmost cell, but I think as this splitting process continues over the next few minutes, you'll end up seeing this cell, which has much more of a classic supercellular look to it. That's going to be the one that initially becomes the primary focus with regards to what's moving out of Adair into portions of Washington County. There's a lot of heavy rain moving across Washington County right now. Be really mindful of some additional flooded roadways. Let's go back into northern Franklin County where that severe thunderstorm warning continues. We've seen some hail and some gusty winds coming out of the backside of that. Yet again, it's almost entirely moved out of Franklin County into northern Johnson County. We'll go back into our hail detector. What's the hail doing here? There's still some evidence that there is some weak returns of some hail falling out of that cell, probably some gusty winds and some heavy downpours around the area. Taking a live look around all of the 5 News viewing area, what we're going to find is the thunderstorm clusters for the moment are primarily across northwest Arkansas with the exception of this narrow band moving through northeastern Franklin, northern Johnson County. Additional development continues to be expected out along the actual cold front itself. That cold front is still across parts of central and now moving into eastern Oklahoma. It's that cold front that's going to be approaching the area that's inevitably going to continue to initiate more and more of these thunderstorms throughout the course of the evening. New flash flood warning is about to populate on the map. This one's going to be for parts of Franklin County. There it comes right here. It says these same cells continue to crawl at a snail's pace, generally speaking 20 to 35 miles per hour. And as there are very efficient rainmakers moving that slowly, and again, you'll hear me say it multiple times, on top of a very saturated ground, flooding a bit of a concern there. So that flood warning is what's going to be here in Maroon, far northeastern Franklin County. That just issued by the National Weather Service out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. We take an area-wide reset. Things are relatively quiet at the time being in the River Valley. A new severe thunderstorm warning now popping up. This one's going to be for a large majority of Washington County. That's good. We need that warning because we need folks to have a heads up that this cell coming out of Adair County is nasty. It's a strong thunderstorm. It has the potential to create 1.25 inch hail, 70 mile per hour winds, and new on this one, and I was just showing you this, new on this one, the Weather Service has added what's called a tornado possible tag. That is not a tornado warning. to be clear, this is a new thing the Weather Service has done over the last couple of years, and it's a little note that says, hey, we're watching this cell. It may be upgraded to a tornado warning. You see that for this morning, now issued for eastern Adair County, a large majority of Washington County, including Springdale, Fayetteville, Farmington, West Fork, Greenland, Summers, Lincoln, Ray, Westville, and Adair County. It also does include a very small portion of southern Benton County. I'll take that data off so you can kind of see there is a sliver of Benton County included in that warning, but by and large, this is going to be an Adair County and a Washington County situation that is, Danny, any idea why radar just dropped off? Okay, coming back in. That was very strange and not the day for that to happen. Okay, good news. Thank you for fixing that. That's going to run for the next 45 minutes until 4:30 this afternoon. That warning including the tornado possible tag. So right now we are coming up on, let's see, coming up on 4 o'clock. We have the first at 4, 5 News First at 4 newscast scheduled for 4 o'clock. Can I get some guidance from not in its current state? Pardon the folks on the stream, I'm talking to the folks up in the booth. Not in this current state. I'll let Danny take over, track this for just a bit, and let me come back there and visit with you.
Yeah, so we're going to keep here. So you're noticing that we're seeing that kind of line start to move through, and as Scott mentioned, up to potentially $half size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. So we'll put a track on this here just to kind of show you what direction this is, or just kind of where this is headed. So this is moving off to the east, roughly at about 35 miles per hour, and this guy is doing a little jiggity dance here. Hopefully you can get him in the right direction here. Let's see if we can get this kind of planned out here. So again, roughly here, Dutch Mills at 349, Cincinnati at 350, Lincoln at 357. Again, many of these areas are seeing rain right now, but the worst of it will be moving off to the east here fairly soon. Rhea at 401, Bobcat Lake at 404, Prairie Grove Middle School at 408, Battlefield State Park 409, the Power Plant at 415, Farmington 416, Razorback Stadium 424, Drake Field 423, Fayetteville 426, Mount Sequoia at 427. So again, not moving very fast. But again, you're seeing rain right now, and you're like, well, why isn't that severe warning? Again, it's the kind of leading edge of these winds. You can see it right near Westville. You can see that kind of dark green popping up. We'll show you in this area kind of right here. That's where the strongest of the winds are. So let's see if I can maybe do this again just to see a little bit of a better view of these winds. So again, I'm taking the leading edge of this, and this is where, again, we could see potentially the strong winds, and it is deciding to go even a little bit crazier. So again, it's moving off to the east at about 35 miles per hour. Again, in kind of the direction of Fayetteville. We'll zoom in here just to kind of show you some cities instead. So again, towards Lincoln, towards West Fork, towards Fayetteville, to Prairie Grove, Greenland. If we zoom in a little bit more here into northwestern Washington County, towards Rhea. Again, so it's kind of in this area, Weddington, Savoy, Cincinnati, towards Kessler Mountains. So if you're anywhere in this area over the next half hour or so, could see some damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour, as well as maybe up to $half size hail. And again, with it being so wet, with the ground being so saturated, that allows, unfortunately, trees to get uprooted a little bit more easily, as well as power lines. So kind of a double-edged sword here. With not only are you seeing potentially gusty winds, but with that heavy rain, it makes that wind make a little bit more impactful. We're also watching the potential of maybe some rotation of these storms. Again, thankfully, right now, not seeing anything, but you're noticing in right here kind of where this gusty winds are, almost like a gust front. Maybe could be seeing some pretty low-hanging clouds mixed in there as well. So something we're keeping an eye here as well. We're getting a report from the National Weather Service of ping pong ball size hail southwest of Lincoln. So we'll show you kind of the hail core here to show you where that is located. Let's see if we can find the hail on this one. Again, this is southwest of the Lincoln area here, and again, looks like we're kind of seeing these storms kind of interacting with one another, so we'll see the potential there as well. So let's see if we can find the hail there. So we're going to the hail. Again, we're seeing that southwest of Lincoln, seeing that potential of large hail, also towards the West Fork area, seeing that potential for some large hail as well. So kind of in that severe thunderstorm warning there, we're seeing a lot of large hail, as well as gusty winds up to 70 miles per hour. So if we can get a little bit of a better view here, if we zoom into this, there we go. We'll zoom into here. So again, that was southwest of the Lincoln area. So we're seeing that large hail. So again, kind of near I-49, seeing the potential of some large hail as well. So if we kind of ping this here, let's see what this is giving back to us here towards Prairie Grove. So quarter-size hail, again, maybe you could see some history of some ping pong ball size hail as well. Obviously seeing a lot of heavy rain with this as well. So just a numerous amount of factors we're seeing with these storms they're moving through, and just a lot to keep an eye on. Again, so far we have not seen any tornadic activity. That's the good news for us here, but of course we're also watching potential flash flooding, and again, any severe storm that you have should be treated like a tornado warning, where you're staying away from windows, getting as many walls between you and the outside. Again, know where that safe space is, that safe shelter in your house, because again, some of you may be new to this severe weather. You know, you're moving from out of state, not really sure where to go. Again, for severe weather, lowest level, just to make sure, you know, you're lowest to the ground, and usually in an interior room like a bathroom can be a good spot away from the wall. That's usually kind of the best place to put it. So again, that's kind of the strongest cell moving through right now into Washington County, and also watching for the potential of some rotation as well. And thankfully, as of now, nothing too much, but again, we're watching that line kind of right here, northeast of Stillwell, to see if any of that starts to spin up a little bit.
Forecaster Joshua Weisel in the 5 News Storm Chaser out there this evening. If we can get ready to take his shot, he's in Greenland right now, so he's going to be in a pretty favorable position to give us a live update from the field with regards to that hail that might be moving into that neck of the woods. I know you guys are going to be working on that. In the meantime, here's Greenland, where he's at right now. We take a look at the actual hail potential, and what we find, let me actually take some data off here, make this easier to understand and read, is that hail is coming in right into Greenland right now. This is the one, this is the strongest of the hail cores right now. Y'all just let me know whenever we can take him, and that would be great. That warning is being updated. The new warning itself is going to be for, let's see here. Okay, this is going to be Joshua Weisel right now, live from the 5 News Storm Chaser, where that hail core is getting ready to merge. This, if I think, this looks like that McDonald's and that gas station right off of I-49 in Greenland. There's a sonic to the right-hand side there. Severe thunderstorm remains possible, 1.5 inch in diameter hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. That wind has obviously not made its way to Joshua's location here simply because of the flag there. We can tell that. Conditions remain favorable for these current storms to have all hazards as they continue to move into northwest Arkansas and eventually later this evening into the River Valley. Let's keep his shot handy. It's possible there may be some hail mixing in there. Are we able to talk to Joshua? Okay, can we work on that? Winds are picking up there. You can see those flags starting to blow. Those winds, I think right now, not near as severe as they're probably going to be in the next few minutes. We'll keep an eye on that shot there. Let's go back to live radar. This is where Josh was at. That hail core is moving closer and closer to him. He's right there off of 49. In fact, so if here's 49, here's Greenland. He's right here at that gas station, the one that has McDonald's on it right there. We'll go in a little bit tighter. So he's right here, right in this vicinity. That's where radar is going to be estimating hail moving into his location really quickly. Right now, up to quarter size in diameter, winds up to 70 miles per hour. Let's go back out. Let's get a reset here. We're coming up on our 4 o'clock newscast. We're, of course, going to have to squeeze in that newscast. What that means for this stream, I'm not entirely sure, but here's what I've got the folks trying to work out. This stream, if my plan in my head goes correctly, is going to be the stream will remain up with just radar, and then when things get active once more, we'll come right back over. Of course, the regular 5 News First at 4 begins right on the dot at 4 o'clock over on regular Channel 5 and on 5 News Plus there as well. It is a strong thunderstorm. Large new flash flood warning just issued. That's that large maroon polygon that now includes Adair, a good chunk of Washington, and Madison counties. That's for the additional potential of several more inches to continue to fall out of this storm on top of an already saturated ground. I know things are quiet in the river valley, and I'll tell you that actually concerns me just a bit. And the reason why, I want to show you. I want to show you how much storm fuel is available in the river valley. A lot. Especially you get to that I-40 corridor, and when these storms eventually start to work their way a little bit further towards the south, they're going to encounter an environment that's going to be very favorable for the potential of additional thunderstorm development, including hail, wind, and I'm afraid even a couple of tornadoes. Our tornado watch runs through 10 o'clock this evening. Closer into the severe thunderstorm warning for Washington County, it includes Springdale, Johnson, Fayetteville, West Fork, Prairie Grove, Lincoln, Ray. Let's see who else is going to be included. It's going to be Elkins and Goshen as well, all the way over to that Madison County line. Large hail, winds gusty to 70 miles per hour. Morrow, Dutch Mills, Westville, Christie, Peavine included in that original cell, although in Westville, Christie, and eastern Adair County, the majority of that cell is almost out of Adair, now moving into Washington County. Let's go ahead and take a look at our winds. I'm not seeing any signal of any strong rotation, but you can clearly see that green band right there. That's going to be some very gusty straight line winds, potentially as high as 60 to 70 miles an hour. Okmulgee. Can we get Danny's mic up?
Don't know if I'm here. There we go. We're starting to see, Scott, a little bit of kind of NROD popping up, some rotation potentially just to the east I-49 with that kind of cell out ahead of it. In terms of just the NROD, the velocity is not showing too much, but I think you're seeing a little bit of maybe a notch just to the southeast. Prairie Grove there, just southeast of West Fork potentially. So we'll have to keep an eye on that area right there.
I can kind of see that loosely here. From afar, it looked a little bit more concerning. And you zoom in, it's not as bad. You'll let me know when we need to take Joshua's shot once more if we need to. Yeah, I would see that right there, Danny, too.
Yeah, a little bit of a kind of inflow. So we'll have to keep an eye on that cell to see if it continues to develop and possibly rotates. But otherwise, across the region, it looks like that's kind of the biggest cell of concern. Obviously, that one back towards western Washington County as well. And as Scott mentioned, River Valley quiet now, but as that front continues to move southeast, could definitely see more cells start to develop.
Okay. We're about 90 seconds away from our 5 News First at 4. I'm going to talk out loud for the plan as I believe I understand it, and I will count on someone to correct me if I'm wrong. 5 News First at 4 will begin. Those on this stream will see us through our first main weather hit where we kind of recap everything. And then I'm going to put live radar on the screen. There won't be a lot of audio, at least not initially. When another warning is issued, we'll come right back here on this same stream. Or if you want to watch the entire newscast full of local news and weather and all the good stuff you can always expect, you can do that right over on 5 News and of course over on 5 News Plus. That's going to be your home for all things severe weather going into the next several hours. This is the one severe thunderstorm warning in our neck of the woods. It includes a large majority of Washington County, not all, but a large majority of Washington County included in that warning. It's exiting Adair County, which means the worst of it is now on the Arkansas side out there. You take a live look outside, I still see too much sunshine in the river valley. That tells us there's going to be a lot of storm fuel available for those specific cells, which is not necessarily good news. Okay, we're about 15 seconds out. You're going to see this stream transition over to just live radar. We'll be back with you in just a bit.
Live from 5 News, this is a Weather Impact Alert.
Thank you for joining us for your 5 News First at 4. I'm Morgan Wrigley, and it is a Weather Impact Alert day, so we're going to get straight to Chief Meteorologist Skot Covert, the Weather Impact team. If you've been watching on 5 News Plus, you already know we've been tracking the threat and timing of those storms.
That's exactly right. We're really at the beginning of this severe weather event. We've been tracking them for a couple of hours, but we're really just now entering into that prime window. Let's get straight to live radar right now. I'm working alongside meteorologist Danny Cassidy, who arrived at work at 2 o'clock this morning. Joshua Weisel in the 5 News Storm Chaser, tracking things from the field. We'll bring you live pictures from the Storm Chaser there tonight as well. Right now in Washington County, that's where we find our only severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. We've had others throughout the course of the day. This specific cell moving through Washington County has some large hail with it. There's a couple of different actual hail cores with the potential, in addition to that, of 70-mile-per-hour straight-line winds coming out of it. There have been some areas of rotation with this cell when it was back over in parts of Adair County. That's going to be in Oklahoma, and that's why the Weather Service has this tornado possible tag associated with it. Hail has now come up to 1.5 inches perhaps in diameter, which tells us there's certainly some large hailstones potentially making its way to the ground. We'll look at those first. You'll notice it's kind of a messy signal. These gray areas is where you would expect to find some of those hailstones, anywhere between a quarter up to that 1.5 inch there. Now, on top of this actual severe thunderstorm warning, there is a flash flood warning, which encompasses a large majority of the area. That's a main concern. I'm going to say main, a major concern going into this evening, in addition to the potential for some hail winds and even some tornadoes. A lot of rain. We've already seen a lot of flooding today, especially across Benton County. These cells primarily at the moment impacting northwest Arkansas. We've had some in northern Johnson County. We're really watching the actual front itself approaching us from the west. That front is going to be over in eastern Oklahoma, and as that front here continues to track east, more of these little showers, more of these little thunderstorms are going to develop, all of which are going to have the potential for all hazards of severe weather. Right now, we see that hail core, especially in parts of Washington County, was tracking closer and closer to Greenland, and that's where we find 5 News' Joshua Weisel live in the Storm Chaser right now. Joshua, have you seen any of that hail yet, and what is the wind doing? The gust potential was up to 70 miles per hour. That flag's moving a little bit quicker than it was earlier.
Yeah, and we've been down here in Greenland for a little bit. For a brief second, we had some small hail, really nothing significant. We didn't really see anything quarter-sized or anything, but the winds have definitely shifted. We saw these blowing back towards the west when it was moving in, kind of more inflow winds, and now starting to shift kind of towards the south and east now. So we're looking south right now, kind of towards the I-49 southbound entrance ramp there. Winds are starting to pick back up here in this area, as I think that that second cell is starting to make its way into our area. So lots of people have pulled off of the road. Always love to see when people pull off into an area like a gas station and not underneath the overpasses, just because that's incredibly dangerous. But right now it is raining really, really hard out here, and definitely reduced visibility on the road. So regardless if this is producing severe activity in this area or not, definitely not the best driving conditions for anyone commuting. So take it easy out there. And right now it looks like our winds don't look too significant for the time being, but we'll let you know if we notice any changes besides this wind shift here. And definitely there's lots of lightning out here as well. So definitely take the precautions to protect yourself from being outdoors in the middle of these storms, and pull over to a gas station if you're driving, and don't pull up underneath an overpass, just because, like I said, that's dangerous. But good news is, at least here in this part of Greenland, haven't really seen that significant hail, so it looks like at least that's fortunate that it didn't occur here.
All right, thank you, Joshua. And our weather impact team coverage continues in the River Valley, where they've seen more sunshine to start the day. 5 News reporter Claire Everbach is live in Fort Smith right now. And Claire, what are the conditions like there? It looks like it's still sunny out there.
Yeah, Morgan, that's right. It definitely is more sunny over here in Sebastian County. It is quite windy, though, as you can see. And as the weather team mentioned, this sunshine that's happening right now might add to the severe weather risk later on tonight. I'm tracking the conditions at the Sebastian County Emergency Management Office. Officials here are also busy staying on top of the forecast and making any necessary preparations for the severe weather. Those preparations include closely tracking the forecast and sheltering if any sirens go off. Right now, emergency managers say Sebastian County is under a watch for flooding and tornadoes. They're asking everyone to stay on top of phone alerts, and they also say that the radio is another good source of information. We'll hear more from emergency management officials at 5, but for now, in Fort Smith, covering news where you live, Claire Everbach, 5 News.
Thank you, Claire. And today's storms are impacting a wide area. Let's go now to 5 News reporter Bo Russell. He's live in Centerton. And Bo, I understand a flooded road just reopened. Where exactly are you?
Morgan, hey, yeah, I'm on the corner of Greenhouse and Kimmel, and you can see the road behind me here pretty clear right now. When we got here just about 45 minutes ago, it was completely flooded in water, about knee high. And as you just heard from Claire, you know, it's sunny where she is right now. It was pretty sunny here just 10 minutes ago. Now we're hearing thunder and it's raining again. So that shows just how quickly these situations can change in heavy weather situations. I also want to show you across the road here. You see in situations like these, low-lying roads where they're pretty even with the ground next to them, and that water's all the way up to the road over there. Officials tell me that can become pretty dangerous pretty quickly because it messes with your depth perception. So when you're driving, it's hard to tell just how deep that water is, and that can become dangerous pretty fast in flash flooding situations. Now, Centerton city employees were out here when we got here. They tell me they've been really following the weather to try to help keep people safe.
But our concern is people be aware of this flooding, because it doesn't take much to put you off the side of the road. If you can avoid it, avoid it. That's the best I can offer. In the event you have to go through it, go as slow as you can, keep your motor running, because there's a lot of times the water gets up underneath the engine compartments and it'll do you in.
We're going to keep our eye on reports of flooding in the area. You know, there's still a heavy weather watch in place, so we're going to be updating you on that as it comes. Be sure to stay tuned to the 5 News app. We're going to have updates there as well. Live in Centerton, covering news where you live, I'm Bo Russell, 5 News.
All right, thank you, Bo. And remember, you can stay safe, informed, and connected on the 5 News Plus Smart TV app. There you can find our extended forecast and live coverage from our weather team. Download on your TV and watch for free. Well, happening tonight in Fort Smith, several grassroots organizations are holding a town hall to inform voters and discuss upcoming ballot measures.
and impacts right now in just minutes. Hey, welcome back to your 5 News First at 4. It is a weather impact day. Severe thunderstorms moving across the area. Numerous reports of flooding, and we're starting to see that severe weather threat really materialize. Now, most of the activity that we've seen thus far has been north of Interstate 40, mostly primarily northwest Arkansas, but we're starting to see some signs of additional development back in parts of the River Valley. Doesn't look like much yet. Random lightning strike near Mountainburg right there. That probably tells us we've got some towers starting to go up. You've got some showers moving over into portions of Sequoia and LaFleur County. And of course, this is our main front right here. That's the culprit that's going to spark the majority of these actual thunderstorms. So as that gets closer, expect some additional development along that actual front. Let's go into our severe thunderstorm warning, which continues in Washington County. That's going to remain in effect for the next little bit. A very strong thunderstorm with potential to have 70-mile-per-hour straight line winds and 1.5 inches in diameter hail. That has been confirmed. We've got a spotter report out of Lincoln that measured 1.5 inches hail. That storm moving towards West Fork right now. Eventually it tracks over into Madison County yet again. Fayetteville on the north side of this storm, heavy rain, lots of lightning, probably some gusty winds. The most intense part right in this vicinity from Lincoln through West Fork and points to the east along Interstate, up and down Interstate 49 right there. Not the best time to be traveling. Here's the tunnel right here. You can imagine the visibility is probably just not that great at all. Farmington, Fayetteville, Johnson, Prairie Grove also included in this warning. Source here, changes to observe, no longer Doppler radar indicated. We have confirmation from our spotters in the field that hail is actually living up to what radar believes it probably is going to be. When we slide off towards the east here, what we're going to find is those cells are moving back into the Huntsville area, Japton, Hinesville. And that's an area that has seen a lot of rain throughout the course of the day, even in recent days. And so our flash flood threat is going to continue to materialize as those continue to train over the same areas over and over and over again. That's what this maroon box is for. Most of northwest Arkansas under a flash flood warning. There's also one from northern Franklin County here as well. This is some storm activity that was pushing through earlier. Doesn't look like much now. It isn't much. It'll continue pushing into portions of northeastern Johnson County. I want to work my way back over into Crawford County. There was a little lightning strike right here all by itself, which tells us there's probably some initiation trying to happen. Whether or not it actually breaks that cap or not is yet to be determined. There is some showers moving towards Sallisaw. Pointed those out to you. Lightning's coming up on those. Keota also has some shower activity that's moving towards Cowington right there. Watch for those to potentially grow into thunderstorms. They got to start somewhere, right? And that's probably what's happening out there. As you look at the wider perspective, there's not a lot going on in the River Valley. In fact, there's a lot of sunshine, and that sunshine has given me a lot of heartburn throughout the course of the day. That sunshine builds up storm fuel, and you can see where we've not seen clouds, where we've not seen thunderstorms, that storm fuel is on the high end of the scale. It's unstable. The atmosphere is warm and it's muggy. Just step outside anywhere in the River Valley and you're going to feel exactly that. Where we've seen a lot of rain and thunderstorms, storm fuel is a little bit lower out there. This thunderstorm right now in Washington County, it's riding that boundary. Thunderstorms love to ride boundaries. That's when they start to misbehave. And that's what's happening with that one right there as it continues to ride that boundary off towards the east. With that front approaching us, we'll continue to see some additional thunderstorms pushing into the area. Here's the key takeaways. This is going to run through about 10 o'clock tonight. We're looking at all potential hazards tonight: hail, wind, tornadoes, and some heavy rain. Flooding is going to be a concern. You want to have multiple ways to receive warnings. We'll keep you posted right here on 5 News, 5 News Plus, Facebook, YouTube Live. We're going to be as many places as we possibly can be. Here's the latest severe weather risk zones for today. It looks like this has actually been upgraded, Danny, from when we first showed this a little bit earlier ago. This is a level 3 for almost the entire 5 News viewing area, a level 3 out of 5. So we're kind of on the higher end of things. Hail size today could reach 2 inches. That doesn't mean everyone that sees hail is going to see up to 2-inch hail. Some 60 to 70 mile per hour straight line winds. A couple of strong tornadoes can't be ruled out as well. When you look back and peel back the layers on those hazards, our tornado parameters are going to be highest between, let's say, Fayetteville down towards Fort Smith. That doesn't mean they're not there elsewhere. That just means where they're going to be highest in that vicinity. Hail is equal area wide, and our damaging wind potential kind of in that same similar zone, a large majority of the area. Timing looks like this. In about 45 minutes or so, we're still seeing those clusters. Futurecast thinks we're starting to see some additional development in the River Valley, finally breaking through that cap. With time later in this evening, we would expect more of these storms to be in the River Valley. That probably continuing into the evening hours, probably at least through 10, 11 o'clock tonight. Slowly that front pushes everything off towards the south and east. There are a lot of flood alerts. And look, I know that we hear the word tornado and we hear hail and high winds, and that gets our attention a lot quicker than flooding. We've seen a lot of rain in recent days. You have active flood warnings, that's everything in maroon, but everybody is included in a flood watch. There are going to be parts of the area that see an unfortunate amount of rain. For the last 12 hours, most of it has been in northwest Arkansas. When you look at these colors, it kind of looks psychedelic. No, you're not tripping. 2 to potentially upwards of 4 inches of rain is what radar estimates area-wide. It's 92 with a heat index of 102 in Fort Smith. Those winds, breezy, dew points are high. The atmosphere is primed if we can get those storms to go in the River Valley. It's 72, meanwhile, in Fayetteville, gust up to 29 there at Drake Field. Here's some good news for you. We get past tomorrow, scattered showers, maybe a clap of thunder in the morning. Second half of tomorrow is looking a little bit better by Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Boy, oh boy, we've got some good old-fashioned late summer, early fall weather. It's going to feel good out there. Razorback games should go off without a hitch. Well, weather-wise anyways. Mid-80s this weekend in the River Valley. Lots of sunshine coming through the area. Got a window between now and let's say about midnight tonight. Once we get past that, I think we're going to start to see some much quieter weather towards the second half of this week.
All right, thank you, Scott. And here's a live look from outside on this weather impact alert day. You can see it looks like it's raining out there right now. We'll be right back as we continue to monitor these current and potential storms as we move through. News,
Stream
and then we'll
continues,
see
yeah.
you on air here on your 5 News at 5.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Back on the live stream we go. We had that 4 o'clock newscast. Had to get that out of the way. Brought you some weather updates. If you weren't able to join us over there, no worries. We'll get you set up with the latest forecast right here as to what we're seeing out there. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Washington County. These storms are not moving very fast at all, about 25 to 30 miles per hour. And that's why flooding continues to be a large concern for us as that one continues to track over towards the east into Madison County. At times, it's produced some large hail. In fact, we have a report from one of our spotters that suggested 1.5-inch diameter hailstones with that cell near Lincoln. Now, the other interesting thing that's starting to really unfold over the last, let's say, 10, 15 minutes, there is that additional development. As our front's getting closer, you notice these little showers, there's not much to them right now, but there's a couple of them that are now moving into that area where the atmosphere is a bit more primed and favorable for severe storms. There's 2 that I'm watching very closely, the first of which is now moving through Sallisaw. That one, not severe at the moment, but it's growing rather quickly. There's probably minimally some heavy rain, even some small hail coming out of that cell. A lot of lightning as we're seeing. The same thing can be said about this cell in southern Adair County. It's getting ready to move into northern Crawford County. Eventually it may track over into southwestern Washington County again. These things right now, I know they don't look like much at all. And frankly, there aren't much at all at the moment, but the environment that they're moving into tells us they're probably going to continue to grow and do so rather quickly. These, in fact, I'll loop it for you. I'll show you the last 15 minutes, and you're going to see they go from pretty much nothing to something in a matter of, well, in this case, about 15 minutes. You kind of see those just blossom, just bubbling up right there, especially this one here in the middle. It just kind of comes out of nowhere there. And there's some more building off towards the south. Our front's still back over towards Tulsa, Muskogee. That line is going to continue pushing towards the east. And as it continues to push, it's providing some lift. It's saying, hey, those thunderstorms, it's time to get going. We're going to lift you off the ground, and that's what's inevitably happening out there. So while the river valley is pretty quiet at the moment, has been for the most of the day, I think we're now starting to see the building of those showers and storms back toward McAllister. Those inevitably will be impacting parts of the river valley. Looks like there's a shower, south of the river in Franklin County. They're probably near, let's say, near Cecil. If I had to guess, it's going to be right there near Cecil. That could be some initial development starting to happen out there as well. Let's go back into our severe thunderstorm warning. That's a big picture overview of what we're looking at the moment. This severe thunderstorm warning includes Madison and Washington County, the most intense part of the storm right here, east of 49 there. Look at all of that lightning. My goodness. In fact, what I want to do is I want the computer to tell me how much lightning strikes that is over the last 10 minutes alone. It's probably going to be a lot. 352. 352 lightning strikes through Winslow, Durham. I wonder what our transmitter's doing down there. Our transmitter's in Winslow. It's a lightning rod, of course. That storm, it's not doing great. We were off the air, so that explains that. That cell, as intense as it is, tracking towards the east into Madison County. Is that a new warning?
Yeah, so that extension, you were noting that line, or to say that cell next to Stillwell, that has now been extended. So this line kind of developing here, and we could see potentially up to $half size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then as it organized into that line, I think that wind threat's really going to develop as well.
This one right here, Cherry Tree, east of 59, approaching the Arkansas-Oklahoma state line. This may move over towards Lincoln again. Oh, no, I'm too far north. This one's going to move into Crawford County, National Dam, Lee Creek.
Yeah, so this is in effect for Adair County, far southern Washington County, and northern Crawford County.
Okay, sorry, lost my bearings there for just a bit. Yeah, this is the one that yeah, you're exactly right. We were just talking about it starting to bubble up, and it was probably going to be our next severe thunderstorm warning. And here it is, in fact, happening out there. A little bit of hail, is that right?
Yeah, possibly up to $half size. You can see towards Cherry Tree there, where Scott's going to point kind of where that little bit of lighter white is. That's going to be the higher hail core.
And that's going to be tracking towards the east here. So it's not going to be too much longer before it's making its way into northwestern Crawford County. Danny, can you tell me how fast it's moving?
Yes, 35 miles per hour.
Still, everything's been moving pretty much at 35 miles per hour. So you track that out there. This is going to give us a decent idea. Salem Church, 439. How about Bell School, 441. Lee Creek at 503. Bug Scuffle Church, 504 out there this evening. The hail core right along Oklahoma 59 right now, approaching the Arkansas-Oklahoma state line at about 35 miles per hour. It's mostly been hail and flooding thus far this evening. I want to take a look back into velocity. This one is an environment that could support a little rotation. Not seeing that out there right now on either of the wind products. That's good. That's good. I'm going to look at rotation just to be safe as well. Yeah, not seeing much at all. That's good.
Yeah, we're continuing to watch as Scott's looking just again any rotation for any tornadic activity. We also were noting that we're seeing a little bit of southwest flow in the river valley, which is good news for us, is because usually when you have southeast flow, it's a little bit more favorable for tornadic activity, and that kind of interacts with the front that's moving in from the northwest. But since we have a little bit more southwest flow interacting with a northwest to southeast moving front, that can maybe help limit that potential, but obviously still monitoring that.
So this cell here in Sallisaw is intensifying rather quickly as well. That's going to be moving through Aikens and Brushy as well. I'm curious what our cameras look like in Fort Smith. Which one can I point to the west? ACHE probably has a good view of that one. Let me turn this camera over that direction. Or actually wonder if Poto might be a little bit better. Look at both of them. So first ACHE, where there's still a little bit of sunshine out there. Spinning this around. Off towards the west. Not seeing too much of interest from this view. I can see the storm. If it's anything to show you, I'll put it up on air, but no, I don't think that one is going to be doing us any favors. I'll keep it pointed off towards the west just for the meantime. How about Poto? This one sits on Eastern Oklahoma Medical Center. I won't waste your time with putting it on the screen if it's not going to show anything, but maybe it will. Nope. Okay, we'll keep an eye on those. I thought they might actually give us a view of that Sallisaw storm, but not yet. Not yet. We'll continue tracking all of these. Okay, so no new warnings for our area. Here's the area-wide picture that we're looking at. Severe thunderstorm watch included for far southern Oklahoma, but most of our area is a tornado watch. You can see everything there in yellow. That's going to be the tornado watch, which runs through 10 o'clock this evening. There's that severe thunderstorm well to the south. It does include Polk County. I know we have some viewers there in Polk County as well. And that tornado watch extends well into central Arkansas, as far back west as a good chunk of the eastern half of Oklahoma. Live radar shows some flash flood warnings. There are numerous of them. We continue to see a lot of rain in a short amount of time, because these storms aren't moving very fast, and there's a lot of moisture in the air. You probably saw that. Some water, flooded roadways in Greenland, some lanes nearly impassable. I believe that was actually taken from one of our friends near Drake Field, so that would check out there. I want to go back into the Sallisaw storm, and then we'll work our way back up into the Adair County storm. These are the new ones that are popping up, and you can see even back towards Tamaha, Brent, Cowington, there's some additional development along the line there that's starting to really blossom pretty quickly. Notice the lightning continues to tick up along this specific cell right here, northeast of Sallisaw, moving towards Brushy. I'm curious what this little fella in the middle was going to do. It hasn't done much out there right now, but when you go back to the severe thunderstorm warning that's now moving out of Adair County, it is still technically in Adair County, is splitting the state line and the county line right there. It's going to move closer and closer. Okay, there's the new warning issued out in advance of that. So new warning just issued. popping up on the map. That's going to get ahead of this storm, and that's the reason it's being issued. Is expected to probably continue to grow as it moves into an area. Now, interestingly enough, Winslow yet again under another severe thunderstorm warning. As that flashes there, it tells us it's new into the system. There's a strong thunderstorm on you right now. I'm not quite sure if Dan, do they issue because...
So I think they are continuing that active warning. There's a lot of polygons kind of standing on top of each other. So it's a current one, but what they're doing is, and good news for us, they're downgrading the threat. So it's now only about nickel-size hail. Obviously, you can do a lot of damage, but about nickel-size hail at best, and then 60-mile-per-hour winds. You can see, again, when these cells are first initiating, you're seeing that hail threat initially, and then as they kind of join together the line, then the wind threat kind of develops. And that's why, if you're following us at the news at 4, you saw that upgrade to the SPC, how that wind threat is a lot higher for the river valley. That's because we expect this line to kind of organize, become more of a wind threat as we head towards later in the evening.
Yeah, pick your poison type of thing. Straight line winds, tornadoes. I think a lot of people are more scared of tornadoes, understandably, but the fact is they both cause damage out there. They both cause wind damage. Difference is, instead of spinning the winds, one of them just going straight out. To me, they're both bad. The hail is bad too. Okay, so looks like things are, that one really blew up. New warning coming out for that one. That happened quick.
And that'll be for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds.
Okay, so this is a base severe thunderstorm warning, but that is probably going to grow into something else. This severe thunderstorm, this is one we kind of were looking at a lot there. Tried to find it on our cameras, couldn't see it much there. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be moving towards Cedarville, Alma, Mountainburg. You're included in this new severe thunderstorm warning. Danny, that one moving at 35 as well?
Absolutely, and that's in effect until 5:45. So as we've been mentioning, they're not moving very fast, so it's piling on not only obviously the wind and hail chance, but also a lot of heavy rain as well.
Okay, let's track this out, give you some times. Bellefonte up here at 4:50, you got a few minutes there short, 4:57. Uniontown, that's going to be in your neck of the woods right there at 5:02. Dripping Springs, 5:05. The Crawford County Speedway, 5:07. Cedarville right around 5:09. Hobbtown at 5:14. Rudy at 5:17. Alma at 5:21, Dean Springs 5:24. How about Mountainburg at 5:28? The Lake Fort Smith State Park, if we have any campers out there this evening, 5:36. Bluff Hole Park, that's going to be there along 64 near Mulberry. And I've already pushed the button off, so I can't tell you what the time was, but whatever it said is when it's going to be there, unless it speeds up or slows down. That storm is growing quickly. These two storms we were mentioning at the end of that 4 o'clock newscast as the potential for our next severe thunderstorms, that's what's happened, and we have to also watch these guys right down here. Another one really starting to pulse up near Stigler. Let's go in. Is there any rotation with these? Probably not at this point. They're relatively early in their life cycle. Actually, I do see, interestingly enough, a little bit right here. It's weak. It's really weak. You can pick out near Aikens. So this is going to be right along Oklahoma 101. Some weak rotation right there. See that, where those greens are coming together? That would probably be where some really weak returns are right now. That's going to be coming closer and closer to the state line with time. I keep pushing all the wrong buttons today. Well, this is what I wanted anyways. That's going to be tracking into Crawford County. Wouldn't be a great idea to be traveling between Sallisaw over towards Fort Smith and Alma on 40 or 64 if you can avoid it. And Danny, you pointed this out earlier. You can really see when you loop this over the last hour, not only are these starting to take a little bit more of a southerly turn, that line is really starting to develop. You can kind of see it. It's congealing right here in Washington County, Crawford, Adair, Sequoia. It becomes a bit more broken as we get closer to the McAllister area. But what you'll eventually find is while this is a broken line right now, it's probably going to continue to all come together right in this general vicinity right there. And with a little bit of a southeasterly turn to it, there we go. We're bringing more storms back into the river valley. What's the latest storm fuel, we ask? Well, let's go ahead and take a look. It's still going to be high, especially in the river valley. I know this is a crazy map. I know it is. Let's try to make some sense of it. Storm fuel. This is the amount of energy and the available for these storms to tap into. And they grow into severe thunderstorms once they tap into the storm fuel. The storms that have moved through a good majority of northwest Arkansas has stabilized the atmosphere, at least for now. It looks like their atmosphere is trying to recover, trying to add some more fuel, perhaps in Delaware County, far western Benton County. We'll watch that for you. But for the meantime, where the atmosphere hasn't been turned over, where we've not seen a lot of widespread rain and storms in the river valley, that's where we would expect that line. You can kind of see the lightning strikes there, kind of indicating where that line is. As that's pushing into the river valley, notice these purples. What does that mean? Well, you look up here to your scale, we're in the high category when it comes to the amount of fuel available for these thunderstorms. That tells us, again, we're probably still on the leading edge of this event. While we have not seen a lot in the river valley, and you're thinking, Scott, what's going on? It's coming, and we're starting to see those showers and storms develop right now as we speak. These severe thunderstorm warnings starting to be issued a little bit further south. We're now squarely into the river valley here with those severe thunderstorms that were just issued by the Weather Service out of Tulsa. And you look back towards McAllister, I mean, I can even see way far away from the radar, there's that additional development that's going to be swinging through. So more is going to be pulsing up, and those are going to be growing. There's even actually some activity back here towards Tulsa as well that could be swinging through with time if they can make it over here. Let's do this. Danny, do you want to talk about watches? Anything else you're seeing over there?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, as Scott was mentioning, first I want to mention about like the storm energy, right? We'll go back to that briefly. Just because there's a lot of energy doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be worse. We'll show you the storm energy here that we're going to show you. So you saw that a lot of colors, right? And usually storms like to ride along that boundary where basically it cuts off. So when it goes from a little to a lot, so basically the light blue to the purple likes to ride that boundary. But that doesn't always necessarily mean like it's going to be awful in that category. There's just a lot of work with. Sometimes there can be a lot of energy and it never gets tapped into because there's no front to move through. We've got a front to move through, but one of the things with this particular storm in general is we have a little bit more of southwesterly flow in this area. So we kind of have this here towards the river valley, and it's interacting with a front that's moving to the southeast. Yeah, you can get some rotation there. They call that wind shear, right, as winds kind of change as you go in the atmosphere. But when you have not as great conversions at the surface, right, so you got air kind of coming together and colliding and then rising, it can maybe limit the impact of storms a little bit. Not to say we're just not going to still see severe weather. Obviously, you're seeing it here. But if winds were more, let's say, out of the southeast, things might be a little bit worse because there's a lot of convergence, right? Air colliding with one another. But since it's more out of the southwest, that might be limiting a little bit of the storm's potential, which is obviously good news for us. So something we'll keep an eye on. If that wind stays out of the southwest, that could help limit things a little bit, maybe just a lower severe storm rather than, again, very strong things. But again, still keeping an eye on that. Otherwise, as Scott was mentioning, we'll again continue to keep you updated on the watches. So right now, tornado watch in effect. You can see everywhere in yellow, so the whole 5 News coverage area is under that tornado watch until 10 p.m. tonight. Now, eventually, things will start to cancel out a little bit, right? Once storms kind of pass through, maybe parts of northwest Arkansas won't be underneath it. But of course, we are watching the potential of some severe storms continuing through the afternoon and evening as well. Just also getting a report of flash flooding in the Prairie Grove area. So a lot of reports out of Washington County right now where a lot of that heavy rain is. We'll see if it's popping up here on the storm reports. Let's see if we can see the storm reports here. Not sure if it'll be on there. So you can see a couple reports here of what we've seen recently. But again, the good news is it's a very quiet storm report, right? We don't have a ton going on, which is obviously always good news for us. We'll zoom in here and you can see a lot of it in Washington County. So that hail was near the Winslow area. That was for about a ping pong ball size hail. The Prairie Grove, so there it is. We'll cue it here to see if we can get any more information out of this. But it looks like, again, water covering the intersection of Prairie Grove several inches deep. So that's a report from social media. That was at about 4:30, so about 15 minutes ago. So a lot of impassable roads. We saw one as well in Benton County, in the Springdale area as well in northern Washington County, where kind of near Puppy Creek Road, the intersection, I believe, let me get the corner of 56th Street and Wagler Road near Sharp's Quarry. We're seeing a lot of impassable roads because of all that rain. Again, there's been a ton of rain recently. If we just go back to the last 48 hours, if we zoom out here, we've seen plenty of rainfall over the past couple of days. Many areas, especially in Benton and Carroll County, seeing anywhere from about, let's say, 2 to 5 inches of rainfall. And then you can see the Eastern River Valley seeing upwards of 4 or 5 inches of rainfall. And that's just from the past couple of days. We had some last week on Friday. This isn't including Saturday's rainfall, where we saw plenty of rain. So any little bit added more to the system is, the ground just can't take it anymore, right? It's like a sponge. I'm using that analogy again. But eventually, when you add enough water to a sponge, it's going to fizzle out. So I won't really show. I don't have a sponge with me. It should have been a good example. But we're seeing a lot of that kind of happen here where, again, water's being added and it can't go anywhere. It just has to run off. And when it runs off, that's what leads to a lot of those impassable roads. So all the threats are involved. Scott's been saying it really well. Obviously, you think of severe weather, you think of tornadoes, large hail, and winds, but also you have to worry about flash flooding as well. It's because of how much rain we've seen recently. So we'll go back to the radar here, just going to show you an overlook. I'm going to take off the lightning for a second because it is kind of busy, but these are the showers and storms. You can see the main line here is kind of organizing where that cold front is, kind of near McAllister. You can see a new warning there southwest of McAllister. But the main line here is basically this cold front that's lining up right through this area, through McAllister, and I know I'm not great at drawing circles. This is going to be not my best invention, but this circle right here, and these will continue to develop and organize into a line, seeing a little bit of some, again, kind of more organized activities, so that greater wind threat. This will continue to move off to the southeast for, let's say, the next few hours or so. So I want to see if the latest kind of future cast, if we see any of that here over the next few hours to see what it looks like. So let's slow this down a little bit. So this is, again, a model indication. It's not always the best, but can kind of give you an idea of what it looked like. So here's right now, we're seeing some showers and storms, and it's okay estimation, right? And then for the next hour or so, continue to move off to the southeast, seeing more development along the line here. Let's go to 6 o'clock here, now moving towards the river valley, and then closer to 7 o'clock, again, continuing to see more development off to the west, and that organizing a little bit. So we'll continue to see more development move south and east here through the next few hours. So again, if you're in the river valley and you're like, well, we haven't seen any rain yet, you said it was going to rain, it is going to rain. We're starting to see it now approach the Fort Smith area there in Sequoia County, again, kind of organizing with this line. So if you take off the lightning, and even just take off the warnings as well. Let's see if we can do that here for just a second. We're seeing, again, more of that storm kind of organizing here. I just took out the fill. Taking out more of the organization of these storms are now, again, forming in that line. So and we're continuing to watch as these storms, again, continue to move off to the southeast. And as this moves through, we're not necessarily done yet with the storms. There is still some back off to the northwest, but it'll definitely use a lot of energy. And as we get closer to sunset, that should help kind of wane that chance here. But we are watching the potential of a little bit of spin in the atmosphere, kind of near the Tulsa area. You can see that storm kind of pulsing up here. So we'll show you what that looks like here near Tulsa. So right near the low pressure, kind of where this cold front is moving through, right? So this low pressure right here is getting a little bit of spin here. So as the low moves a little bit farther east, we'll have to watch if that spin gets introduced to our neck of the woods and see if that kind of introduces any spin for us. But right now, again, we're doing okay in terms of, I guess, the worst of severe weather, but a couple of updates for you. There's reported some power outages in the Salsa area. That's as of about 10 minutes ago. So we're watching the potential of that. Again, could see some power outages, whether it be for flooding. And one thing to note, too, with all of the rainfall, that ground's a lot more saturated. So even winds 50, 60 miles per hour, doesn't have to be the strongest of winds, can really knock over, uproot power lines, uproot trees, because the ground's so wet. It's easier to knock those things over, especially older trees, older power lines that have a little less foundation. You have to worry about that. So fortunately, there could be some power outages, of course. If you're watching us on your TV, have us on your smartphone, that should be able to continue that coverage as well. So something to definitely keep in mind there. But again, continue to monitor this, and hopefully this just continues to be, at an okay pace here and doesn't pick up. But we'll continue to watch as there's a lot of energy to tap into in the river valley.
Thank you, Danny. I wanted to point something out to you. Hey, thank you, Danny. I wanted to point something out to you that I've been watching really closely here in Sequoia County. You notice that cell that's getting ready to close in on the Arkansas-Oklahoma state line. This one specifically right here, it's undergoing some interesting transformations. I'm going to actually do this. I'm going to scooch this back over. I'm going to show you the last 10-15 minutes of this cell. I've been watching it closely. You were discussing kind of the setup and things going on. Back here, it starts to evolve. And you start to see right in this general time frame, it starts to take a bit more of that classic supercellular structure on it. In fact, look at it right here. Where is it at? Right in this general vicinity, you start to see a little bit more of an appendage, a little bit more of a hook, but why it's not able to actually get going, at least as of right now, there's a lot of cell interactions taking place. What this was it was trying to do it. It was trying to grow into that severe thunderstorm warning. Here's a new one I'll pass along to you in just a moment. It was really trying to get going, but it's interacting with these other cells. They're fighting right now, and as long as they're fighting with each other, they're going to start to wear on each other. Eventually, one's going to win out. We'll keep you posted with regards to that. New severe thunderstorm warning. This one's going to be for a large chunk of Franklin County. Backing this up here, it's going to include Alex, Ozark, Watalula. It's also going to include, let's say, Vesta. No, not Vesta. It's going to include Cecil, though. It's for this cell moving in out of the north. No, we just lost that radar again coming through. Maybe it'll spin back and catch it.
See if I can update it here for you.
Thank you.
Wanted to also pass along with that update in Sequoia County, 3,300 power outages, customers without power. And then also something to note here as well, with this storm moving through the area, it has now been upgraded to 70-mile-per-hour winds, so catching a little bit more of that energy that really hasn't been tapped into today.
Yeah, as you would expect as we continue to see that. How many more minutes till that cut in? 2 minutes, less than 2. Okay, thank you.
There we go. It's getting some of that radar back.
This is going to be that warning. Ozark, Watalula, up and down the Pig Trail, cast included in that as well. 70-mile-per-hour winds, straight line winds coming out of that, moving through the mountains, pushing off towards the south. And we'll have a track on that for you coming up in just a few minutes. If you're watching the stream right here, you've heard us talking with our producers and directors about a cut-in. We're going to have to do a little preview over on the traditional Channel 5, so you're going to see that happen in real time. A little housekeeping for you. We also are going to have to do that 5 o'clock newscast, that pesky 5 o'clock newscast. And when that happens, what we're going to do is put live radar up here on the stream. We'll come back over in the event of a tornado warning being issued, but you can catch us with a full in-depth forecast there on 5 News Plus or over on traditional Channel 5. When that newscast is over, we're going to be right back here on the stream. And then we got to do the 6 o'clock newscast, and we'll do it all over again. That cut-in coming up here in about 40 seconds, rather. This is all really filling in as that line continues to develop back off towards the west. Those cells, as long as they're interacting with each other, no one of them specifically is able to become dominant and really start to rotate or spin. How much longer can that happen before one overtakes all the others? Yet to be seen. But that cell coming out of Sequoia County, I was watching it closely and I could tell it was trying. It was trying hard, and then it got overcome by some other cells. Standing by. Hey everyone, it's Scott and Danny Cassidy here at Channel 5, tracking a line of severe thunderstorms capable of producing 70-mile-per-hour winds, gusty wind conditions, a large amount of hail, heavy rain. Numerous warnings continue to be issued. A tornado watch in effect for the entire 5 News viewing area. That runs until 10 o'clock this evening. On top of that, a flood watch in effect for everybody. We'll have the full latest track and timing for you right here at your 5 News at 5 in about 5 minutes. So as that happened, we saw a new severe thunderstorm warning be issued. This one is going to include portions of Sequoia and LaFleur counties as well. It's for this cell right here, 1-inch hail near Stigler, 60-mile-per-hour straight line winds. That tracking towards the east-northeast, Sallisaw, and eventually into portions of northern LaFleur County. That will make its way into parts of Crawford, maybe even parts of Sebastian County as well, kind of depending on the trajectory it takes. So all these warnings starting to fire up as that line continues to get going. You've heard us talk about that line a lot today, and now is when that is all starting to take place. Lots of storm fuel in the area, lots of ingredients available for these storms to tap into. Right now, because the storm mode is messy, and we talk about storm mode, that means these aren't discrete, isolated supercells. As much as they're trying to be, they're not. If they were to be isolated and discrete, they probably would have already been a lot worse by now. But because there's numerous of these clusters out there, they're kind of competing against each other, and it's tough for one to really take root and get going before its neighbor kind of undercuts it or starts to influence it somehow. It's messy out there, and while it's still severe, I don't want to discount that. While it's still severe, at least it's messy and not individual discrete supercells. They can still spawn tornadoes even as a messy line, but the chances are going to be a little bit lower, and that's what we've seen thus far out there this afternoon. Now going into this evening, it's been quiet across the river valley for most of the day, and you've kind of been patiently awaiting. You're looking outside, there's some sunshine, it's warm, it's hot, really. It's muggy, especially in the river valley. Well, these storms are now starting to take a little bit more of a southerly track, and they will be moving into your neck of the woods. We'll loop this over the last 3 hours. That's going to give you a really good idea of the track these have been taking and the changes that have been undergoing over the last few minutes. There you see them moving mostly towards the east-northeast, and then they start to dip off towards the south. making that slight southerly turn. That'll bring a lot of that activity down out of northwest Arkansas into the river valley. Not to say there couldn't be some additional activity move into northwest. I mean, look at this cluster of storms developing near Tulsa in the Tulsa metro area. That very well could make its way into parts of northwest as well. Meantime, the strongest of storms right now along this Madison, Washington, Crawford, Franklin line extending back into LaFleur County as well as Sequoia County as well. Yes, I'll make my way over to the weather desk right now. Folks here on the stream, if you're watching us, we're about to do that thing I warned you about where we are going to transition over into your 5 News at 5. What you will see here on the stream is just a radar loop with no audio. If you want to join us for a full forecast, tracks on these storms, you can do so over on traditional Channel 5 or on 5 News Plus. When a warning is issued or at the conclusion of that 5:30 newscast, we will rejoin you right here on this exact same stream. We will see you then. We are now less than a minute from joining our 5 News at 5 newscast. Darren and Morgan in the studio standing by with some news. We've got reporters in the field, not only tracking severe weather, but of course other local news stories. Joshua Weisel live in the 5 News Storm Chaser right now. We'll have a look at what he's seeing as he gets closer and closer to intercepting some of these cells now moving into Crawford County. That warning, newest one, was just issued for portions of Sequoia and LaFleur County as this line continues to develop. We're about 15 seconds away from us going silent on here on the live stream. Again, if you want to join us over on 5 News, now is the time to do so.
Live from 5 News, this is a weather impact alert.
Storms and flooding expected in our area all day today. Hail, damaging winds, tornadoes still a possibility, and that's where we're going to start on this Weather Impact Alert Day. I'm Darren Bobb, Chief Meteorologist Skot Covert. You can see there are left on your screen there. We do have a 5 News Storm Chaser out right now, and Rudy heading west right now, looking at the things going on in the River Valley. And Scott, it's pretty much everywhere right now.
It is. The situation slowly continuing to unfold. We do have that storm chaser, Joshua Weisel, manning that today, getting in a good position to intercept that severe thunderstorm, getting ready to move into Crawford County. Right now, we have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings around the area. No active tornado warnings, although a tornado watch indicating conditions are favorable for the quick development of tornadoes. That's in effect area-wide until 5 o'clock this evening. There's a lot happening on this radar. Let's try to work together to make some sense of all this. Orange is going to be our active severe thunderstorm warnings. That includes southern Madison County, a good chunk of Franklin, almost all of Crawford County, Sequoia, LaFleur, and back off towards Stigler. Those are severe thunderstorm warnings capable of producing large hail, 1 inch in diameter across most of them, 60-mile-per-hour straight-line winds. You've got ongoing flash flooding from all the rain we've seen in northwest Arkansas, even parts of northeast Franklin and northern Johnson County. Those boxes in maroon, those are the actual flash flood warnings. We'll go closer into where we're starting to see more and more of these cells develop. New flash flood warning just now being issued for Sequoia, Crawford, and LaFleur counties there. We'll take off some of this information to help make it a little bit more easy to understand. This severe thunderstorm warning that's coming out of, let's say, the Brushy and Aikens community, this is the strongest one we've got right now. It's going to be crossing the county line, the state line, over into places such as Uniontown, eventually tracking towards Mountainburg, maybe even clipping parts of Alma as well. That's the strongest severe thunderstorm warning at the moment with regards to most organization. Watch this fella over here in Stigler. It's tracking towards the northeast, may bring another round of storms to Sallisaw, Cowington, perhaps even in Brent. Now, there is a good deal of straight line winds that are now moving into portions of northern Franklin County. That's going to be drifting off towards the south and east. Ozark and Cass, Barnes, Watalula, Altus, and Alex included in that warning. Eventually, that does track over into portions of Johnson County there as well. A lot going on. The window for severe storms is going to continue for a lot of us until 10 o'clock or so tonight. Even then, there still could be some additional thunderstorms developing. The cold front is still back off towards the west. The low pressure system's there, but you notice this broken line starting to develop almost from, let's say, south of McAllister up into the area. All of this is pushing towards the south and east. That was probably the worst arrow ever drawn known to man. Nonetheless, you get the picture that that is moving our direction right now. Out ahead of that, where there's a lot of abundant storm fuel, places like the River Valley where we've seen a lot of sunshine, the atmosphere is relatively unstable out there. In fact, I'll do this last little thing and we'll get over to Darren for a little bit more news. I want to show you this. This is that storm fuel that's in the area. Notice it's pretty much untapped in the River Valley. So as those storms continue to evolve, we're going to notice an uptick in not only activity but severity there as well. We'll have a closer look at the detailed timing for tonight and some good news. We've got some good, quiet, dry weather only a few days away.
All right, Scott, appreciate that. As you can see on that radar, storms impacting a big area in this area. 5 News reporter Bo Russell joining us now on Avoca. And Bo, you're near a road that just opened back up again.
Hey Darren, yeah, I'm on Raider Road in Avoca, just outside Sugar Creek. Now, we were getting messages from viewers that this road was completely flooded. They were potentially unable to get out of their homes. You can take a look at it here. You can see where all that flooding happened. Now, as we drove down into the area, there was a lot of debris in the road, and this is a low-lying area. We talked about that. It's dangerous. And what comes with low-lying areas, let me show you here, this is a low-lying water bridge. Now, you can see how hard it's rushing right now. Normally, it might just be a little creek, but during these flooding situations, this water can flood up over the bridge and can even sweep your car away. So if you know you're going to be driving over a bridge like this, you want to make sure that you avoid it. You know the saying, turn around, don't drown. We're going to be covering all reports we get of these floodings in the area, so be sure to stick with us. Live in Avoca, covering news where you live, I'm Bo Russell, 5 News.
All right, Bo, thanks. Our weather impact alert team coverage continues now in the River Valley, where as of now they've seen more sunshine than pretty much anything else. Those conditions, though, changing rapidly. Claire Everbach live now in Fort Smith. What are you seeing there right now, Claire?
That's right, Darren. As you can see, it is still pretty sunny. We are experiencing some wind, and I see some dark clouds very far in the distance. I've been tracking the weather from the Sebastian County Emergency Management Office, and officials here tell me that they're staying on top of the forecast and tracking potential tornadoes, flooding, and damaging winds. Director Travis Cooper says the most important thing for residents is to stay informed with the radar.
One of the key aspects that we always tell people in our viewers that are out there watching and the residents of Sebastian County is to make sure that you understand what is happening and what's going on. Is it day or night? You get your phones charged, make sure the radios are plugged in and those weather radios going off. We want to make sure that you are well alerted of any kind of tornado activity, damaging winds, or thunderstorms that may come into the area.
Cooper also warns that power outages are definitely possible for this evening and says that you should have spare batteries and flashlights ready. We'll have another update for the River Valley at 6, but for now, in Fort Smith, covering news where you live, Claire Everbach, 5 News.
Okay, Claire, thanks. We'll see you tonight at 6. New at 5 today, we're getting an inside look at in northwest Arkansas. As you can imagine, with a lot of heavy rain coupled with going slowdowns for the rest of the evening.
Yeah, no question about it. I want to get live radar up real quickly. I'm tracking something unfolding. I've been talking to Danny for the last little bit. I've been concerned about our Sequoyah County cell that's moving into Crawford County. It continues to show some signs of some strengthening. Look at all that lightning. There's a bit of a notching feature, and now we're starting to get some reports in of a wall cloud beginning to develop. You're going to notice that would probably correlate with where we would see that hook echo right here. That spotter was on 40 looking back towards the west there. So we're probably going to be seeing that not far from the Muldrow, just outside of Muldrow. That's moving up towards the north and east. There's no active tornado warning. When I look at the rotation, it's relatively weak at the moment. I'm pointing this out to you, not to scare you, but I just want you to know in full spirit of transparency, that's something I'm watching for really closely as that does push closer and closer into Crawford County. Again, no reason to be super alarmed right now. Let's pay close attention to that cell. That cell enough has been looking kind of interesting, to say the least, for quite a while. Before I go back to the east, I want to go back towards the southwest once more. The reason why I'm doing this is these isolated discrete cells often have a higher propensity to start to rotate and spin. And we kind of find one of those that is severe moving through Keota. That's going to be tracking back into Sequoyah County, and it may clip parts of northern Leflore County. Right now, the warning for this cell is for hail up to 1 inch in diameter and some 60-mile-per-hour straight-line winds. That's going to move back into Muldrow. So right now you got some light rain. You've got another severe thunderstorm tracking towards the east into your neck of the woods. When we go back over here to northern Franklin County, that's where we've got some straight-line winds that are going to be moving into the area out of a cell that is drifting slowly but surely off towards the south and east. That warning continues to flash there in Franklin County. If I can get myself over to it, that's because that warning continues to be in effect, and Weather Service is just updating that. You can see it pulsing on your screen right there. Straight line winds, 60 to 70 perhaps mile-per-hour straight line winds, in addition to some large hail falling out of that specific storm. Northern Johnson County again under a severe thunderstorm warning. Watching that one for us really closely there as well. Heavy rain coming out of that. Starting to see some additional flooding. All of these red boxes, these maroon boxes here, that's going to be flood warnings. We've seen a lot of rain, and storm motion on these is really slow, about 35 miles per hour. That's it. That's as slow as they're moving. That dumps a lot of rain over the same areas over and over and over again. That in of itself is a recipe for flash flooding. To make matters even more worse for us when it comes to that flooding potential, well, we've seen a lot of rain in recent days. I want to go one more time back into the Sequoyah County cell before I start giving you a little bit of the forecast, just to make sure Danny's got his eyes on it as well. We'll come back to it if we need to. In the meantime, what we're going to do is look at the severe weather risk for today. A large majority of the area. Now, this has changed a little bit since we were first upgraded. About noon today, parts of the area was upgraded to this level 2 risk right here. That has since been level 3 risk. I'm sorry, that has since been expanded to include a lot more of the area here in orange. When you break it down, you peel back the layers, what are the specific impacts that we're talking about? We're talking about a tornado risk that's moved from the elevated category as it was this morning into the enhanced category. Thus far, nothing's gotten out of hand. Everything's behaved when it comes to minimal rotation at best. Let's hope that continues to be the case. I sure hope so. Hail risk in that elevated category up to 2-inch potential size hail. Not everyone's going to see 2-inch size hailstones, but some of those strongest thunderstorms, should they reach their fullest potential, that's where you could get that threat to materialize. Damaging straight line winds are a concern. Let's talk about the timing. Here's a little less than an hour from now. Those thunderstorms, the worst of which likely going to be in the River Valley, those slowly drifting off towards the south and east. It's a messy storm mode. And what I mean by that is there's a cluster of thunderstorms as opposed to individual discrete supercells. These individual discrete supercells, which we've not seen much of yet, those are the strong ones. Those are the ones that have all the environment available to them. When they're a cluster like this, and like what we've seen out there, they struggle to get going. Let's hope it stays a messy storm mode. This is 8 o'clock tonight. Additional development continues to move in East Oklahoma, parts of the River Valley, slowly but surely starting to lose some of that development. It gets a bit more scattered and broken by midnight, and we start to dry out with a few remaining showers in the forecast for tomorrow. Here's a look at the flood alerts. Goodness gracious, there's many of them. The green, which includes everybody, that's a flood watch through tomorrow morning. These maroon colors, that's going to be a flood warning. I'll guarantee you this, we're going to see more and more of those maroon colors drifting towards the south as those storms continue to roll into the area. What's the next few days have in store? 40% chance of showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Likely not going to be severe. Most of it is just going to be garden variety showers and storms. By Thursday, we have a nice stretch of weather beginning. We'll be in the 70s and low 80s into the next several days. That's some good news. Razorback forecast looks good. We're waking up in the 50s out there in the morning, afternoon highs under a sky full of sunshine, likely warming up into the low 80s. Here in the River Valley, 30% chance of scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, a slight chance on Thursday, and then we're going to be dry for several consecutive days. After a wild and active weather pattern we've endured the last several, it's about time we get to enjoy some little sunshine and some cooler temperatures outside. If you don't have weekend plans, you ought to make some. Sure is going to be nice.
All right, Scott, thanks. She made history as the nation's oldest Saw the county emergency manager's office confirming to us some storm damage. A picture just sent in to us in the newsroom from a 5 News viewer showing what emergency management says is part of the hospital's roof there in Salisal being torn off. This is at the Northeastern Health System Sequoia on East Redwood Avenue. We've got a crew heading to that scene, and we're also working to learn more from authorities about all of this. And Scott, this is just now beginning.
Yeah, I want to get straight to a photo from 5 News storm chaser Cannon Gage. This is a look at a developing wall cloud right now near Muldrow. Live radar shows that storm getting ready to cross the state line into Crawford County. A line of severe weather continues to move in. We're continuing our stream right now on 5 News Plus, Facebook, and YouTube. All right, good to see everyone back here on the stream. Let me ask somebody up in the booth. Do we have Joshua Weisel? He is in position to intercept this storm. Do we have him online? Could we talk to him or get his shot up minimally? Okay, thank you. We're going to work to get a check of what's happening in the storm chaser. If you're here on the stream, let me back up. I just showed this on 5 News. This is a developing wall cloud just outside of Muldrow. You can see the lowering of the base right there. This coming to us from 5 News storm chaser Cannon Gage, who's in prime position to see that storm as it moves into our neck of the woods. Here's the line of broken showers and thunderstorms now extending all the way into south central Oklahoma. Notice there's more developing off towards Tulsa. Those could come into the area. Those would primarily be impacting, well, parts of the area into the overnight. More on that in a moment. We'll focus in on the line right now where we do have active severe thunderstorm warnings. I want to go into this one where we got that wall cloud photo from Cannon. I'll tell you, Cannon is just north of Van Buren, and you can see as that cell continues to move into the area, there is a bit of an inflow notch right here. This is where that wall cloud would have been, and you'll notice it's probably creeping in to the Van Buren area right now. That's where that's going to be, extending up towards Cedarville, Uniontown, widespread heavy rain, lots of lightning, lots of thunder. Before we go to Joshua, let me just take a quick look at our velocities. I want to see if we find anything on rotation. Really not a lot. Not a lot of rotation with it. This area it's moving into in terms of favorable wind direction and speed, not the best for tornadogenesis. That's good news. We all find that to be some good news for us, right? We'll keep watching this one really closely. 5 News, Joshua Weisel in the 5 News Storm Chaser in position to intercept this storm. Let's check in with Joshua. Joshua, number one, where are you at? What are you seeing and what is your location?
All right, so we are just off of I-49 and we are in Rudy, and we are looking currently to the west, and we are now starting to see heavy rainfall. Skies are getting pretty dark out here, increased lightning as well. We're starting to see the leading edge of this. There's that little hook looking feature that's further to the south and west that hasn't quite made it here yet, but we're watching to see if we can see anything. Earlier it looks like maybe we saw a little bit of a shelf cloud before the rain kind of concealed it, but right now no hail. It's just heavy rain. Got to say though, just a couple minutes before this rain started to come down, it was incredibly hot and humid out here. Felt like a normal summer day. We've had a lot of sunshine down here in Rudy over the last couple of hours, but now we're starting to see this activity moving in. Just from a thermodynamic kind of look out here, there's quite a bit of energy with this to work with. So hoping that this storm can't really get its act together. We're going to be watching it as it makes its way towards our area. I heard that report that you mentioned earlier that was a little bit to the south and west of here. So we're going to be keeping an eye out on that to see if we can see that as it makes its way towards our area. If this starts to move a little bit southwest, we'll start to head towards Alma here momentarily, or Alma, excuse me.
Yeah, I want to go back into that cell that Joshua is on. Thank you. Good report. Be safe out there. We'll check back with you here shortly. Live radar shows that little notching feature. It's not a classic hook echo by any stretch of the imagination, but it would correlate with kind of where we saw that moving in from. That photo was taken from Van Buren, and it was looking back towards Muldrow. If we could take down Joshua's mic. Thank you. Appreciate that. Rolling widespread heavy rain, lots of lightning out there looking towards the, oh, that's a new severe thunderstorm warning, isn't that?
Yes, that'll be for possible ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds for LaFleur County.
My goodness, LaFleur County, ping pong size hail up to 60-mile-per-hour winds. Okay, that cell, that's one back there that is a little bit more discreet, isn't it? That one specifically, let's go into the hail. It may not fully be there yet. But you have the beginnings of a hail core right there as that warning continues. That does not include Poto, although it is just to the north of town there. It will include Panama, Picola. We'll go in a little bit closer here, and what I'm going to do is first put a track on it. Danny, is that 35 too?
Yeah, I'll double check, but most of these have been moving 30, 35 miles per hour.
Yeah, for sure. This one, a little bit more discreet out there, kind of on its own. And the other interesting thing, Danny, correct me if I'm wrong, when you look at the warning polygon itself, they've got this one moving a little bit more due east, which may put it in a more favorable area to start to rotate that specific cell right there. That was 35, you say?
30, excuse me.
30, okay. Let me back this up and do 30. Moving a little bit slower, a little bit more easterly. I'm going to draw it from the worst part of that storm. I'm going to stop it right here at the state line. That puts it in Bacoshi 546, Panama 559, Power Plant 601, Spiro 605, Cameron 615, Picola at 622, Jensen at 625. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. This warning just in from the National Weather Service in Tulsa. That storm is going to be impacting a good chunk of far northern LaFleur County. We know LaFleur County is a big old county. It does not include Poto, does not include Heavener or Page, but it does extend into the northern part of the area. Taking a look into the Muldrow community right now, that severe thunderstorm continues working its way through the area. We'll go back to Crawford now, getting an idea of what's happening there. Severe storm that did produce a little bit of wind damage off towards the west earlier, now moving into a good chunk of Crawford County. Heavy rain, lots of lightning and thunder extending as far north as Cedarville. Mountainburg's getting in on the action. We've got Joshua Wazel right here, so he's going to be in a prime position to intercept this cell. Joshua's right here, and he's looking back off towards the southwest, so he should be in a pretty good position to see that, whatever comes from that. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Franklin County. This was initially issued for some straight line winds, although this storm also starting to take a little bit of an interesting feature there as well. Let's see, severe thunderstorm, that's the old warning, I believe. This warning, or I mean this storm rather, is going to have a little bit more of a notching feature right there. We'll take a look at the winds. Just because everything has a hook echo doesn't mean it's rotating, doesn't mean it's of concern. There's no rotation in that at all right now. That warning was just issued for Franklin County. Looks like they're
going to continue that. Yeah, just $half size hail and 60 mile per hour winds.
$half size hail, 60 mile per hour winds. Okay. We've got Joshua moving to Alma. Look at the hail core that's come up in Franklin County. This is going to be just to the north of Watalula. This is going to be near the Barnes community, just south of Cass. Here's the Jethro community. A lot of really good folks live there in the Jethro community. You've had a hailstorm come through, and it looks like it's going to be tracking off towards the east, crossing the Pig Trail over towards Barnes, likely going to be moving into the, let's say, mountaintop area here in the next few minutes. That is just to the south of 215, now moving on top of the Pig Trail right now. Doppler radar estimates hail size up to quarter, perhaps even ping pong. Kind of depends on where you query it at. Nonetheless, a decent amount of hail mixing in right there with that one. Joshua moving down towards Alma. He'll be in a better position. His position was good, but now he'll be in a better position to look back towards the north and respond accordingly to that. Hail right now moving through parts of Crawford County as well. This is going to be just to the south of Cedarville. We'll go tighter into that, probably parts of Van Buren, north side of Van Buren especially. There's the Crawford County Speedway, figure 5, and you're going to notice right here a little bit of hail. That's probably upwards of quarter size if I had to guess, and that's why that warning has been issued. Penny size, what radar says, I think there could be some quarters mixing in. Radar's not always perfect, although it does a pretty good job. That's tracking over towards Rudy right now. Let me back out. I want to take a look at the rotation once more on that cell. First, let's get an idea of what it looks like structure-wise. Okay. Is that a new flash flood warning coming in? Yeah,
yes.
Those continue to fill in. Those are going to continue for a lot of folks, even where it's not rained yet. There's so much rain coming out of these cells that is going to continue. That's going to be for Sebastian, Sequoia, LaFleur, and Haskell counties. Let's take a look at rotation. Not seeing much.
Yeah, a lot of these have really been trying to rotate, but very minimal rotation showing up so far on velocity, which is obviously good news.
Working alongside meteorologist Danny Cassidy right now. Guess
Hello.
what time he got to work today?
Early.
About 2 a.m., and he's still here doing a great job for us. Joshua Wazel out there.
That's generous.
No, doing a great job. We really appreciate his effort. He's going to get to bed here real soon, and then he'll be back for you at 5 News this morning, beginning at a bright and early 4:30 tomorrow morning. New severe flash flood warning showing up on the map. That's the big maroon polygon that's flashing. We're going to have flooding. We have to. It can sprinkle in Fort Smith, and we have flooding. And now we're about to see a slow-moving, heavy precipitation event move through. Look at all that lightning right now moving through parts of the area. That is a significant amount, which tells us these thunderstorms are still rather healthy in nature. I'm interested in this cell now moving into portions of LaFleur County. While I still think this one has some potential to cause us some issues moving through Crawford County, minimally it's going to have some hail, minimally it's going to have winds and some flooding. It's a cluster, and these cell interactions have been what's preventing us from seeing more rotation today. When we talk about cell interactions, when you get a cell like what's moving through parts of LaFleur County right now, it's semi-discrete. It's not totally out there by itself, but it, for the most part, isn't fighting too many other cells out there. What's happening in Crawford County is while that cell really tried to get its act together, we saw that wall cloud from near Muldrow tracking over towards Crawford County. It starts to merge into this conglomerate of showers and these storms, and it's really tough for a cell to get going when that happens. So while I still think this is the stronger of the two cells at the moment, I'm watching this booger right here moving into the Spiro community, northern LaFleur, because as of this moment, it's the only one that's even close to being discrete out there. It does have a bit more of a supercellular structure. We take a look into the velocities. Is it rotating? I don't see any strong rotation out there.
No, maybe very weak potential.
Maybe some weak rotation right here, which is about the maximum of what we've seen out there today. There's more additional severe thunderstorm warnings off towards the southwest. Those are going to be traveling up through McCurtain, eventually into LaFleur and Sequoia counties. Let's hope those just weaken out. There's a lot of activity happening right now in the River Valley. It's been slow to progress towards the south, but that is what's happening. Meanwhile, in northwest Arkansas, not much at all going on right now. We'll have to watch what's developing along I-44 up near the Tulsa metro. Notice some of these cells over here in even Johnson County are more easterly and southeasterly moving. It's all part of this line kind of taking a dive off towards the south. We'll go into Johnson County here. You've got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for you. It does not include Clarksville though, although the rain is going to get a little bit heavier right there, especially north up towards Ludwig. The severe aspect of this, which is probably some hail, you can kind of see the hail core right there just to the east of 123, is going to be in far northern Johnson County. That is a larger hail core right there. Danny's audible gasp gave that away.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I had the same thought internally. Hen egg size hail.
It's about 2 inches.
It's about 2 inches in diameter. That's some large hail. When we told you about the forecast last night, today, even as early as this evening, we kind of discussed that if those storms were to meet their fullest potential, and not all of them would, some would, not all, it would be about that 2-inch mark, and that's seemingly what's happening right now in far northeast Johnson County. That's going to be the wall cloud that moved through Muldrow earlier. 5 News Storm Chaser Ken Engage sharing that with us. We'll continue tracking these storms. There's a broken line that continues to develop that extends from in our neck of the woods, Johnson County, a good chunk of storms in Franklin County, north of the river. Crawford County is getting slammed right now. Those are moving into the Fort Smith area as well. And they continue to backbuild off towards the southwest across parts of East Oklahoma, Sequoia, and LaFleur counties. I'm taking a look at some of our cameras, seeing if there's anything of interest happening. All are pretty quiet there at the moment. But if I moved them, I could probably find something of interest.
Yeah, and as Scott's looking at that, again, he's mentioning that cell off to the northwest there near Tulsa. We'll have to watch how much the atmosphere recovers from all these storms from really much of the morning hours. Northwest Arkansas was seeing a ton of rainfall, even as early as just about an hour or two ago. So if the atmosphere isn't able to recover as quickly as it has been earlier today, thankfully some of that should be below severe criteria. And right now near Tulsa, it's trying its best, but staying below severe criteria, which is good news for us. So hopefully this line will kind of be the last gasp in terms of severe weather. We'll still, I think, see some scattered showers after that, but this is hopefully the kind of last gasp. And once that's through, that'll be done.
That's exactly right. I was curious about how much lightning is in this storm, and it's kind of hovering between 900 and it ticks back up to around 1,000 or so. In this red, brighter red box right there, that's the only place I'm sampling. The majority of that, Van Buren, Mountainburg, extending into Fort Smith, down into the Panama area. So this is a very healthy thunderstorm. You often look at the lightning as if it was a person's blood pressure. It can tell you a lot about their health, right? The more lightning, the healthier the storm is. If the lightning starts to taper down and we see those numbers come down, the storm's weakening. That's not happening right now as this moves into Fort Smith. Let's go really close into this cell and get an idea of what impacts are we tracking for you in Fort Smith. You're going to notice that storm now on the north side of town. You've been hearing it for a while, just given how much lightning is in it. Let's see here. I'm going to read a note real quick before I do that. Okay, not anything I want to pass along necessarily. Danny, you might read that in chat just to make sure you're aware of that. Okay, new severe thunderstorm warning for this one.
Yeah, so just an extension of that main line.
Thank you. Still 1 inch and 60, yep. That's going to be for the Fort Smith area. All of Fort Smith and a good chunk of, all of Van Buren is included in this severe thunderstorm warning. Let me track where exactly it is right now. We're going to keep going closer and closer and closer. We'll do some street level tracking for you. It's pretty hard right now in Dora, Van Buren as well. Roland is also getting slammed by this storm. It's a slow moving one, which means unfortunately it's not going to be out of your neck of the woods quick enough. Things are relatively quiet with some light rain in Arcoma. That's going to pick up in intensity here over the next few minutes. Here's Mercy Hospital. So this is going to be Rogers Avenue right here. Things are quiet there at the moment. That's one of the cameras I was looking at a few moments ago. But as all this cell continues to push off towards the southeast, that will impact places like Barling and Harrelton. Here's K. Rogers Park, where the Arkansas-Oklahoma State Fair taking place right now. If by chance you're there and you're watching us on your phones, it's definitely time now to go ahead and move indoors. Winds, if they're not already, and I suspect they probably are going to get very breezy out there. In addition to that, you're probably also going to see some heavy rain, if not some hail mixing in with that heavy rain there. Wright Town right here, up to 40, Alma, gusty winds coming out of that cell. It's going to continue to be a concern for us. 60-mile-per-hour straight-line winds, which can cause a decent amount of damage into themselves, and a little bit of hail mixing in on top of all that. In addition to those hazards, we're also tracking impacts with regards to flooding. There's a lot of flooding, and that is unfortunately going to be a concern for all of us around the area tonight.
Yeah, as Scott was mentioning, the unfortunate thing is we've already had so much rain, right? But these storms now, this one in particular, the warning that just got issued for the Fort Smith area, Alma, down towards, again, southern Sebastian County is really only moving at 20 miles per hour. So this thing's actually slowed down a few miles per hour.
It's no good. That's no good when it comes to flooding. These are very efficient rainmakers. Moving at that speed, even though we have not seen a whole lot of rain in the River Valley, comparatively speaking to places like Johnson and Logan and Benton and Madison, that's still a lot of rain in a very short amount of time right there. So let's be mindful of that. We don't want to try to cross any flooded roadways or anything of that nature out there. We continue to track several different cells. I'm focused in on this one primarily, as well as this one in the floor. Those are the ones that are going to have the highest propensity to rotate, at least as of right now. It's not that we're not watching all of them. I guarantee you, we've got the full team here in the Weather Center. You just don't see everybody on camera that are keeping eyes on these other storms as well. They'll speak up, they'll raise their hands, they'll holler over here at me if we need to quickly go to another storm. While we're waiting on a couple more scans to come in LaFleur County, we'll bump back over here into Franklin and Johnson. The northern half of Johnson continues to be okay. Getting a report from Joshua Weisel in the field that parts of Alma has lost power. That's probably straight line wind related right there. North of Clarksville, there was some large hail. We saw that hen egg size, which was the size of about 2 inches in diameter. That has since moved almost entirely over into Pope County. We'll let the Weather Service out of Little Rock and our sister station at THV 11 take care of you with regards to that. We'll keep you posted if there's any additional information we can help you with. When we look at the hail right now in Crawford County, as well as that moving into Sebastian County, there are some hail cores that are about to be crossing the river over towards Fort Smith, especially the north side of town where the state fair is happening there at K. Rogers Park. You've got a core to the west of Dora there, right along the interstate, and then you're going to have another one that's closing in on 49 that's going to be moving into Alma. If you live anywhere between those two locations, you've got some hail moving towards the southeast. That's the trajectory of these storms off towards the southeast. So Fort Smith, you might get some hail in the next few minutes, mixing in with some really heavy rain at times there, in addition to the potential for some gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour.
Wanted to add also a report, Joshua Weisel talked about power out in Alma, also seeing currently 5,000 customers without power in Sequoia County as those storms move through nearly about a quarter of the county without power currently.
Okay, excellent. Good report. Thank you so much. Let's go back over to this northern LaFleur County. It was moving a little bit more due east. It had some weak rotation in it earlier. I'm not quite seeing that right now. We'll take a look at the hail. And that hail has really come up, moving into Panama. Really come up with that hail core right there. We kind of knew it would. It's happened somewhat quickly. Here it is right now. Bekoshi is where that hail is, and it's moving towards the east, towards Bedwell. In fact, it's probably going to be on Bedwell right now. How big is it first before we put a track on it? That's not true. Come on, you silly thing.
I'll say usually that color usually indicates some sort of quarter-size hail at least.
Yeah, I think that has lost its mind today.
I'd trust the Scotometer over that any day.
I don't know if that's who you should trust, but I appreciate the voice of confidence there. I think, yeah, that hail is typically, generally, closer to a quarter, if not half dollar size. And that's what we've got right now in Bekoshi heading towards Panama. I'm seeing a lot of town names and I'm saying other town names. Okay, looking at some reports. Yeah. This was still at 25, so let's do this. Zoom out just a tad. Shady Point's going to be next in line for this as well. Spiro may see some of that hail, although right now the heaviest looks to move just to the south of Spiro. Pecola very well could see some as well, and that's going to track over into Sebastian County if it's to hold together. Supercell, we'll put this at 25.
Yeah, roughly. Let me double check on that. You're looking at the LaFleur County, kind of Sequoia County cell. Looks like, yeah, that's roughly moving at about, we'll call it 25 miles an hour.
Okay, excellent. Let's do this. Track here. Bedwell at 558, Panama 604. Hail moves into your neck of the woods. Winds are going to get breezy out there. Tahona at 613, Cameron 623, Pecola 633, Hackett at 639. Let's do this. Let's visit with Joshua Weisel. I'm getting a feed from him suggesting that winds are really picking up. He is live right now in Alma. Do we know his exact location? Obviously, he's there at the Workman's. I believe that's going to be right there off the interstate, right? If we can talk to Joshua. Joshua, describe what you're seeing and where you're at.
We're at where 71 and I-40 meet in Alma, and not sure what exit, but just a minute ago you can see we have this convenience store in front of us that still has power, but further to the left you can see that McDonald's is completely without power. So one side of the road is without power, and the other still has power. Winds are kicking up here, visually look pretty intense lightning with this as well. And we've got that heavy rainfall too. So if commuters in this area, just take it slow, take it easy. Still looking at areas without power since just a little bit ago. Not sure if that was lightning or these winds, but definitely the strongest part of the storm is making its way into the area.
60-mile-per-hour winds, 1 inch in diameter hail included for that warning there. A live report from the 5 News Storm Chaser, Joshua Weisel. Thank you. Be safe. We'll check in with you in a few moments. Back to live radar we go. This is where Joshua is. Obviously, you can see he is in the absolute thick of that storm right now. You saw the winds picking up there, and he referenced all the lightning. You can see it. There is intense lightning all up and down Interstate 40 from, let's say, Dora all the way over towards Mulberry. That's pushing off towards the southeast, and with that motion, it is going to bring the bulk of that into Fort Smith, Greenwood, Barling, Lavaca, eventually over towards Charleston as well. Things are getting a little bit more intense in Ozark. You are under a severe thunderstorm warning as well. 60-mile-per-hour winds with the potential of 1 inch in diameter hail. What's happening here in LaFleur County is interesting. It's the same thing that's been happening with a lot of the other cells this afternoon into this evening. This one is trying so hard to get its act together to become a tornado-producing supercell, but inevitably, when you start to see that hook developing near Bekoshi, just to the south of that big hail core, it starts to interact with this cell off towards the south. And that cell off towards the south is like an annoying sibling. It just kind of fights with it, distracts it, undercuts some of the inflow, and it prevents it from getting stronger than it wanted to. And so that may be helping us at least temporarily. The flip side of that coin is sometimes these cell interactions can go just the opposite way and actually enhance the rotation, enhance the storm structure. That's moving into the Panama area right now. I've been looking off air at some rotation tracking. I'm not really finding much. I'll show you that here just for the spirit of transparency there as well. There is some weak rotation right there, just to the south of Oklahoma 31 and Bekoshi, but it's really, really weak. Nothing that I would be too concerned with as of right now. We want to watch this as it tracks towards Panama and eventually over towards Rock Island and perhaps Pecola just to make sure it doesn't try to act up. You'll notice it's moving more more east, while some of the cells backed off to the west are moving to the northeast, and cells up in the river valley, other side of the line anyways, moving off towards the southeast. There's some varying storm motions out there this evening, and when one of these starts to go a little bit more deviant, opposing the rest of the storms, you want to watch those really closely. Coming up on our 6 o'clock newscast, if you've been with us on the stream throughout the course of this evening, you know that things get a little weird around here when we go into the newscast. We can't continue the newscast and the stream at the same time, so what ends up happening at 6 o'clock on the dot, what you're going to see is live radar. I'm going to leave that up for you. It'll show warnings just as they do now. They'll pop up on the map when they're issued for your location. We'll track those storms live over on Channel 5 and, of course, on 5 News Plus. And then when the newscast is over, or if a tornado warning is issued in that period of time, we'll be right back here on the stream just like we are right now. So if you want to spend the next 7 minutes getting ready to tune over to 5 News Plus, that's free for your Apple TV, Amazon Fire Stick, or your Roku devices, or on your mobile phones. You can find us there too, and we'll be right there at the 6 o'clock newscast. Danny, are you seeing anything of interest here?
No, I'm not. I think maybe the only thing I was thinking of, maybe just like a big track for the rest of the areas, you know, those in southern LaFleur County, maybe Scott County, Logan County that maybe haven't seen these storms yet.
Sure.
Maybe put that track on. Generally speaking, it's about 25, so maybe if you just kind of do a big squall line across the region. And they're not moving very fast. That's why we're seeing all these flash flood warnings, not only with a ton of rain, but also, obviously, with the slow-moving storm, you're going to get a lot of rain. As Scott was mentioning, an efficient rainmaker over a short amount of time. So, again, this will move over the next few hours or so. And unfortunately, technology isn't always our best friend trying to make that track. I think it's running into you, Scott. I think that's the problem, is trying to move that track. But again, the giant Budweiser can there at 6:03. Cavanaugh Hill at 6:09, Greenwood High School at 6:18, same with Poto, Branch at 6:30, Dover at 6:38, Washburn at 6:48, Heavener at 6:51, Paris at 6:57, Boonville High School at 7:13, Moreland at 7:13, Cove Lake at 7:23, New Blaine at 7:32, Mount Magazine State Park at 7:37, and Waldron at 7:47. So that's about the next 2 hours what we're looking at here. And again, we are trending towards that. Once these storms pass, you can see that cell in Tulsa is kind of weakening. So I think once this line passes, I think the severe threat will be done, but we'll still see maybe some scattered showers behind us. So that's some good news there, is like I think once this line passes, we'll be done with any of that severe weather for the rest of this evening. Obviously, as we get closer to sunset, that'll help kind of deviate from any of that energy. But again, right now we're seeing that as it continues to move southeast, behind it, it's pretty quiet, but still seeing storms we'll be talking about. Again, if you're out or if you know people at K. Rogers Park at the Arkansas-Oklahoma State Fair, you should definitely be indoors at this point. That heavy rain coming down as we speak. And you can see that leading edge as Scott's kind of changing those storm winds. Nothing in terms of rotation, but those bright greens are kind of indicating that some gusty winds with this 60, maybe as high as 70 miles per hour have been reported in the area. So you can see, again, some of this is a little above the radar, but we are pretty close to the radar there in Fort Smith. And again, wind can't be negative. That's just what you have to denote it as if it's heading towards the radar instead of away. But roughly maybe 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. So again, staying around that range, but even with the very kind of baseline severe risk, even with that 50 to 60 mile per hour wind, still can see some damage, especially because the ground is so soft and saturated. They can easily uproot trees and power lines. So again, right now that line moving in through areas such as Alma, through Fort Smith, headed towards the Poto region, through the Ozark area, through Clarksville, and that'll continue to move slowly off to the east-southeast, roughly at about 20 to 25 miles per hour, bringing with it a lot of heavy rain, frequent lightning as well. And again, treat it as if it's a tornado warning. Get between as many walls and the outside as you can in that interior room, lowest level floor of your building, just to be on the safe side. And even if it's not a tornado warning, still could provide quite a bit of havoc with these winds and heavy rain.
Thank you, Danny Cassidy. Is my mic up? Yep, I'm up. Danny's been working since about 2 o'clock this morning, and we really appreciate him being here with us tonight, tracking all these storms area-wide. Full team effort. We got Joshua Weisel in the field there as well. And we do have some more information to pass along to you with regards to this warning. Hail has come up just a bit for the one moving towards Panama, Picola, Shady Point, and Spiro. Now 1.5 inches in diameter is going to be possible with that cell. We'll go into the hail tracker, and you'll notice that hail core continues to move almost due east. This is the one we're talking about right here. That's moving a little more southeasterly now. If we could pop me back up on here, I'm just going to appear magically. Maybe. There we go. purple right there indicated some very large hail, potentially as high as 2-inch in diameter size. That continues to track closer and closer to Panama, just to the north of Pobo. Let's go ahead and join 5 News online right now.
We start tonight with breaking news. First responders say people are evacuating after storms rip off part of the roof at a Sallisaw hospital.
Yeah, this photo just came into the newsroom. Emergency managers confirming the roof partially torn off Northeastern Health System. That's the hospital there in Sallisaw. First responders say 9 patients have so far been evacuated. 5 News reporter Claire Everbach headed that way right now and is just about there. We'll going to check in with her for an update once she gets there on the scene, hopefully between now and the end of this newscast. Thanks for joining us for your 5 News at 6. I'm Darren Bobb.
And I'm Morgan Wrigley. Our weather team has been tracking storms all evening. Chief Meteorologist Skot Covert is in the Weather Center right now with a continued look at these latest conditions.
Yeah, thank you, Morgan and Darren. Meteorologist Danny Cassidy been here since 2 o'clock this morning. Shout out to Danny for assisting. This from 5 News Storm Chaser Cannon Gauge, taken from Van Buren, looking back towards Muldrow. This was a wall cloud about 30 minutes ago. That wall cloud not necessarily producing much in the way of rotation, but certainly something that we're watching very closely out there as this line of storms continues to track further and further into the River Valley. It is littered with severe thunderstorm warnings. You've got one for northern Lafleur County, large hail coming into the Panama out of the Bacoshi area. Then the second one moving from Fort Smith through Van Buren, Alma, now moving into Mulberry. That's tracking off towards the southeast. That one we've got to watch closely there as well. And you continue to have severe thunderstorm warnings for portions of Johnson County. Quieter in northwest Arkansas, albeit there is some additional scattered showers beginning to develop. We're watching this activity near Tulsa that's going to slowly track our direction out there over the next few hours as well. In terms of what's happening right now in the River Valley, I want to go a little bit closer into the strongest of thunderstorms. Look how much lightning is in that cell. There is a lot of lightning all across Fort Smith, Van Buren, down towards Barling and Lavaca. Very, very loud thunderstorms out there this evening, and it is severe, producing winds up to 60 or so miles per hour. There have been some hail cores with this system, and we want to watch it really closely for rotation. There's not any in there right now, but as it continues to track into an area that saw a lot of sunshine today, winds might be slightly more favorable. We're watching and keeping eyes on these things really closely, especially with what we saw back over there in parts of Muldrow with that wall cloud moving through. I'd take a look at the velocities, not seeing any rotation there at the moment, but the winds are pretty high. We're talking 50 to 60 mile per hour straight line winds. That can do a little bit of damage. That's likely what happened over at the Sallisaw Hospital. So be really mindful of that. In addition to all of those things, we've seen a lot of rain out of these cells the last couple of hours. They're moving only at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. And because of that, rainfall totals are adding up. They're stacking up really quickly. All of these maroon polygon boxes are all flash flood warnings. And as these storms continue to dive south, I suspect most of the area will be included in a flash flood warning for the rest of this evening. In terms of the severe zones, earlier this afternoon we were upgraded to a level 3 out of 5, and eventually that was actually expanded to include more and more of the area. This is going to run into the evening hours, which, as you can see, encompasses a lot of us out there. When you look at the specific hazards that we're tracking this evening, there is going to be a tornado threat continue. Thus far, these storms have been really messy in terms of organization and structure, which has prevented most of them from actually rotating. Not to say they won't still try to. We're seeing them try. They're just not being able to break through and actually do it. We have seen some reports of some large hail and, of course, gusty winds out there. Those are all going to be hazards that we're looking at over the next several hours. In terms of timing, you'll notice 7 o'clock this evening, a little under an hour from now, still looking at widespread severe thunderstorms in the River Valley. Those dipping off towards the south, continuing to fester up through the 9-10 o'clock hour. Still some probably even closer to midnight, but we're seeing fewer of those as we go into the evening and overnight hours. A more detailed look of not only live radar locally where you live right now, we'll take a look into the 7-day forecast as well in a few moments.
All right, Scott, thanks. Joshua Weisel now out tracking the weather in our 5 News Storm Chaser, here now with an update on the storms. Joshua, where are you? And you were right in the teeth of all this just a moment ago.
We are currently, I believe we are on Interstate 40, and we are making our way closer to Van Buren right now. You can see we've got a lot of activity in this area, heavy rainfall. We're trying to make our way south so we can catch this one that's in Panama, Oklahoma right now, as it's going to make its way into Arkansas here shortly. So if you're commuting this evening, definitely take it slow and take it easy, just because we have got all this rain and it is pretty blinding out there for any commuters, as you can see out here. This camera's not really doing it justice. It is very, very heavy rainfall. So if you're on the road, just take it slow, take it easy. We're going to start heading our way south and see if we can intercept this next storm. There's also a little bit of small hail mixed in with this rain as well. So stay safe out there, and we'll be tracking these very closely.
All right, thanks, Joshua. And we told you about this. We are hearing some damage in Sallisaw. Part of the roof at the hospital there has actually been torn off.
Yeah, as you can see, 5 News reporter Claire Everbach has made her way to the hospital there. Claire, what are you seeing there right now?
Yeah, Morgan, Darren, we just got here and I'm at the Northeastern Health Hospital in Sequoyah County, where, as you can see behind me, we're going to zoom in here so you can get a closer look. The roof, part of the roof, was blown off of the hospital. There's lots of damage on that side of the hospital and on the other side of the street. Lots of debris. I'm seeing lots of metal, and there's some damage to the houses around me. We don't have a lot of details yet about the extent of the damage. We are hearing that some of the patients were taken out of the hospital and haven't heard of any injuries yet. We will keep you updated. For now, I'm going to send it back to you. We're hoping that the damage isn't too severe other than what we're seeing.
All right, Claire, thanks. We have been getting a lot of pictures in to the newsroom from flooding and storm damage. Of course, we rely on you to tell us, and the CS, you can text your photos to us to 785-5000. Before we get more with that, Bo Russell is also in Benton County as well to tell us how are things in Benton County right now.
Hey, Darren. Yeah, well, you know, we've been chasing thunderstorms all day up here, seeing some flooding, and you can see the aftermath of that right here. We're at the bridge near the freeway in Rogers, kind of an overpass of the river that runs through here. Now, Benton County Communications Director Melody Kwok is telling us that they're starting to open up those roads that were flooded. They're starting to send the ground crews home. They're going to keep the ground crews around in case any of that weather comes back through here tonight. But right now, the sun's starting to come through. It's a lot calmer up here than it was this morning. Now, I'm from Los Angeles, so if there's one thing that I know well, Darren, it's traffic. So I want to show you guys something that just couldn't make it a better end to my day up here. Look at the freeway right there. That's the 49, smooth sailing on the freeway. Nothing to complain about there. So luckily, the weather, you know, isn't causing too many issues with traffic if you're driving from Bentonville through Rogers, heading down to Fayetteville right now. Live in Rogers, covering news where you live, I'm Bo Russell, 5 News.
All right, Bo, thanks. Anytime severe weather strikes, of course, we'll have extended coverage on the 5 Plus Smart TV app. You can scan the QR code on your screen for downloading instructions. It is available for Roku, Amazon Fire, and Apple TV. Download on your TV, and you can watch that for free.
At 6, let's get an update on those severe storms rolling through the area right now. This is a live look over the last hour. Doppler radar sees a very strong, intense line of thunderstorms extending from Johnson County through Franklin, Crawford, Sebastian, now extending into parts of LaFleur County. This is the most intense line of the storm. It has numerous severe thunderstorm warnings up and down that line. We'll work our way through it, but you also notice a couple of showers redeveloping in northern Madison, even in northern Washington County, a couple more back towards Tulsa. None of those are severe, but they will bring some additional rain even once the line passes through. Once this line passes through, the severe weather threat is going to decrease for the most part for most of the area. I'll say this before we go any further into the forecast. I think our tornado threat is quickly decreasing going into the evening. I'd still like to ask you to be ready and be prepared. There's a tornado watch through 10 o'clock. That's in place because conditions are still favorable for at least something to spin up. But as I see it right now, there's a few things that are going against tornado development. Number one, these showers, these thunderstorms have become a cluster of showers and thunderstorms, whereas if they were to be discrete and isolated all by themselves, they would probably have a higher propensity to rotate. That's not the case out there. The other thing that's going against tornado development, our surface winds have largely been out of the southwest. You really need them to be out of the southeast to give just enough of that wind shear. I can often liken it to spinning a top. You know, a top that kids play with, and you got to spin your fingers in opposing directions. Well, if you don't do that, the top doesn't spin, right? Because we don't have those southeasterly winds in place, they're generally more southwesterly, which is almost parallel to some of these boundaries. There's not a lot of actual wind shear out there to get some of these storms to go. I'm not ruling it out entirely. Famous last words, knock on this greenwood wall, but I think we're probably moving into an area of time tonight where our primary hazards are going to be wind, hail, and flooding. All of these maroon boxes are ongoing flash flood warnings, and I'll guarantee you, the further that line gets into parts of Logan, Scott, and southern LaFleur County, will have additional flood warnings in effect. Everyone in the Channel 5 viewing area is going to have a flood warning tonight. I'm almost confident in it because these storms are moving so slowly, dumping a lot of rain, and they're getting ready to move into an area, Logan County especially, where we have seen a lot of rain. All right, let's track storms. We'll go in a little bit tighter into the strongest of which, now that it's getting ready to exit Crawford County, moving into portions of southern, let's say eastern Sebastian and southern Franklin County. This is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for about 14 more minutes. A lot of lightning, a lot of thunder, and you notice this bowing segment north of Charleston back towards Lavaca. That's probably a good rush of 60-mile-per-hour straight-line winds. That's enough to cause a little bit of damage. On top of that, there's been some hail at times. We saw a report out of Lincoln of some really large hail, up to 1.5 inches earlier with those storms that moved through. And look at this, near Lavaca, moving into the Lavaca area, a large hail core right here. This is probably going to be closer to $half size hail. For some context of where we're looking at, Lavaca right here, Barling right here, here's 22, here's the giant Budweiser can, and right in that vicinity, $half size hail now falling out of that storm. That's tracking off towards Bloomer and Ursula, eventually into parts of southwestern Franklin County. That on top of the winds that are going to be blowing out of that cell right there. There are other hail cores with some of these showers and these storms. That one to me looks to be the largest, at least as of right now. Let's hope we don't see many more of those begin to develop. I want to show you this though. We're going to go back to live radar. I want to show you the rainfall rates that are coming out of this cell. Rainfall rates is how much rain is falling within just an hour's time. And there are some high totals coming out of this. That's going to load in here real quickly, and the map may look a little bit psychedelic. Bear with me here. Here it comes, maybe. There it comes. Notice these colors here, these purples, these bright purples. That's rainfall rates nearly 3 to 4 inches an hour. That's a lot, right? We did see a wall cloud 5-2 storm chaser, Cannon Gage, was in Van Buren looking back towards Muldrow, got this picture of that wall cloud moving through the area. So we know these storms have tried out there this evening, but hail and wind, the primary concern for us going into the next few hours. We've got to be mindful of additional spin-ups, though, out there. I think that Sallisaw was probably straight-line wind damage there at the hospital. But the thing is, damage is damage. I don't care if it's a spinny damage or if it's straight-line wind damage. It still impacts people, and that threat will continue into this evening. Tomorrow, 40% chance of some scattered showers, maybe a couple of thunderstorms out there, not near as severe as what we've dealt with today. By Thursday, Friday, things are feeling much better out there, 70s and 80s. Saturday, Razorback game, full of sunshine out there. We'll continue to see some nice dry weather going into the rest of the weekend and the next week as well. A few spotty showers in the River Valley tomorrow. You might want the umbrella just to be on the safe side, but drier, calmer, and quieter weather only a day or so away. Until then, we'll continue tracking these storms live right now on 5 News Plus, YouTube, and Facebook. And of course, if a tornado warning is issued, we'll cut into programming right here. Plus, Facebook Live and YouTube Live. We are back from our 6 o'clock newscast. Easy to lose track of time. Myself, Danny Cassidy, Joshua Weisel, bringing you coverage of these severe thunderstorms as they roll through the area. They're still severe. In fact, I want to show you this one. You notice this little bowing segment right here moving through parts of Franklin County, even into Charleston. That's likely a big burst of heavy winds, strong winds coming out of that, upwards of about 60 miles per hour. In addition to that, back towards Lavaca, we've got some hail coming out of this, and we've got probably some large hail. In fact, it's come down over the last couple of scans, but a few scans ago, this was relatively large. Here's Lavaca, here's Bloomer and Barling right there along Highway 22. Pretty much that hail core right now is at the intersection of 92 and 26, tracking off towards the east. So I would expect some hail likely moving into the Charleston community and points off towards the south within the next hour or so. That's not the only severe storm out there. There are many others. Everything you see here in orange, that's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning. They expire at various times, but you'll notice there's a lot of rain coming out of them. That rain is giving us flash flooding almost everywhere these storms move through. We see flash flood warnings follow those storms. That trend will continue into this evening. Here's Poto, technically included in this severe thunderstorm warning. Cameron is too. Intense thunderstorm right here. Let's take a look into the winds on this fella right here. You're going to notice a good signature of some heavy, I keep saying heavy, some strong straight line winds coming out of this cell. It's been a long day out there. I've used lots of words today. You'll have to just forgive me here on the stream. Back off towards the south, there's an additional thunderstorm that is also severe warned that has actually shown some signs of strengthening at times. Nothing to be concerned with near Worcester out there right now, but I'm keeping a close eye on all of this. One of the things I wanted to spend some time here and walk through, not that the hail and the wind isn't a concern, it definitely is, but we're going to start to see some flooding. You don't see any of these flash flood warnings in Logan or Scott County yet, but with this line continuing to progress off towards the southeast, that is going to continue to be a concern for us. So when we look at these rainfall rates, what you're going to find, I'm going to just pause it right now, and we'll zoom in closely on some of the most intense downpours out there. What you're going to find are those purples there, and I know that looks a little psychedelic, but what that corresponds to in parts of Franklin County right now is some really intense rainfall rates. We're talking 3, almost 4 inches of rain an hour. That's not to say that's how much rain as this storm has produced at this moment. That's to say if this storm were to not move at all, in a matter of 60 minutes, 1 full hour, these are what your rain gauges would measure. We're looking at 3 upwards of 4 inches of rain. Now, these storms aren't stationary, so these numbers aren't actually translating, but these numbers are close. And the reason they're close, while the storms aren't stationary, they are moving relatively slowly. In fact, we're looking at about 25 to 35 mile per hour storm speeds. So that's pretty slow when it comes to thunderstorms. Typically, we're tracking them at a much quicker pace. Not the case this evening. These storms, especially this one coming out of Franklin County, moving into Logan County, I want to tell you, I'm a little worried as it moves into Johnson County. Yesterday morning, I think it was, to be honest, I lose track of all the days and the times. Yesterday morning is when we had some intense flash flooding in Logan County, New Blaine especially, and we had some water rescues there. Now we're about to move in a lot more water right on top of that very saturated ground. Same thing could have been said in Benton County earlier. That very efficient thunderstorm that moved through dumped a lot of rain. And we had numerous roads closed all across Benton County. You heard from Bo Russell there in their 5, 6 o'clock newscast about those showers and those thunderstorms and the impacts that those had. Not seeing as defined of a leading edge along that gust front right there. We'll take another look into Fort Smith, Sebastian County. Greenwood starting to come down. Certainly Barling, Central City, Lavaca, my goodness, all that lightning's right there on top of you. Loud thunderstorms, very efficient lightning producers, very efficient rainmakers as well. Noticing something of interest here. I just want to take a closer look at some of this. A little bit of an appendage there near Gilmore, east of Poto, south of Slayton. Probably nothing to it. Old Highway 112 is exactly where that would be. Let's look at our velocities. Is there any rotation? There's none. Has some of a look to it. You know, I don't trust some of these fellas that look a certain way, but there's no rotation within that one. Good push of wind coming out of Worcester right there. That storm tracking over across the state line over into the Mansfield, Lavaca area. Could bring some strong winds with it as well. Not finding any rotation. Let's just do this. While we're here, let's work our way in and out of this area. A little bit of a notch right here. What does that look like on radar? I'm talking out loud. That's all I'm doing. Yeah, it's pretty messy. I'm not too concerned with that. Let's go back to our winds. What we're doing is we're looking at winds. Which way are they blowing? Towards the radar, against the radar, looking for some couplets. Not seeing really much at all. We're just taking a tour through the area. They're gusty winds, intense winds. In fact, going here towards Paris, I'm surprised the Little Rock Weather Service hasn't issued a warning for that. It's close. That threshold's 58 miles per hour. Radar's detecting that at right now about 54, so we're close to that threshold. I bet they'll issue a warning here real soon. That extends over into Johnson County as well. Had some severe warnings for Johnson County, none in effect at the moment. So that's an area-wide look of winds and radar. We'll go back, we'll sit it right here. Looks like there was a new warning issued, or maybe it was replaced. That one's going to be for this cell coming out of Sebastian into Franklin as well. Southern Franklin. You can see all that lightning. Pretty easy to tell exactly where it is. That warning is for just slightly less than 1 inch in diameter hail, 60 mile per hour winds along Highway 22 from Barling through Charleston, probably over towards Calksville as well. This general vicinity right here is where the straight line winds are moving through at the moment. Greenwood's seeing some strong winds. We'll take a closer look into Greenwood. There's the high school, there's Excelsior. You can get an idea of town there. It's a pretty intense thunderstorm. You're hearing a lot of rain, a lot of wind, frequent lightning and thunder. Those are the primary concerns right now. Not finding any rotation, which is some good news for us. Overall, our severe zones look like this. So we're kind of in the middle of that level 3 out of 5. I'll tell you, we've not seen a lot of rotation today, which is some really good news. And we kind of discussed what may be happening out there in the 6 o'clock newscast. If you weren't able to tune in there because you were here on Facebook or YouTube, seemingly what's happened, new severe thunderstorm warning just issued there for Sequoia and LaFleur County. That's got some large hail with it. Seemingly what happened is the surface winds are out of the south west, which puts a lot of that wind almost parallel to the storms themselves. You really need some southeasterly winds to create that wind shear. I liken it to spinning a top. If you were to take your fingers, spin them in opposing directions like kids do with those tops, I've not seen one in years. I'd love to get one. You need one here for this demonstration. That creates that opposing wind shear. Without that, it's tough to get any actual rotation out there. So not to say we might not see some develop this evening. The watch continues until 10 o'clock, right? That means conditions could support the potential of some rotation developing and a tornado warning being issued. Haven't seen a lot of that out there this evening. Storm motion is also, storm structure, storm mode has also been rather messy at times. We've not seen a lot of severe thunderstorms isolated and discrete by themselves. They've all kind of merged into this broken line or clusters of thunderstorms. And because of that, they're kind of competing against each other, if you will. You get them out there discrete by themselves, those are the ones you really, really want to watch closely for. We go back into this new severe thunderstorm warning. This one was just issued for parts of Sequoia and parts of LaFleur County. This is a new thunderstorm that's developed just to the east of Stigler. Here it is. It does include Sallisaw. This is moving off towards the north and east. This one specifically also moving relatively slowly. We'll track it out together for you at about 35 miles an hour. I'm going to do it at 30 just to be on the safe side here. Sometimes these speed up and they slow down. That would track closer back into the Fort Smith area. Sadie at 638, Brent Community at 642, Cowington 645, Gans 653, Muldrow 703, the Casino in Roland 711, Arcoma 721, Fort Smith 725. Heads up for the folks there at the Arkansas-Oklahoma State Fair at K. Rogers Park 728. This next storm could roll through your area. South Fort Smith near the airport 730, and then Mercy Hospital there along Rogers Avenue 732. That would be a time of arrival for this thunderstorm that is developing just to the east of Stigler. It is moving towards the northeast. You can see that warning polygon takes it off towards the northeast, moving at about 30 or so miles per hour. So not the fastest moving cell, but a cell nonetheless. We'll go back area wide, get an idea of what's happened. I want to do this. I want to show you how much rain has fallen today based off of just radar estimates. In fact, I'm actually going to do 12-hour estimates. You can see where we see those blues, that's going to correspond to around an inch or so of rain. We bump into the purples, that's radar estimating about 2 inches of rain that's fallen thus far. You get into the maroons, up into the reds, eastern Benton County, parts of Washington County, a lot of northern Johnson County, northeastern Franklin. That's 3 to 4 inches of rain that has fallen. We've received numerous reports tonight of flooded roadways, even some really small, I'm going to call them landslides. They were really small though, so not the mental image you're gathering, but nonetheless, some roads washing out. Be really mindful of that if a flood warning is issued for your location. Certainly something you want to take seriously. Not seen a lot yet. Southern LaFleur, Scott, or Logan counties, even southern parts of Sebastian. But with that line being pretty much right here, moving towards the southeast, it's going to be in your neck of the woods, probably within the next hour, at most in parts of Scott County in the next 2 hours. That's what radar looks like right now. Let's loop it over the last 3 hours to get an idea of how the storm motion has evolved over the last several hours. That second round we had really starts to develop around 2, 3 o'clock. It slowly drifts off towards the south, and those thunderstorms really begin to back build off towards the southeast Oklahoma. Now it's almost an entire line of thunderstorms, all producing a ton of lightning. Decent amount of rain there as well. I'm just checking my phone to get you all spotter reports. You're sending me in lots of photos. We really appreciate that. Thank you so much for doing that. We've had some storm chasers out there this evening, getting us some good reports that have been helpful to give folks a heads up as to what's coming your direction. It's been a busy one. You got some more thunderstorms developing out toward Tulsa, those tracking our direction, getting ready to move back into Delaware County, eventually into Adair. There's some flood warnings still in effect for parts of southwestern Benton County, northwestern Washington, good chunk of northern Adair County. Newton County also seeing some showers and some flood warnings, some additional showers near Huntsville. Nothing severe with regards to those. Our severe weather threat is where these orange polygons are right now. That's primarily along and south of Interstate 40, where winds are reaching up to about 60 or so miles per hour. And at times we even have some large hailstones. Let's go back into our hail detector and we'll zoom in really closely on a couple of these strong updrafts. First, I want to go back to the one that was moving through eastern Sebastian County. This is the one that produced a little bit of hail near Lavaca. I told you it was tracking towards Bloomer and Charleston. There it is in Bloomer right now along Highway 22. How big is it? Well, potentially it could be as large as quarter size. Some of the hailstones, not necessarily all of them. Radar detects right there at Bloomer, just east of 96, to be about penny size with regards to specific hail size. That could be tracking along into the Charleston community and points off towards the south there. Let's back up to some of these others that have a decent amount of hail with them as well. You can see near Greenwood, there's at least a pocket of some small hail moving along 71 there into Greenwood. That's also tracking towards the east. It looks sub-severe, so I'm not too concerned with that one at the moment. This cell just to the east of Poteau, that's getting ready to move into Midland and Hartford over towards Mansfield. If we're talking western Sebastian County, that has a little bit of hail with it as well. You'll notice in these gray colors there, penny size, we probably could get up to a quarter. That's not currently too concerning, although I do think there's probably going to be some hail and some wind coming out of that. Let's go more up towards the north. We've got that new severe thunderstorm warning. It's probably intensifying as that storm continues to try to mature. Spiro, Fort Coffee, Cowington included in this one. And sure enough, just to the north of Keota, we're pretty much right on top of the lake here, soon to move into Brent Lake/river. We do have a large hail core that's developed as this storm has continued pulsing up. It's going to be moving towards Gans and Muldrow, $half size hail, according to Doppler radar. Let's do this. I'm going to log into another computer here real quick, and then I'm going to get some more information about that. Actually, I don't even have to do that. More than 5,000 people without power in Sequoia County. That was from the earlier thunderstorms that have moved through. This one coming through now. That's moving a little bit quicker. This one's moving up to about 40 miles per hour. So first, let me actually back up just a tad. Let's put some more towns on here. I want to give you as much heads up as we possibly can. That moving at 40 miles per hour is going to put it in your community around these times of arrival. Let's do this. Put it right there. Brent at 6:52, so you got a little bit of time there. Gans 7:01, Central High School 7:02, Hanston 7:02, Muldrow 7:08, Lone Oak 7:12. It'll be in the casino in Roland 7:14, Roland downtown 7:16, Woodland Hills Church at 7:16. No rotation detected with this specific cell right now. We'll take another look at the winds. I was looking at those off camera. Right now it looks to be a damaging wind and a hail producer. No couplet, no rotation with that. It bears paying attention to, as do all of these cells moving through the area. In fact, we'll kind of do another one of those little tours here. Some gusty winds getting ready to move across the state line near Hackett, Hartford. Eventually that tracks over into Mansfield. Looks like there's a good little wind signature right here just to the north of Mansfield. That's going to be pushing off towards the southeast there as well. Back into Franklin County and eastern Sebastian. Here's where we have that one hill core. Noticing some of those brighter greens right there. That tells us we've got some pretty strong winds. Still not seeing a severe thunderstorm warning for Logan County. Not quite sure what the Weather Service in Little Rock is considering or what their mindset is. I'm checking to see if they've passed us along any notes. Severe thunderstorm warning for this one. What's it look like on radar? There's still probably a ton of lightning out there. Yeah, sure is. I mean, there's a ton. Let's sample it. Let me back up just a bit. $771 strikes in the last 10 minutes alone. It's a lot of lightning. Storms are very electric out there. I'm going to go back here and do this. Let's go back into downtown Fort Smith. This storm itself is not severe, but what I'm wondering about the rainfall rates. You can see here's Caroline Cross Park right here, Mercy Hospital, Creekmore Park, Baptist Health, downtown Fort Smith, South Fort Smith, all these general places that we all are very familiar with. Shower right there, dumping more rain on top of an area that has seen a lot. So when we look at rainfall rates specifically, we're wondering how much rain are these storms pumping out if they were to pump out rain over the course of just 1 hour alone. When we do that, you do find some areas of 2, outside of Barling, almost 3 inches. Here near Meandering Way, closer to the river, almost about 1 inch. Between Mercy and Caroline Cross, almost 1 inch of rain an hour. Those are our rainfall rates, assuming that that storm just parks itself, pumps the brakes, and says, for a matter of 60 minutes, this is how much rain was showing your backyard rain gauges. These storms are moving, they're not parked. They're moving slowly though, so it's not a lot different than as if they were parked. And that's going to exacerbate the flooding concerns. And that's why the dark purple here, or maroon color, you would see, that's the flash flood warning in effect for almost all, if not all, of Sebastian County. That's what it looks like on radar. This cell moving at 40 is making some quick progress. It's going to be moving up towards Muldrow here pretty quickly. Let's take a look at the hail on it. The hail on that specific storm, this is the hail track. You can see the hail core probably right now over the Brent community. You're picking up a lot of hail from those previous storms. Let me actually bump this to the last 30 minutes, and I think we can avoid some of that. Yeah, there we go. So here's Red Hill, here's Cowington, Highway 59 up towards Brent, Cowington Point Road right there. Some of these colors, these more darker blues, represent closer to quarter, if not $half size hail potential coming out of that. That's probably on top of the lake right now, on top of the river there. So not the best night to be out fishing or doing anything on the water, especially given the amount of lightning that's moved through. But certainly with the winds and the hail, now add some lightning and some heavy rain, not the best. That hail core is closing in on the Brent community right now. Be really mindful of that. Looks like there might be an intensifying storm in parts of Leflore County that's not warranting a severe thunderstorm warning yet, but maybe one that's beginning to pulse up. Let's go back down just a bit. It'll be quicker if I zoom out for us, get an idea of what's going on here. And sure enough, moving into Poto, there's actually 2 cells here. These are worth watching. These do have that discrete look to them. This one specifically does have a little bit of an appendage to it, a little bit of a hook there, and there's actually some minor rotation right there. Let me see here. Okay, we might take that in just 1 second. This is where your rotation would be right along Oklahoma Highway 1, right there. It's weak in nature, right behind me now. That's worth watching, especially given a couple of other factors. Number one, it's in an area that hasn't seen a lot of activity yet today, so the atmosphere is going to be a little bit more primed. Number two, we'll pass along to you, no injuries reported after storm damages the Sallisaw Hospital. That's some good news. That just into the 5 News newsroom. Okay, let's do this. Poto camera is, yeah, let's pull that up. Okay. Let's pull this up. I'm going to be spinning that Poto camera around. If you get seasick, look away, put the phone down. You're probably not going to want to see this. I'm going to see if we can't see anything. This is on our Eastern Oklahoma Medical Center, the hospital there in Poto. Looking around the area, does give us a pretty good view into some of these thunderstorms. So that's probably the cell right there moving with the hail. In fact, that is, if we could put me in front of that possibly, or look up and on the roof there. Let me see if I can't move this up just a bit. You can kind of see the rain curtain right there off in the distance. Those storms, you can, if you draw your eye, just narrow your eye onto one feature there, you can see those clouds are moving pretty quickly off towards the northeast. So we're looking back off towards the north, let's say this off towards the west there as that storm moves into parts of Sequoia County. That's the one that's producing the hail. We'll continue looking around. I'm going to leave this camera right in this vicinity. I think that's going to be looking closer to that southern LaFleur County cell. Do me a favor real quick. Can we pull up Slim Chickens in Fayetteville? It's beautiful. I'm not seeing anything concerning. It's just beautiful. How about that? Sun setting on what's been a very active and stormy day across northwest Arkansas. Sunset's getting a little bit earlier this time of the year. Boy, goodness gracious, that's gorgeous. Love to see that. There's still a couple of showers out there making that sunset look even more vivid. This from our Slim Chickens camera, which sits on the Fulbright Expressway. That's looking, oh, let's see, to the right side would be the Target over there in Fayetteville, just for some context as to where that is. Okay, we can pull up radar again. This is interesting. Got some really high winds coming out of this cell. This is severe warn. It's just to the south of Slaytonville. It's going to be south of 252, north of 96, on the east side of Gilmore. Here's the state line. This vertical white line right here, that's the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line. You got some high winds coming out of that. That's going to be moving towards the east. It almost looks like it's trying to intensify there. Let's watch that one real closely. What does it look like on radar? It's messy, real messy out there. Could be some hail in it. Yep, sure enough. Penny size is what the radar is estimating. Wouldn't be surprised if at times there's not some quarter size hail mixing in with that. This warning's been updated. What's the update? Let's see. New flash flood warning just issued for Charleston, Branch, Washburn as those showers move through. New severe thunderstorm warning issued ahead of that line for Waldron. Looks like Boonville is going to be included in that. Cawthorn, Magazine. Leading edge of those severe thunderstorms now moving through Mansfield and really approaching the Boonville area. Those pushing off towards the southeast. That warning is going to go out for a little bit. That now being issued from the National Weather Service in Little Rock. I was wondering where it was. There it is. Wow, really intense rainfall beginning to move through parts of Poto right now. Keeping an eye on this cell here. This is why I couldn't see anything. When I was looking at that Poto camera, that Poto camera sits right here at the hospital. I had it pointing south, and I was trying to see this storm here, but obviously you're not going to be able to see through such high precipitation in that area, and you probably wouldn't even be able to see if there was an appendage or a feature right there in that neck of the woods either, just given you're looking at it from the north side. If we had a camera right now looking into this area, I would be really interested to see what it has to say. I'm going to do this real quick. This is going to get a little weird. I'm going to change my batteries, and right now I'm the only one in the studio, so there's not going to be anyone to talk you through this. I want to change it just before we get any other warnings out there, and I really need it. So if you're watching on the stream right now, give me about 30 seconds and we'll be back. Apologize for that. I don't remember the last time I changed those, so I wanted to get that done real quick. I think this is the point of the night where I start to lose my voice. It does appear to me that perhaps some of these thunderstorms might be slowing down. Let's see if I'm right. Yeah, this one moving out of Mansfield over into Waldron and Boonville is down to 25 miles per hour, 60 mile per hour winds with potentially some penny-sized hail with that one. What I don't like about that is that means we're going to pick up even more rain than we already have, and we really just don't need any more rain at all out there this evening, especially across Logan County, which has seen a lot in the last couple of days. Things get pretty messy back into southern Sebastian County. Right now, Fort Smith, you're in a bit of a lull, but if you look back towards Muldrow, you've got some additional showers and some thunderstorms getting ready to move in. Let's do this. If we could, let's pull up. Let's do this. Let's pull up ACHE, if we can, in Fort Smith. This is going to be on the Arkansas Colleges of Health Education in South Fort Smith. I'm going to move this around. I'm going to try to look over towards that Muldrow storm. I don't see anything necessarily of interest on radar, but sometimes it's really good to look into it. Okay, we're getting a little bit closer there. You can see the rain off in the distance. Okay, yep, that's the entire storm. You can see it pretty well, especially if I bounce you up a little bit higher. Now we're looking into that dude. Okay, let's do this. Let's go to Ozark, Arkansas Valley Electric. We're looking on the back side of this line now. Dirty River. Looking off towards Logan County, off towards the southeast there. That's the cell that's going to be moving into the Paris community right now. Slim Chickens again would be a good one. It's gorgeous out there right now. This is going to be in Fayetteville. Slim Chickens, please. Ah, beautiful. Love that. After been a long day. Nice sunset out there, Fayetteville, looking off towards the west. Rogers, our Mercy camera in Rogers, also seeing a pretty nice sunset around the area. And then I'll have, okay, there's Fayetteville. This is the Chamber of Commerce. Hold tight on the Fayetteville Chamber. Let me move this dude around and see if I can't get a better shot. That's looking towards the south, towards Greenland, West Fork. I'm going to move it a little bit further towards the west, if it'll let me. And it currently is not going to let me, so scratch that plan. Let's go ahead and take a look at Mercy Rogers. Yeah, nice night out there, ending up being a nice night. Stormy, rocky day, lots of flooding around the area. Ends up being somewhat of a beautiful end across parts of the area. A lot of folks still dealing with storms, so we'll continue focusing on that. Just wanted to get an idea of what's happening area-wide out there. We'll go back to live radar and what you're going to find here. The severe thunderstorms are in effect for just the River Valley. Those warnings, a couple of spotty to scattered showers, even one developing just to the north of Gentry there. Those probably don't become severe. Our severe weather expectations will continue to be right now in the River Valley, largely south of Interstate 40, although this guy that's moving out of LaFleur into Sequoia, it is moving a little bit further towards the northeast, and that very well could track it back into the Fort Smith community, eventually over into Van Buren as it currently stands. It's not the most intense storm, but we'll take a closer look at it. I'll put a path track on it for you just to get an idea of how soon it could be in Fort Smith. Probably pretty soon. It's knocking on your back door right now, moving through the bottoms. That one had been moving quicker than all of the others. Let's make sure that hasn't changed. That is continuing to be at, 35 miles an hour. So with that information, it's pretty easy to get an idea of when it will be in, let's say, the Fort Smith, Van Buren area. I'm going to change that to something else, actually. Let's do this. Squall 35. It could weaken before it gets there. Puts it in Roland basically pretty much now. Puts it at the Marshals Museum at 7:10. Downtown Fort Smith 7:12. K. Rogers Park, where the Oklahoma-Arkansas State Fair continues tonight, I assume. Well, they probably canceled, I guess, probably for the evening. Great fair weather beginning again tomorrow, all the way through Saturday when that fair continues. Caroline Cross Park 7:17. Catcher 7:25, Westville at 7:27, Alma at 7:31, Dean Springs 7:37, Mulberry 7:47, PV along 64 there at 7:51. That would be this cluster of storms right here. It does get messy. There's some additional convection back off towards the west of Cowington, getting ready to follow pretty much the same path as this storm did right here. I wonder if we can look a little bit further towards, that's not what I wanted, a little bit further towards the south. The Poto storm that's moving through Poto and points towards the south right now. It's strong, it's not severe, but it's a hefty fella. It's going to produce a decent amount of rain. Just measuring some wind speeds as seen by radar. There's a notable uptick in the lightning in Sebastian County. Tells us the storm might be trying to grow a little bit and intensify. It's going to be somewhat limited in what it can do, but it is a real possibility that that storm may get a little bit stronger out there, especially here in Midland, Dayton, Mansfield, generally the southern portion of the county. Greenwood points towards the south, up and down 71, and that's going to continue moving towards the southeast. So heads up, this storm is trying to grow in parts of Sebastian County. That'll eventually track closer and closer to Boonville and eventually down into Waldron, which are both locations that are also under a severe thunderstorm warning in advance of this exact system. So it was already strong enough to warrant the severe warning, and now it's growing a little bit stronger out there. That's including in Washburn as well. I didn't mention Washburn a second ago, but the same could be said about that. Moderate to heavy rainfall continues in Hackett. That system technically included in a severe thunderstorm warning, but largely things are starting to taper down in Hackett. Greenwood is still rather intense. A lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain, probably some gusty winds. Downtown Fort Smith starting to see some more rain move in. I'm really watching this cluster of storms right now moving through Muldrow, extending down towards Fort Coffee. That's going to be tracking east-northeast, moving into Fort Smith and Van Buren at those times I just showed you a couple of seconds ago. That will also track into the Kibler and Alma area, assuming it doesn't weaken or change trajectory. I don't think it's going to change paths necessarily. I think it will continue moving off towards the northeast. Question is, does it weaken or not? Right now, it's got 60-mile-per-hour winds and some hail in it. We'll go back to the hail detector and see how big it is. So radar is sometimes a little behind. Right now it's detecting that hail in the Gans community. I'll tell you, it's probably closer to Muldrow at this point. If it's not, it's kind of right on your back doorstep. And keep in mind that's tracking towards Roland, towards the Roland bottoms there, the river bottoms, and we're going to come up on that Arkansas-Oklahoma state line, eventually crossing into the Arkansas side. Van Buren, north side of Fort Smith, probably impacted by the hail with that one. Potentially going to be some gusty winds as well. We'll take a look at the winds in this. 60-mile-per-hour straight line winds is going to be the maximum that it can produce. There's some evidence that that's happening out there. Looks like those are our 2 severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. Nothing severe in Paris, although that thunderstorm is quite strong. I'd say the same about Clarksville. Nothing severe there. Shoal Creek here, Knoxville, Clarksville, Roseville, Paris, Subiaco. Heavy thunderstorm, lots of rain, heavy lightning and thunder. Not severe at the moment, just a strong thunderstorm. Let's hope it stays that way. I do want to look at the rainfall rates through New Blaine though. I'm afraid it's pretty high. It's a lot of rain if those storms were to only move, well, not move at all in an hour's time. And they're moving pretty slowly, so these numbers aren't actually too far off. I'm afraid we may see some additional flooding there. I hope not. I really, really hope not. But we had so much rain yesterday, and with those water rescues, at least one of them in New Blaine, I'm afraid we might see some more of that. Seeing some similar numbers here, these darker purples. I know this map looks psychedelic. If you're just not tuning on the stream, or maybe you didn't catch me explain it earlier, these rainfall rates are assuming a storm, and they're not, but it would assume that a storm is just not moving. And based off how much rain and how heavy it is falling out of that storm, how much rain you would pick up in your backyard rain gauges in a matter of 60 minutes or 1 hour. These are moving at about 25 to 35 miles per hour, so they're slow, not too far off. And given how saturated the ground is across this part of the area, we'll probably see some additional flood warnings, which are what we have here in maroon. Those will continue to be extended and added the further south this line continues to drop. Much of the same could be said here in eastern Sebastian County, where we do have ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings. Very efficient rainmaker right here with this one also in southern Sebastian County. In fact, these numbers are actually a little bit higher right there in Midland. Here's Slaytonville, right along Highway 45. That's probably got some ponding on the roadways right now. In fact, I'm curious, what in the world does that almost white color represent? That's got to be 5-ish. Let's see. I'll do it a different way. Yeah, 5, almost 6 inches an hour, assuming that storm wouldn't move. So we're going to have some flooding out there, more than likely. Be mindful of that if you have to be out and about later this evening. Flood watch is going to go through tomorrow morning with some additional spotty showers in the forecast for us tomorrow. We just hit those 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. Yeah, this one and this one. Had some of that activity in southern LaFleur County that I was watching, but that doesn't seem like it's getting its act together at all. It's pretty disorganized. There's an interesting structure to it, though. No rotation. Let's do just this, take off some of the clutter. Well, there's just as much clutter. There's a lot going on out there. Tornado watches here in yellow for the entire viewing area. I would suspect at least parts of northwest Arkansas will be allowed to drop from that tornado watch in the next hour. It's set to expire at 10, so we can probably get a couple of hours back of our time with regards to northwest Arkansas. Probably far northeast Oklahoma, Delaware, and Adair County perhaps. When it comes to the River Valley, yeah, we're not totally done, although that window is closing. That window is definitely closing with regards to potential tornado rotation, things of that nature. This orange polygon here is one severe thunderstorm warning. You got another one in southern Sequoia, moving through Sallisaw, Muldrow, Roland, northern LaFleur County there as well. That one's still in effect. That one's moving towards Fort Smith and Van Buren. So I think the severe weather potential, not necessarily tornadoes, but when it comes to wind and hail, that's going to continue for a little bit longer. You got these maroon colors. These are flash flood warnings. Those likely going to be extended further south into more of Sebastian, more of Logan, and eventually into Scott County as well, just given how much rain these guys are producing. So that's kind of a lay of the land when it comes to watches and warnings. The green here, that's a flash flood watch. Everybody's included in that until tomorrow morning. Polk County for MENA, P-O-L-K. We do have some viewers in Polk County. You're included in a severe thunderstorm watch, as these storms will probably continue tracking southeast towards your location. Back into this one. It's now moving into the Fort Smith Van Buren area. You had a little bit of a break. That is now over with. It's not severe, but it is strong. I wouldn't be surprised, especially if we find a little bit of small hail. Let's see. Yeah, there it is in Muldrow. That'll be tracking towards Dora, eventually near Uniontown. Well, I wonder if the Weather Service will issue a new warning for that. Hard to tell if there's enough storm fuel left over. We can take a look at it. Zoom out. There ain't much. Atmosphere has recovered just a little bit in that area. Low to moderate storm fuel remains in place there, but most of the area is worked over, the exception being Logan, Scott counties, the southern half of LaFleur. The reason you don't have much in place anymore is these storms have used it all up. You know, the atmosphere can recover when storms pass, but that's been trying to take place in western Benton County the last little bit, and it really hasn't done much. Really hasn't seen any new additional thunderstorms materialize. So that's some good news for us. Let me check this Facebook message. This was north of Muldrow. I suspect there's going to be a picture come out with it. That's loading. Hey, I know we're live on YouTube and Facebook. I can't see the comments. So if you're yelling at me, if you're asking about your specific town, I can't see them. So sorry about that. Looks like some heavy rain, maybe even some small hail there in Muldrow. Let's take ACHE, and then after that we're going to go to Mercy Fort Smith. We'll take ACHE. I've got that dude zoomed in way up into the sky like it's the Hubble telescope, so let me back it out just a bit. I think things are just really intense there in South Fort Smith with this thunderstorm. Heavy rain, a little bit of wind blowing things around. Let me bump up just a bit. Okay, let's take Mercy Fort Smith on Rogers Avenue. And after that, I'll have a new severe thunderstorm warning to pass along to you. Okay, stay there with me. Look back up towards the west. And then now let's go south. Boy, it's wet out there, ain't it? Now looking off towards the east from Mercy and Fort Smith. Okay, back to live radar. Do have a new severe thunderstorm warning just issued. This one includes portions of Sequoia, Adair, LaFleur, Haskell, and Muskogee counties. You can see that new warning there. It's going to include multiple cells. Primarily this one back off towards the west. Potential for 1 inch in diameter hail. I would venture to say that's actually a little bit larger. This is getting ready to move into far southwestern Sequoia County. That's going to be some large hail right there. That very well could be ping pong size hail. That's going to be tracking near Vian, eventually closer to Sallisaw. We have field crews in Sallisaw tracking the damage there at the hospital. Can we get a message to them that they are going to be looking at another intense storm moving their direction? Let me give you an ETA of when that is going to arrive there. It's moving east at 35 miles per hour. So Vian around 7:25, McKee 7:30, the casino in Sallisaw 7:37, downtown Sallisaw 7:39, Brushy 7:48, Maple Chapel 7:53, Blackjack at 7:54. Scott, were you up in the booth? Were you copy that message? Okay. Hey, Dan, can you step out there, make sure they contact the field crews in Sallisaw? Oh, I can ride solo for a, okay. There was some hospital damage. Roof had some damage, probably straight line winds. There was no rotation in the area as that came through. Straight line winds peeled back the roof off the hospital. In fact, they had to move, I believe I saw 9 patients. None of them were injured though. That's the good news. And so those crews responding to the hospital out there, if we have any emergency managers online for Sequoyah County or Sallisaw, this thunderstorm is moving your direction. In addition to the potential for that large hail, there's probably some really gusty winds. We can see some of these brighter greens right here. That tells us we've probably got 50 to perhaps as high as 60 mile per hour straight line winds in addition to the hail. Now imagine both of those things happening at the exact same time. That's going to be some wind-driven hail. It's going to hurt out there. So let's get folks under some sturdy structure if we can. I'm going to do this. Bear with me. We're on a stream. I can do this, right? There are no rules. Large hail coming into Sequoyah County will impact Sallisaw. Please let them know. New warning for Scott County as well. This one is going to be for some winds, probably some hail. 2 warnings, but both the same storm moving through Oliver, Blansett, and Waldron. You can see the winds here as this cell continues to dive southeast. 30, 40, perhaps size 50 mile per hour straight line winds there. Heavy rain, and probably, I wouldn't be surprised, much like all of the other cells we've tracked today, a little bit of hail. There it comes. It's in southern Sebastian County right now, probably just to the south of Mansfield, south of Hackett, Hartford. It looks small based off radar here. That's why there's no actual warning in effect for it. It would be below severe weather thresholds. Penny-size hail, perhaps, getting ready to move into Scott County, western Scott County, largely to the west of 71. That does extend into Polk County, Rich Mountain, especially if you know anyone that lives through there. Higher elevation, right? It's going to be kind of tougher to see. You can kind of see the terrain on the map right in this general vicinity. Let's see. Some of that coming out of Heavener. So here's going to be Sugarloaf, looking off towards the southeast. That's where some of those small hailstones would be, getting ready to move back into Scott County, which haven't seen much at all today. But now it's your turn to deal with these severe thunderstorms. Wow, this has gotten even stronger with these latest updates. My goodness. This is some really large hail. South of Vian, this could be ping pong size. Hen egg. Oh, that says tennis ball. I don't think it's that big, but I do think it's hen egg. I think it's probably 2-inch size hail. That storm's intensifying quickly. McKee, you need to know, and Vian, this storm is moving your direction. If you live anywhere between Vian along 64 or near I-40 over towards Sallisaw, this is about to unfortunately cause you some damage. that hail core just continues to come up. Let me see if I can't do something here. I'd like to take a 3D slice of this. All right, so what I've done is I've taken a knife and I've cut right down the middle of this supercell. And what that allows me to do is it allows me to see how tall is this storm, because the stronger the updraft is, it pushes those raindrops further and further up into the sky. Where it's colder, right? You know, we get colder the further we go up into the atmosphere. 30,000 feet is where airplanes fly, commercial airliners. We're pushing about 40,000 feet here. That's where the cloud tops are. And those raindrops are getting pushed up in that cloud. And that's why the hailstones are as large as they are right now. So you've got some of those winds pushing, getting sucked into the storm. Well, I just messed it up, but you get the picture. There's some large hailstones right now coming into Sequoia County. This is probably the largest we've seen today. So let's be really mindful of this over the next several minutes as this storm gets closer and closer to Vian and eventually over into Sallisaw. That's the only warning on the Oklahoma side right now, and it is a strong, very severe thunderstorm. You've also got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings for Scott County and Logan County. This is for winds and even some small hail. It's primarily driven by the potential of upwards of 60-mile-per-hour straight-line winds. This hail core right now, just to the south of Vian, continues to concern me the most. We'll do this, kind of get an idea of how quickly that is just really blown up right there. And it also gives you an idea of the trajectory that storm is taking. It will soon be crossing 40 and 64 between Vian and Sallisaw, closer to Vian. If you're traveling or know someone that might be traveling either of those roads this evening, you probably want to tell them to seek some shelter, and the shelter is not an overpass. We see people do that a lot. It was popularized in movies like Twister. That's one of the most dangerous places you can stop. Do not do that. It's kind of selfish too, to stop under one of those and everyone else just has to slam on the brakes to avoid running into you. Please don't park under an overpass. We do want to get people though to some shelter as that storm continues tracking and moving closer and closer to Vian and Sallisaw. Very intense hail core. Let's do this. Let's just pause it where it is now. We'll see what the radar says, how big it is. Golf ball still. Let's go closer. We can do street level. So here's the town and community of Tamaha. We're just down north of it. These are the river bottoms right here. New update. It's moving quicker. That hail at this point is probably right on 40 and 64. 64 is going to be this yellow line. 40, Interstate 40, is going to be this black line. That's going to be moving up towards, let's say, McKee, and on the west side of Sallisaw. West side of Sallisaw, just for some context, you can see the casinos right behind me, and then you get into the Sallisaw community just a mile or two off towards the east there. I'm going to put a new track on this, make sure none of the timing on that has changed. So this storm continues to move at 35 miles per hour. With that in mind, towards the east-northeast, McKee at 7:30, the casino 7:36. Time now is 7:20. Sallisaw at 7:38. Seven Oaks at 7:44. Brushy 7:48. Maple at 7:54. So you got about 18 minutes in Sallisaw before that storm is producing some large hail right on top of you. In fact, if you want to be on the safe side, let's call it 12 minutes. Got about 12 minutes before that storm really starts to impact town. When we look at the winds, there's probably going to be a decent amount of wind with it as well. Sure enough, there is. So we're probably looking at some wind-driven hailstones out there, which can cause some siding issues, can also cause more damage to your roofs and your homes and your cars. Unfortunately, that probably is the case, especially where this hail core is the largest. Looks like the worst of it might have just passed towards the south of Vian. It did, just up towards the south of Vian, getting closer though to Sallisaw. Rain's going to intensify first. That's what's happening right now. But with the hail core just off to your west, that's going to be tracking your direction. Those colors have come down just a bit. Still large hail, probably, let's say $half size. So we're no longer seeing that tennis ball or golf ball. That's not to say it might not pulse back up. These things often have a tendency to do just that. Bellefonte would be next. Parts of Muldrow may inevitably be clipped by it. This is moving a little bit more towards the northeast. If you're on the Arkansas side, maybe Cedarville perhaps, Uniontown, I'd be watching it. There's a lot can change between where it is now and where you are, but I'd be watching it. It does have its eyes kind of set in that general trajectory. That's the strongest cell we've got right now, but I know we've got a lot of other folks around the area, so let's do an area-wide reset, get an idea of exactly what's happening out there. That's the strongest cell, but we do have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, Scott and Logan County. Very intense thunderstorms moving through that part of the area. Northwest Arkansas, albeit a couple of spotty showers, mostly dry. Logan County, the entire county getting a deluge of heavy rain right now. Boonville is included in a severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour straight-line winds, potentially some hail with this cell as well, although I'll tell you the hail looks to be smaller, if any at all. More of that's going to be heavy rain and probably some winds. We do get into Scott County, and that hail is coming up out of Sebastian County, south of Mansfield, probably some penny-size hail getting ready to move in. For the most part, that warning is largely being driven by the potential of some straight-line winds coming out of that. A lot of heavy rain will be associated with that cell as it enters into Scott County and Logan County. As we work our way back across that state line, we've had some activity in southern Leflore County near Heavener, Poteau as well. That seems to be moving out of the area for at least the time being. We work our way a little bit further north. We get back into Sequoia County, and that's where we find this one severe thunderstorm warning. That is the strongest of all of them. That warning has now been updated. That is for the potential of 60-mile-per-hour straight-line winds, 1.25 inch size hail, which is what we're seeing on live radar here as well. That's the hail core. They're trimming up the warning. They're saying the threat has passed Vian. We kind of gave you that heads up a few minutes ago, but that threat continues for McKee, the Harrison community, and of course going into Sallisaw as well. Let me look at some of my cameras if I want to see something over there. Hey Dan, if we could pull up, let's first start with Poteau. All right, that's going to be looking off towards the east, towards the storms moving over into the Arkansas side. We'll punch back north here and see if we can't get a look at that cell coming into Sallisaw. Kind of tough to do. There's Kavanaugh Hill right there. It'll be up in this general vicinity. Sky looks purple. That's kind of strange. That's a little ominous as the sun begins to set out there. Now I'd like to pull up Mercy Fort Smith. I'm going to look back off towards the southwest here. Not really seeing anything on Mercy Fort Smith either. There's too many clouds and other storms in the way. I was thinking I might be able to see out into that Sequoia County storm. Can't do it with what we're looking at right now, though. Strong thunderstorm. If you're just now tuning in, very large hail getting ready to move into the Sallisaw community. That storm, I'm going to do this. I'm going to put a track on it. You can see just how intense that hail track was over the last several minutes. When you get purples like that, my goodness, you're talking about ping pong, if not tennis ball size hail. Not all of the hail coming out of it are those large sizes. We call it quarter, we call it ping pong, we call it golf ball, but often, almost always, it's actually a mixture of small to big. And the biggest is kind of what we reference by it because that's the most impactful. So there could have been some very large hailstones mixing in with this. Just to the north of Tamaha, as it approaches McKee, that's where the hail is right now. And of course, we've got that hail likely going to begin moving into Sallisaw in the next few minutes. I gave you some of those times of arrival a few minutes ago. The storm hasn't sped up or slowed down, but that is continuing to cross and track, let's say, I-40 and 64 right now. It's moving east-northeast, which means I do think it will clip Sallisaw, eventually towards Aikens, Bellefonte, and on the Arkansas side, perhaps closer and closer there over to Cedarville. I'm not sure that specific cell is going to impact Muldrow or Gans, although there have been some showers and some thunderstorms moving through. When you look at it just on radar, that hail core would be right in here. So we're coming up really close to Sallisaw on Highway 59. New update just came in there. It's scooting things along relatively slowly at about 35 miles per hour. So we're getting a lot of rain. We'll already have a flash flood warning in effect for that same area. That's only going to exacerbate the problems that we're seeing there. Let's go back into Scott County, parts of Logan as well, where those other 2 severe thunderstorm warnings remain in effect. You can see those are intense thunderstorms as well. How about all that lightning and thunder right now? Southern side of Sebastian County moving into largely Scott County, but even a part of southern and western Logan County. Waldron, you're going to see a very strong thunderstorm move through your neck of the woods. Look how intense that is. All the lightning strikes right through there. Let's do this again. See how many there are. Several hundred to be sure. 592, so almost 600 lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes alone, right through Mansfield over towards Waldron. Very strong, very healthy thunderstorm, 60-mile-per-hour straight line winds possible with that. I do see a little bit of a notching feature, so let's be safe. I don't want to be sorry. Is there any rotation right in there? No, but bears watching. No rotation in the Sallisaw storm. Just hail. Big hail. That scan brought it down a little bit. Let's do this in average. It's down to quarters at the moment as it gets ready to move into Sallisaw. Let's see if it pulses back up. Okay, so that Boonville severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire at exactly 7:30, which is right now. 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for the region. It's messy in the River Valley. That's not to say there's not strong storms elsewhere. There definitely are, extending all the way from Vian and Sallisaw over towards Paris and New Blaine and Delaware. Mountainburg is getting slammed with some heavy rain again. This flash flooding is going to continue. Heavy rain through the Fort Smith area, all up and down the Fort Smith region. Not as much in Poto. That's some good news for us, although that flood warning does extend into northern LaFleur, even over near Stigler as well. This severe thunderstorm is the strongest one. It's not that I don't care about you folks in Scott County. I do a lot. In fact, I'm going to do a school talk there here real soon with Miss Ashley's class, or maybe it's career development. I can't remember. But I'm happy to do it. I went to high school with Kristen, so anytime she asks me to do something, I'm going to try to do it. In Waldron, of course, strong thunderstorm moving through Oliver right now. It's not near as organized as the one that's moving through Sequoia County. That's the emphasis here. It's severe, and there's a lot of lightning and a lot of thunder with it. We look at our wind velocities. Those winds are somewhat high right there. Let's go closer, and then we'll see what the radar thinks about it. All right, now let's ask the Doppler, what do you think about these winds? I've been pushing the wrong button all night long. I haven't done this almost all summer. I'm a little out of practice. 44 there, coming into Winfield, 32. It's a little bit lower than the severe weather thresholds of 58, or sometimes I just round up and say 60. That's the threshold to issue a severe thunderstorm warning. It's a little bit below that. Let's hope that continues to be the case. I do think, even though the Doppler doesn't think those are as intense, if you kind of look on the leading edge right there, that's probably a good push of wind off towards the south. Waldron right now is no longer included in that severe thunderstorm warning, although you're far too close for comfort. You'll probably see some winds and heavy rain there as well. Let's go back into Sequoia County, where the most intense thunderstorm remains. Hail had come down. There's a lot of other cells out here that it's just probably interacting with. Yeah, it's coming down good. That's not to say there won't be some large hail. Probably still will be. Probably happening in Sallisaw right now, actually. But it's a far cry from the golf ball that was pushed out earlier, the tennis ball that radar had estimated. When's that warning expire? That one's going to go through (8:15). That's 45 more minutes. So our Scott County warning goes until 8 o'clock. That's a little less than 30 minutes from now. And our Sequoia County warning all the way up to the state line, that runs until 8:15. Storm mode was messy all day long, and it's even more messy right now. Clusters of these thunderstorms. At this point, the threat appearingly to me is translating, or transitioning, I should say, over to more of a flooding risk. It's been flooding risk all day long, and we've seen that happen all up and down the area, all up and down 49, and now our flood warnings are in effect for almost the entire river valley. More of those likely on the way as these storms move through. But as I look at the severe weather ingredients, I kind of see the storm mode and how messy things are. While yes, there are 2 severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment, I'm thinking largely this is making that transition over to a flooding event. Don't like any of it. I would just prefer there not to be any of these showers or these storms. We have not had a tornado warning once yet. We've seen a couple of areas of rotation. And let me be clear, I'm not complaining. I think this is the best way this day could have turned out in terms of no tornadoes. What happened? Why weren't there tornadoes? The potential was there. It was there all day long. We kind of were tracking that the last couple of days. What happened, at least today, at least preliminarily, really what it looks like, there was 2 issues that I see. And after these events, I always go back and study to try to figure it out, learn more, and see what didn't go as forecasted or what did go, and those types of things. 2 things that I think probably mitigated the tornado potential. And again, mitigated is a good thing. I'm chalking this up to a really good thing for a lot of us, and I know you would all agree. Number 1, storm mode was never good. These storms are always clustery. Every time you saw a storm try to spin up and try to rotate, there was another cell kind of bump into it, kind of knock it around, kind of take some of its fuel or take some of its inflow away. Number 2, and probably most impactful when it comes to limiting the rotation, our surface winds today were out of the southwest, which puts them almost parallel to some of these storms in their movement. If the winds had been out of the southeast today, as the forecast initially called for, we would have had much more wind shear or friction or ability to make these storms spin and rotate. That wasn't the case today, and for that reason, I think that's largely why we haven't seen much in the way of rotation. That's some really good news for us. I'll knock on wood again. Hopefully that doesn't change, at least as of right now. I'm not seeing any rotation, and I think we're kind of closing the window on the severe weather potential. We've still got these 2 warnings, and they're going to be running for a while longer, especially the Sequoia County warning. And there may end up being 1 or 2 more after that, but that window is definitively closing, especially now that the sun is set and we're kind of losing some of our storm fuel. These storms are using it up anyways, but we're certainly not going to be adding much more back to it. We'll go back into this warning. Worst of it is now to the east of Sallisaw. We'll go back into our hail. and there's hardly any of it left. Some good news. I wouldn't be surprised if that warning's not allowed to expire early based off of that alone. But when you look at the hail track, you can see why I was concerned. My goodness, it produced some large hail as it got right on the county line, right as it crossed the river there, just south of Weber's Falls. So here's Gore and Weber's Falls. South of that, it really got going. We're looking at those purples. That's some large hail. Radar had estimated it here as large as tennis ball size. Probably a little too high. It was probably closer to golf ball, $half size. Still some large hail, no question about that. It's seemingly weakened as it moved into Sequoia County. A couple of number of reasons why potentially. Probably just that area has been worked over with a lot of rain and the atmosphere is a little bit more stable there. That's some good news. I'm expecting northwest Arkansas, northeast Oklahoma to be dropped from the tornado watch probably sometime in the next 20 minutes or so. I suspect it'll remain in effect for a little bit longer in the River Valley. Flood watch is going to definitely be in place until tomorrow morning at the latest. Let's do this. I'm going to break procedure here just a little bit. I've not looked at what I'm about to show you. I'm going to be looking at raw model data with you, and so I don't know what it's going to show. We'll kind of walk through this together and see what we can learn about the rest of the evening into the overnight hours. So that's about 20 minutes from now. That looks pretty accurate to what we're seeing right now. 9 o'clock, still widely scattered showers, heavy thunderstorms in the River Valley. 10 o'clock, still looking at those, although they're becoming fewer in nature. 11 o'clock, still looking at some, maybe even a few remaining in Washington, Madison counties. Midnight tonight, the worst is off towards central Arkansas in the Little Rock area. Still some loud thunderstorms out there potentially. 2 a.m. or mostly dry out there. We get all the way into tomorrow. Some morning showers certainly going to be possible. And then by noon, we're looking at a mostly cloudy sky. Let's go a little bit later in the day. Yeah, there comes those additional scattered showers in the afternoon. Odds are going to be a little bit higher in northwest Arkansas. You get into the River Valley, not much happening there. You can see a lot of lightning out there, especially on the Ozark camera. This is looking over the Arkansas River over into Logan County, where that strong thunderstorm continues right now. It's actually moving over mostly into Yell County, but some lightning, some thunder certainly going to remain with that one out there. That's going to be Ozark, Fort Smith. I mean, you can even see some of the breaks in the clouds looking off towards the west there. Strong thunderstorm, you can kind of see it off in the distance west of Fort Smith. That's coming closer and closer. That's the one that was producing some large hail near Sallisaw. Springdale, clouds are breaking. Nice sunset underway there. Don't you hate that the sunsets are getting a little earlier each and every day? We're losing about 2 minutes of daylight every day. Before you know it, it'll be dark at 4 p.m. Seasons are a-changing. Let's look at how much rain we've got today. Beautiful there from our Slim Chickens camera looking from Fayetteville. That's 71B or the Fulbright Expressway. Looking off towards the west there, towards the I-49 interchange there near Garland. Always have a lot of accidents through there. None tonight though. Everyone's moving nice and smoothly out there. Rain over the last 12 hours looks like this. Let's just loop it for the last 12 hours. Saw a lot initially with round one earlier today. Those purples there, that's going to be 2+ inches. You get into some of the reds, that's closer to 4 inches. And where it's still raining widely in the River Valley, radar estimates we've already picked up between 1 and, let's say, 1 and 2 inches of rain. You've still got more falling, right? We'll probably end up closer to that 3 to 4 inches before it's all said and done across parts of the area, especially where you start to see those purples. Let me pause it. I'll actually do this. If you're watching, I know some people are on their phone, so I'll make this a little bit easier. Carroll County got a lot today, 4 inches there. How about almost 4 inches in Lowell? Fayetteville picking up almost 3 inches. Northern Johnson as much as 5. Over near Clarksville, along Highway 22 there. about 2.5. Parts of Fort Smith and Van Buren, upwards of about 1 to 2. Poto, about an inch. And keep in mind, again, we've got the bulk of that heavy rains just now moving into the river valley, so those numbers are going to continue to increase with time. 2 severe thunderstorm warnings right now in effect, one for Sequoyah County, one for Scott County, 2 different areas of concern. Damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. That's the most likely hazard. Probably going to have some small hail mixing in there as well. The one in Scott County has a heck of a lot more lightning than the one in Sequoyah County. That tells me that storm there is probably on a bit of a weakening trend. Meanwhile, the storm in Scott County, not technically including Waldron. Waldron is not in the warning. I'll just tell you, it's a strong storm and the warning's pretty close to you. You might as well consider yourself in that warning. That one has a lot of lightning. We'll ask the radar to tell us how much. First, we go a little bit closer into that cell. Yeah, see, Waldron's right here. Warning is just on the west side of town. Blanchett, Brawley, Oliver, Rich Mountain is included. Rich Mountain being in Polk County, just to the north of Mena there. I've got 8, apologize for that. Lightning. $894 strikes in the last 10 minutes. This measures in 10-minute increments. The majority of that between Boonville and Waldron. So you're hearing a lot of thunder out there, no question about it. It's a very intense thunderstorm. The warning itself included the potential of 1 inch in diameter hailstones and 60 mile per hour winds. I don't think the hail is there. We're not seeing much of that on hail detector. Certainly some moving through the area. Our Sequoyah County storm, which I was just telling you was just weakening, the warning has since been dropped for that one. So we'll go back and take a look at that. That was a gnarly storm for a hot second. I was really worried about Salisaw and even Vian getting some large hailstones. You saw just to the north of Tamaha how high that hail detector was peaking. Golf ball, tennis ball size hail with some of those purples. And it almost just collapsed on itself as it moved into the Salisaw area. Great news, no complaints there. Joshua, look at that, my goodness. That was some really intense hail and it just kind of pulsed up out of nowhere. That has since been allowed to expire. So at this moment, current time is 7:43. We only have 1 severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for western and southwestern Scott County. Apologize, I was analyzing some data. There's so much going on around here. Flash flooding is going to be a big concern, especially in the river valley where those cells are not moving much. In fact, last hour alone, boy, they're not moving much at all. This is a 1-hour radar loop. These showers are training over the same area over and over and over again. Rain moving back into Franklin County. Had a bit of a lull across parts of the area, but now you've got more just developing and building right there. That flash flood threat is going to continue to increase. This southern flank, this is actually the main line itself. That is pushing off towards the south really quickly. Things are going to lighten up a little bit in Logan County. Meanwhile, things are relatively calm across a broad majority of Johnson County until this activity slowly either continues to build into Johnson or maybe it might just meander out of the way. Nonetheless, that's going to continue to produce some high rainfall rates, so our flooding concern is going to continue to materialize. These maroon colors are flash flood warnings, ongoing flooding around a good majority of the area. So keep in mind, we don't want to cross any flooded roadways, especially at night. That kind of increases the threat for some flood concerns. Someone becoming a victim of a flash flood. Had a water rescue out of New Blaine yesterday morning from those storms that came through. Now we're adding a lot more rain on top of that. That's going to be a problem, especially if we continue to get some more out of this cluster, eventually tracking off towards the south and east. Looking at penny-sized hail north of Blanchett, just west of 71, west of Waldron, out of that cell. Let's take a look at the winds. Looks like we did have a report. This verifies what we were seeing on live radar in Sequoia County. A storm chaser is reporting 1.25-inch hail, $half size hail. That was in McKee, so just east of Vian along 64. Wind driven at that. So we did have those 60-mile-per-hour winds. I kind of mentioned that term, wind driven hail. That can cause a lot of issues. You talk about hail, generally you think of wind damage, or excuse me, hail damage on your roofs. But now if we're adding 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds driving that hail, we start talking about damage to the sidings of homes and buildings. And it's not just on the tops of your cars or on the hoods or the trunks. You start to get on the sides there as well.
Yeah, and that wind-driven hail potential, that is no joke. I remember a couple months ago when we had that huge hailstorm outside the station, and I was even in covered parking. The winds even created some hail damage to the cars that were in covered parking just because it was driving it. So definitely not something to take lightly if you have that large hail and that wind mixture with it.
That certainly was the case as it moved through parts of western Sequoia County. Thankfully, that cell just hit a wall and it has since fizzled out, dropped below severe limits. It is producing a decent amount of rain, some lightning, and some thunder, though, so be careful with regards to that. Strongest storm, and the only severe thunderstorm warning we have right now is in Scott County. That storm warning runs for the next 45 minutes, I believe. I think that goes all the way out to 8:30. Let me just fact check myself. There's been a lot of warnings out there. It's easy to get them all mixed up, especially this late in the day. That is, in fact,
until 8 o'clock, I think.
8 o'clock. Yes, until 8 o'clock. Okay, all right.
So I will say that last scan, it actually looks like the hail may be back up just a little bit. The Echo Tops is showing that this is about 52,000 feet. So
that's a pretty tall storm.
GR is indicating about 1.25-inch hail, so that's right around $half.
Yeah. Okay, let me do this. Since you mentioned that, I'm going to do a 3D scan of this storm. So same thing, 3D scan. Basically what I've done is I've taken a knife, I've sliced the storm in half, and I said, okay, show me what's going on there. So let's push in a little bit closer. So the context is always helpful here. Commercial airliners fly at 30,000 feet. Well, we're well above that in the heart of the storm. In fact, we're actually seeing hail push, as Joshua indicated, and our radar over here is indicating it too, closer to that 50,000-foot mark. That's a really tall storm. That's a really healthy storm, so that hail core probably is pulsing back up. I don't know what's going to happen when I push this button in 3D mode. Nothing. That's good. Let's see if I can get out of 3D mode. If I zoom in here. Yeah, probably not. So that's where it's going to be. Blancet right now.
It actually looks like that may have gotten a little bit taller now. The latest scan shows it's about 56,000 feet. Wow. Radar's pushing just a slightly larger hail, which, I mean, that makes sense. But
see what Little Rock's thinking.
Doesn't look all that impressive with the reflectivity, but certainly it looks pretty monstrous with the hail core with that, and that would be eventually headed towards the community of Bowles, I believe that's how it said.
Yes.
And then if it holds together, Y City.
Good pocket of winds right there too.
Yeah, the what is it? GR back here is indicating right between about. Some of these areas are about 49. I'm also picking up some 55s here and there as well.
Yeah. So let's go really close into where that is currently taking place. Those brighter pixels right there, those brighter colors, that's where the winds are probably peaking right around 60 miles an hour right now. Let's go back to the hail on this one. So this product is always a little behind, but it does start to show what Joshua was mentioning, that hail cores are starting to come up. And I bet once we get another scan in, it'll continue to show that as well. Probably have some more of those blues on there if I had to guess.
I think one of the good news parts with this is it looks to be over a pretty rural area of Scott County there.
Rural indeed, but the folks that live there are dear to our heart.
Yes, yes.
Want to be here for them.
Not to downplay that, but I'm not picking up a whole lot of roads in this area. So hopefully, just for the sake of everyone down there, that it's over mainly rural areas, just because that hail damage with siding, roofs, and cars, that is not something fun.
Waldron, of course, had that big hailstorm earlier this summer. I think you and I covered that in the middle of the night. I mean, gosh, it closed the school for a bit. So, yeah, it's the last thing we want to deal with there. That also impacted Boonville, I think, that night. Middle of the night, big old hailstorm come through. I'll let Joshua take over for a hot minute. I'm going to go find a cough drop.
No, you're good. So we are still tracking some of those storms. I'll go ahead and kind of hijack Max over here real quick. Just got back from the storm chaser. We were out covering all of those storms, and the good news is, at least from what we were covering, we were on top of a lot of those storms, did not see any sort of major damage. Ran into a couple power outages and stuff like that. We have had many reports of the wind that came through. Of course, there was some of that damage near Salsaw. We have some of these hail reports also coming in as well. So as we're taking a widespread view, you can see that, of course, the majority of the activity still in the river valley. I-40 and south and just a little bit to the north. It's pretty messy in terms of the radar. We have had such a large amount of rain the last several days that I tell you, it's starting to feel like some of those earlier summer months, or spring months, excuse me, where it was feeling like it was never going to end with the rain. And you can see the 48-hour totals are basically reflecting that. And some of our more impacted areas look to be Logan and Johnson County in terms of those rain totals out there. And I'll just take a quick look at this. I know there's people probably worried about the severe weather activity in portions of Scott County. Just want to let you know that we're not going to forget about you. Here's a look at what we've got, though. Some of these totals in portions of Logan and Johnson County, anywhere between 3 inches up to almost 11. So we have seen a tremendous amount of rainfall out there. So at this point, once the severe weather is over for our area, I think the most concerning thing that we have going forward is going to be that flash flooding potential, especially, we know, for those of us who live in the River Valley and go through it just about every day for commutes and stuff like that. Some of those areas, they tend to flood pretty quickly, and that's why we have these flash flood warnings in effect. Is not only are some areas flood prone, but we also have almost 10 inches of rain that have fallen in some of these areas. So that is going to continue to be a main threat. Now, as we make our way back into Scott County with this storm in particular, let's go ahead and take a look at some of those winds there. I do think that there are, of course, going to be some gustier winds with this. That's what has helped prompt that warning. And you can see here, if we can go to the velocity cue, it's not going to look as impressive with the radar. Keep in mind, we are still looking a pretty good ways away. 50 to 60 mile per hour winds are probably easily occurring with this activity. Let's go ahead and also take a look at the hail tracker just because I'm curious to see. And Scott, it looks like that may have come up just a little bit since the last scan. So as you can see, starting to see some of those blues back on the screen there. So if you are in these areas here, and I'll zoom in here just quickly and zoom in on some of those other communities that are kind of near the path of this, we'll go ahead and sample what radar is trying to tell us in terms of hail size. Not really sure if that caught up there, but just going to look over to the other side at GR and see if that's picking up anything else. So, what is it?
That query updated for you.
Okay. Oh, yes. So now starting to see the quarter size. And for those who are, wondering severe levels, and you may be thinking quarter's not very big, for these warnings, you need base criteria for a warning. You need 58 mile an hour winds or greater and hail around 1 inch in diameter. So the good news is right now, this is your bare minimum severe thunderstorm warning. That's not to downplay it, discredit the warning or anything like that. That's just to let you know it's on the severe side, and it's still producing some large hail. You may not think quarters are very big, but they can still create some damage to sidings, some windows, even to roofs. So just go ahead and, if you're outdoors, move indoors, just because quarter-size hail, 60 mile an hour winds. As Scott was mentioning earlier, if you have those winds and you have that hail mixture, wind-driven hail is also not fun. If you're hiding in a carport outdoors or something like that, it may be covering you from it directly above, but that wind-driven hail can still hit the side of houses and vehicles. So pretty active day across the area. And unfortunately, this one just wants to continue to hold on there. And it looks like Little Rock is adding to that warning, and that'll be plotting up here soon. So
Waldron is included in that new one.
What is it?
Waldron is included in that new warning.
Oh, gotcha. Thanks for passing it along. That also includes the communities of Parks, Bowles, Y City. We'll zoom into some of these other communities here. Anywhere along 270. I believe that's Highway 28 there. So if you live in these communities, just get ready for the potential for large hail, damaging winds. And I'll go ahead and show you. The warning is indicating about 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. So that is our base minimum criteria for severe thunderstorm warning. And that is some good news, just because we're not talking necessarily about that 2-inch hail risk right now. We're still going to be watching. Of course, some of these have produced some pretty big hail so far today. And that's why we're on here with you, is in the event that this were to pulse up and produce larger hail, you're going to hear it from us first. So we're going to be watching that here carefully as well. And of course, there's also the 60-mile-per-hour wind threat with that as well. So we're keeping an eye on that. The good news is there is no tornado risk with this whatsoever. When you're looking for a tornadic signature or any sort of risk, you see those greens and the reds. Well, you really want them to come together tightly together, kind of right up against each other. And notice it's not doing that. And that's some good news there. And of course, very thankful that, we had a couple storms that looked like they were going to be pretty close to that. But fortunately, we've made it without, any sort of tornadic activity, at least that we know of right now. So we're just focusing on this hail risk, and it is in Scott County. I'm going to go ahead and just zoom this out just for anyone who is watching or may have just stumbled across this stream or gotten on 5+ and is wondering where exactly this is. This is not for Northwest Arkansas. This is really not for a large portion of the River Valley either. This is for one of our far southern counties, Scott County, and we're staying on here with you just because we want to make sure that you are ready for the hail. And as Scott mentioned earlier too, even though some of these areas are a little bit more rural, we still care about our viewers. We want to make sure that you are well prepared for the storms that are moving into the area. So we're going to be tracking this very closely. Doesn't look like there's any sort of reports coming in, fortunately, in terms of any confirmed hail or anything that I'm at least seeing. Let's see here. And actually, we can go ahead. Should we? Let's do the phone number too, just to see. Let me do this real quick. So if you have any sort of reports, you can text us your reports, your pictures, and your video. Be sure to include the community that this was in, and also make sure, please, that you're doing it when it's safe to do so. Don't go out in the middle of the hailstorm and, take photos of the hail falling on top of you. That's not what we need. Make sure that once the storm has passed, it's safe to do so. You can send us those photos, those videos, damage reports, anything like that, and pass along to us. We can pass it along to the viewers. So if there is a storm in your area or approaching your area, you're kind of our eyes and ears on the ground. So only do it when it's safe to do so, but you can send that to 479-785-5000, and we'd appreciate those reports, just because if you're seeing hail in your area and then it's passed and it's safe to take pictures, we can tell the viewers that are in line of that storm, hey, we got this report that came in from this area. So that is definitely helpful in these situations.
Joshua, one thing to pass along real quickly. In Scott County, we have 600 customers without power. I wouldn't be surprised if that number goes up a little bit, simply given the intensity of this thunderstorm that is continuing to move through Scott County right now. But as of last check, 600 customers without power. We know we've had some in Sequoia County as well. There's probably a handful of others around the region, those two being the primary where we saw the most intense winds come through. A lot of rain. I can't stress it enough. We've really got to be mindful of the impacts of all of this rain and all the water. Ground is really saturated. We're dumping a lot more on top of it over a short period of time as these thunderstorms are crawling only about 25 to at times 35 miles an hour. Be really mindful of that. This warning runs for 45 more minutes for southern Scott County, Parks, Waldron, Blansett. Included in that severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour straight line winds, 1 inch in diameter hail, all going to be possible in the core of the storm as it continues tracking off towards the south and east. As of this moment, this is the only severe thunderstorm warning that we have in effect for the 5 News viewing area. I don't want to jinx us, but I'm not expecting many more severe thunderstorm warnings for our neck of the woods this evening. I do expect additional flood warnings based off of the activity that's continuing to train across Crawford, Franklin, Sebastian counties. There's a little bit more kind of developing in a scattered fashion across Sequoia and Adair, with that continuing to track into an area that's rather saturated. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see some more of those being issued. Things are letting up in Logan County. That's some good news. We've got more activity exiting Franklin over into Johnson. Meanwhile, Northwest Arkansas is in the clear when it comes to severe thunderstorm warnings. In fact, the tornado watch has been allowed to cancel early for Delaware, Adair, Washington, Benton, Carroll, and Madison counties. Kind of told you that was coming, right? That has now happened. The watch continues for those in the River Valley. It was set to expire at 10 o'clock this evening. Wouldn't be surprised at all to see some of these counties trimmed from that, maybe a little bit before the 10 o'clock hour. What about a temperature check? Scott, how you feeling? I'm feeling okay about a lot of this. Joshua can chime in with his thoughts too. I think flooding is going to continue to be our increasing concern, as it was already pretty high going into this day. Our severe thunderstorm warning for Scott County, once that's over, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't have any more. So the window for severe weather is closing. Overall, feeling really good. Happy we avoided tornadoes today. Really happy about it. If you're wondering why, and you kind of missed my explanation earlier, number one, I don't know the total answers right now. These are those moments we go back and look and try to learn from how the forecast evolved. There's 2 things, though, that I've noticed this afternoon into this evening that may have mitigated some of that rotation potential. Number one, our surface winds were out of the southwest, which means they were nearly parallel with the storm motion. One of the key ingredients for severe weather in general, but certainly tornadogenesis, is wind shear. So I often liken it to a top, and I'm talking about those little toys that kids play with. I've not seen one in ages, but I need to find me one. To get a top to spin or rotate, you got to twist your fingers in opposing directions, right? Your thumb goes one way, your index finger goes the other. Well, that didn't happen tonight. And because of that, these storms really struggled to rotate. It's not because they didn't try. We detected a few areas of small rotation throughout the day, but it was always small and it was always weak and never enough to actually warrant a tornado warning. The other thing we noticed is the storm mode, probably in large part due to that lack of wind shear, got really messy. Clusters just like this moving through the area. Whereas if we had some of those discrete supercells kind of out there on their own, that would have had a higher propensity to rotate. New flash flood warning just issued. This includes parts of Crawford, Sebastian, Sequoia, Adair, and Franklin counties. We'll take a closer look into that one. I kind of mentioned that was probably going to happen. Here it was. A large majority of the River Valley now under a flash flood warning. These are going to extend several hours. Often they don't really let them expire until we get official word that some of those creeks and rivers and anywhere that the water is ponding on roadways starts to recede. That's probably going to be extended over into Johnson County. I wouldn't be surprised. Pretty intense area of rainfall, a little bit of lightning and thunder continuing in Franklin going into Johnson. We'll go back into our severe thunderstorm warning that has a very intense amount of lightning. Thus, it is very loud evening south of Waldron in Scott County, including Parks, Bowles, Blancett. We'll go back and look at the hail with this. That hail core had been coming up. It's maintaining itself. It's getting ready to be right on top of 71. Eventually, it's going to cross over towards 270. When you look at the hail average overall with that storm, it's probably going to say about nickel size, but there are likely parts of that storm, the innermost where that core is the strongest, that has probably closer, well, let's say nickel, but I think quarters is probably more likely with that one. We also have to take a look at the winds. This has the potential to see 60 mile per hour straight line winds. When we look at those velocities on that cell, we can notice, well, number one, there's not much in the way of rotation. That's good news. But where you start to see some of these brighter colors, these brighter greens, that's going to be some pretty strong winds coming out of that thunderstorm. We can take a look into some of these. These are at radar beam level, keep that in mind, but 40, perhaps as high as perhaps maybe 50 or so mile per hour straight line winds coming out of that. So that's probably the 2 primary impacts of this specific storm right now. Broad area, passing off towards the southeast. This specific storm, Joshua, if you know, let me know, but I'm curious how it was moving at 25 miles per hour. So with that in mind, let me do this for us. Let's back this up just a hair. And let's put a track on this. Mill Creek, 809. Odin at 8:45. Pencil Bluff about 8:49. Gibbs Community right around 9 o'clock this evening, so a little under an hour away. That cell tracks into your direction. It will skirt parts of Polk County, POLK. I know we have some viewers there. Strong thunderstorm moving through Mena right now. It's not severe, but it is a strong thunderstorm nonetheless. This is the only severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the Channel 5 viewing area this evening. Things are starting to slowly but surely quiet down, with the exception of that ongoing flooding potential that we talked a lot about in detail. It has been one of the more impactful things we've seen out of this system. We've also saw a decent amount of reports of some hail. In fact, we can take a look at some of those. Those reports come in from official storm trackers and storm spotters. Sometimes the National Weather Service is going to want to quality control them before they populate into our map. So being that that may be the case, not all of our reports are populating just yet. We'll go here into Sallisaw, where I suspect straight line wind damage was the culprit behind the roof of the hospital being torn off. 9 patients evacuated as a result of that straight line wind damage. We've reported on that. We have a reporter there right now. This came in via an amateur radio, ham radio operator, and of course us passing that report along to the Weather Service. Sequoia County, Sallisaw, that happened right around 5:02 this evening. In addition to that, we had some large hail in McKee. This was that most recent storm. It came in about 1.2 inches in diameter. That storm really pulsed up pretty quickly out there this afternoon, or excuse me, into this evening. Let's go back and get a couple more of these to pop up for us. A flood report just now came in moments ago. This is going to be many roads in the Charleston area covered in water. Water actually entering in some residences. That's from some video passed along via social media. We had some large hail in Lincoln. This was one of the first storm reports we got early in the afternoon several hours ago. 1.5 inches in diameter, western Washington County. That report coming in from one of our storm spotters in the field. Flood report coming in from Prairie Grove. Water covering an intersection with several inches of water. That time was around 4:30 this afternoon. Another water report in Greenland. This coming in from a friend of Channel 5's, Nolan there. A video posted to us. Outside lane, nearly impassable. I believe he was near Drake Field when he passed that report along to us. We have a wind damage report just outside of our area near Stigler. That thunderstorm wind damage came in gusting with some small damage to some limbs reported there in Stigler. We'll go back to live radar right now. I'll put this on radar mode, and then we're going to loop it over the last 3 hours, and you're going to probably notice a few things. Number one, a lot of this is starting to weaken. The sun's begin to set. We're losing some of that storm fuel. Interestingly enough, there that main line goes. The main line itself of thunderstorms is the one producing our severe thunderstorm warning in Scott County. A good majority of Logan County got in on the action there. But this additional development behind the front, it's not likely to be severe. It's post-frontal. It is behind the front itself. Not as much storm fuel available for it, not enough forcing for it, but it is rather intense when it comes to rainfall rates. There is a little pocket of lightning and some thunder, so it's not to say they're not going to be strong thunderstorms, but that redevelopment going into the evening hours will continue to exacerbate our flooding concerns on an area that has already seen a decent amount of flooding in of itself. In fact, when we look at the rainfall rates, I'll zoom in here. In that area where that rain is falling right now. This map looks perhaps a little psychedelic. I want to assure you, you're not tripping. I just have some fancy colors on the map here. I can say that on a stream, right? I don't know if I can say that on TV. I don't know. Anyways, I'm sure I'll get an email. Up near, let's say, not far from the Fern area, right now we're getting a little over 4 inches of rain per hour with that storm. We get into Natural Dam, Lee Creek, up and down 59, and perhaps over towards 220, we're getting I'm pushing the wrong button. We're getting similar returns there, 2 to 4 inches of rain per hour with some of those storms. Now moving into Johnson County, north of Coal Hill, 3 inches of rain per hour with that cell. That's on top of what has already fallen. Now, to be clear, that's not what we expect out of this cell. This is a product that tells us, hey, if this storm was stationary, if it wasn't moving a lick, in 60 minutes time or 1 hour, this is how much rain would be in your backyard rain gauges. Given these storms are moving pretty slow, not zero, not stationary, but pretty slow, 25 to 35 miles an hour, we're probably not far off from these rainfall rates on an area, and I can't say it enough, it's already rather saturated out there. Over the last 24 to 48 hours, we've seen a lot of rain. And the same thing's probably going to be able to be said with our storm in Scott County. In fact, really intense rainfall rates with this one, in excess of 4 inches, where we find these darker purples right here south of Waldron. The threat has passed Waldron. If you're tuning in from Waldron, the threat has passed there. Let's see. '71, really intense rainfall rates south there of Bowles, south of 28. Parks, I should say. I didn't mean Bowles, Parks. Near Bowles and near Parks. Yep. Yeah, let's take a look at that damage out of Sallisaw from earlier. So this is the hospital in Sallisaw. That roof probably just peeled off. Power lines, of course, tilted over. You see some tree damage likely behind those cars there in the parking lot. 9 patients were impacted and they were moved. Lacey Merrill sending this photo in with us. We've got Claire Everbach, 5 News reporter and a photojournalist with her in Sallisaw, who is working to bring us more information on the status of those patients, coming up on your 5 News at 10 o'clock tonight, which is now just in 2 hours, a little less than 2 hours from now.
And I tell you what, looking at behind the scenes, that one in Scott County really just kind of collapsed with its intensity. The hail core really almost is not there on GR at this time, and it looks like echo tops went from around, I think it peaked at 57,000, and now we're back at about 50. So it looks like maybe that one's either going through a recycling phase, and hopefully if it's doing that, it does it and keeps it out of our area when it decides to recycle. But right now, really doesn't look all that impressive in terms of that hail core or even the height of this. It looks like we just got another scan, even lower than that, showing about 48,000 feet compared to the 50 that we saw with that last scan.
Okay, so this storm south of Waldron, southern Scott County, our only severe thunderstorm warning at the moment, starting to hit a wall. And we can kind of see that reflected in our hail tracks overall. We go from these brighter royal blues indicating quarter to perhaps $half size hail. And notice those bright colors are dropping off as this storm continues to track towards the south here, closer and closer to Polk County. That's a sign that the storm is weakening, that hail core is coming down a bit. Josh was talking about how tall the storm is. The taller the storm is, the larger the hail. If we start to see that height come down, it's no longer peaking at 50,000 feet. Maybe it's coming down to 48. That trend continues to suggest to us that storm probably is going to be weakening with time. In the meantime, it is still rather strong in terms of intense lightning, thunder, rainfall. Right there it is. Pretty easy to see all that lightning right there. Warning goes for about 30 more minutes, 8:45. I wouldn't be surprised if the storm mostly moves out of southern Scott County before then. Let's take a look at lightning and see how many lightning strikes have occurred in that one storm over the last 10 minutes. This is 279, up to 279 strikes over the last 10 minutes alone right there.
And I tell you, some of the lightning that we saw today was pretty intense in terms of the lightning out there. When we were down in Alma earlier, kept looking out the window and it looked like it kept striking in the same area over and over and over. So still seeing that intense lightning with all this activity. So even though the severe weather threat may be decreasing with this, definitely don't want to be outside looking at it just because the lightning has been rather intense over the last little bit. So I want to go ahead and zoom in, especially on that one that was in Scott County there. All right, I don't think that's going to do justice.
If you bump up a bit, you can get there.
All right, let me do this. Bear with me here. We'll see if we can get that lightning on there. I'm going to go ahead and kind of just display how many lightning strikes with that. It says 277. That's still pretty active in terms of that lightning. I'll tell you that one outside of our area is pretty electric too, 450 strikes here as well. So lots and lots of lightning with it. You see me say this all the time on social media or on the shows. It feels like we never really get the peaceful thunderstorms. Now this is severe activity, but we certainly get a lot of lightning in our neck of the woods here. So definitely a lot of lightning with this. Still dealing with the potential for maybe some smaller hail. Let's take a look at those winds too. And it does not want to follow me. So
it's probably looking for my hand. It's trained to look where my hand's going. So let me bump off the screen here. Maybe that'll work for you.
Oh, that would be it. So let me go ahead and see if I can. There we go. Apologies for that. Let's go ahead and take a look at those winds. And yeah, even looking at that, Scott, the winds don't look all that impressive with this either. So I'm hopeful that this is finally deciding to kind of wind down now that we're getting past sunset. And it really doesn't, I mean, even looking at some of the echo tops, and I actually think, let's see, I think we have this now to kind of show you on air what I'm talking about. You hear me talking about the echo tops. This is radar indicating kind of the, the height of these storms, and that can help us determine updrafts. And I'll put this into, I'll pause that here and show you when we're getting to those dark reds, it's still a pretty tall storm. What you're looking at is the height of these storms, and it helps us indicate, you know, if this is a taller storm, it has most likely a stronger updraft, which is supportive for larger hail. This is still a pretty tall thunderstorm, so we're going to be, you know, cautiously optimistic when we're seeing these scans and it's coming down that maybe it's starting to, you know, fizzle out. Right now, it's definitely not fizzled out completely, but we, you know, want to put together kind of the puzzle in terms of the radar data. Is it looking a little bit weaker with the winds? Is the hail core looking to come down? Certainly looks like it's starting to wind down here a little bit, especially with the latest, let's see, that hail core is now showing about pea-sized. I still think it's probably close to nickel-sized, to be fair. Sometimes the radar's a little bit tricky looking further out and between scans. So definitely some marginally severe hail at this point, at least. So hopefully we can see that start to wind down. I think earlier when it was, you know, a little bit further to the west, maybe it was hail dumping at least handfuls of small hail anywhere between, you know, pea size all the way up to quarter size. And looking at that last scan, it looks like it's pretty much non-existent. So hopefully that is a very good sign. Let's see here if I can get that off. And let's go ahead and go back to regular radar there. So again, cautiously optimistic. It's still warned for 1-inch hail, still warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds, but as we kind of just look over all these tools, it really doesn't look all that impressive compared to what we saw earlier with some of those brighter colors with the radar in terms of the winds and that hail core. So when we're putting that together, I'm at least hopeful. I mean, even looking at the reflectivity, this doesn't look all that impressive compared to what it was earlier. So hopefully, like I said, this is starting to wind down in our area, just because that would be great for the folks that are out here in this part of the county here. That it'd be great if they didn't have to deal with any sort of hail or any sort of damaging wind potential, just because even though it may not sound all that impressive, 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail, it's certainly something you don't want to deal with, just because it can still create damage, and hopefully, you know, those in this area don't have to deal with that.
Good work there, Joshua. Current time is 8:22. You're watching 5 News coverage continuing here on 5 News Plus, Facebook Live, YouTube Live. Numerous areas of rain continues to fall Our threat continues to morph from severe weather more into a flash flooding potential. We've been dealing with flash flooding for the last couple of days, but certainly continuing into this evening, especially across the river valley. We haven't had that intense rainfall in northwest Arkansas for several hours at this point, so those warnings were allowed to drop as the water became receded back into the banks of those creeks, rivers, ground absorbed it. We'll have to watch for a few additional spotty showers, thunderstorms out there this evening, but as this scattered activity continues to produce a decent amount of rain through, let's say, Johnson, Franklin, Crawford, Sequoia, parts of LaFleur, good chunk of Sebastian County, be really, really mindful tonight of some flooded roadways. We are waiting for this one severe thunderstorm warning in Scott County to exit the region. That's the one fella that is keeping us on our toes. We're tracking it closely for you. It's a very, very beautiful area, and so I want to make sure for the folks there that we are providing a resource to you, giving you some peace of mind, knowing we had a potential for some bad weather today. This is severe. It does have 60-mile-per-hour winds potentially coming out of the bottom of it, perhaps even some small hail and a lot of lightning and thunder. I will tell you the lightning count to me, visually speaking, anecdotally, appears to be coming down, which tells me perhaps that storm is weakening to some degree. That warning was 8:30, Joshua, is that right? Or is that, no, it's 8:45. It's on the screen, you dummy. Sorry, 8:45. It's been a long day. So about 23 more minutes to go on that one. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't cancel it early. There is a point where they can't cancel it early. They just got to let it ride out. So either of those two things are going to be true. Nonetheless, I wouldn't expect an additional warning for this specific storm in Scott County. It may continue to prompt warnings to the south in Polk County and then over into Yell. But this one specifically, now moving through the Parks community, is likely on its way down. I want to go back up to the river valley just broadly. Seeing some of these rain showers move through. It's all very scattered in nature, but those showers are producing a decent amount of rain, and it's training. We kind of talk about the term training, and what we mean by that is these storms are moving over the same areas that has already seen rain. They're moving over the same areas that the storm ahead of it moved over, that the storm ahead of it moved over, that the storm ahead of it moved over, which doesn't give these creeks and these rivers really any time to actually have the water recede, especially in an area that has absorbed a decent amount of rain in recent days. That's why these flood warnings are going to continue. I'll tell you, they're probably set to expire overnight sometime, but it's all very dependent upon those rivers actually receding and those floodwaters actually receding and being absorbed into the ground. That takes some time, so I'm not even going to mess with the expiration times. There's 5 different flood warnings right there, or 4 perhaps. They're all going to expire at various different times, but they're probably going to be extended well into the morning hours. Our flood watch does continue until tomorrow morning. Keep in mind that there's potentially going to be some additional showers and thunderstorms into the overnight hours as well. This is the primary focus for us in the River Valley. We get into the Ouachitas, Scott County, that one severe thunderstorm warning, of course, important to us there. While it does become scattered, you get a bit of a break. You look back off towards the west, and that additional development continues to occur as this weather situation, this weather system continues to transition away from severe weather in the traditional sense, tornadoes, wind, hail, morphing more into a flash flooding potential area-wide. We go back to the reset. Northwest Arkansas is quiet at the moment. Wouldn't be surprised to see some additional showers move through, but generally speaking, the severe weather potential is going to be off towards the south. We'll look at our storm fuel, and I'll tell you for the most part, it's probably going to be completely used up across the area, and that is in fact what we find. You'll notice, though, where we had that one severe thunderstorm warning, that one severe thunderstorm is still tapping into the storm fuel that is available for it in southern Scott County. We look up here at the scale, how much fuel is in the air. Well, we're kind of in that higher category right there. Once that storm either uses it all up or it pushes towards the south, we'll see those numbers start to come down as well. Interestingly, the atmosphere has really recovered back in northeast Oklahoma. Not too much of a concern for us as the fronts continue to track off towards the east, and we're not going to have all those ingredients coming together. But that does go to show you the atmosphere can recover relatively quickly. Here in our neck of the woods, across most of our viewing area, we're kind of down here on these blues and greens indicating to us low levels of storm fuel, not near what we were looking at earlier in the day. That is all good news. We like good news. If you missed my report earlier, the tornado watch for northwest Arkansas and northeast Oklahoma was allowed to expire early. It was all set to expire at 10 o'clock This evening, it remains in effect for all of the river valley. That may run up until 10 o'clock at this point. Even if it's canceled slightly early, be that as it may, our threat will continue to diminish even further than what it is now. I'll tell you, our severe weather potential at this point is not only low, our tornado threat's even lower. So that's all good news. And we don't get to pass along a lot of good news on events like today, so I'm happy to do that for you. If you're kind of wondering, can I go to bed? Well, no, I'd love you to stay till the 10 o'clock news tonight before you go to bed. Selfishly speaking, we'd love to have a chance to give you the forecast for later in the week. It's a forecast I think you're going to like. But we'll continue to track this warning until it's expired in Scott County. At that point, we'll probably spend the next little bit that we've got forecasting, getting the forecast fine-tuned for the next several days, and getting ready for that 10 o'clock newscast. This has been a long stream, probably, it's not the longest we've ever done, but it's one of the longer ones, and so we appreciate you being here. Right now, we're live on 5 News Plus. I'll tell you, that's the best resource you can have to catch us here at Channel 5. It allows us to go really deep into the science, deep into the forecast, and get you set up with the impacts that we expect. You know, sometimes on the traditional newscast, we only get 3 or 4 minutes, right? And it's tough to pack a whole lot of information into that 3 or 4 minutes. Here on 5 News Plus, we got all the time in the world, and we take advantage of that. So if you haven't downloaded that to your smart televisions, definitely do so. We're entering into our secondary severe weather season right now, fall. That is our secondary severe weather season in Oklahoma and Arkansas. We'll probably have a few more events shake out like this one out there, in which that's a good place to find us tracking these storms in much more detail than you might see on the traditional television. It's also a great place to catch up on all newscasts and a lot of other content that we create specifically for 5 News Plus. With that 10 o'clock forecast coming up tonight, it's a 10-day forecast. We do a special 10 days, the area's only 10-day forecast there tonight at 10. And I really think you're going to like what you see in the long range. I certainly like what I see. You know why? Selfishly, I've got a vacation planned for next week, and I was thinking, man, oh man, anytime I schedule a vacation, Mother Nature says, nah, that was funny. I think next week might be a good one, though. It'll be a good one to have off. Joshua, maybe it'll be easy for you. Easy and quiet. And we love that. We love easy and quiet.
Hopefully it is. It seems like Mother Nature has a sense of humor this year, because we go from months where it's like not a whole lot, and then we have months like this that starting to feel like it's getting up there with some of those, wettest months of the year. At least it feels that way. So looking to see if I could actually see what the total precipitation has been so far this month. I'll see if I can find that behind the scenes, but certainly, glad things are starting to wind down. I've seen a lot of people saying, is it safe to go to bed? I think it's safe to say there's going to be a little bit of energy for these to create lightning. It's going to be loud. I know, we just had all this active weather across the area. It may worry some when they hear the thunder, but the good news is where you see this lightning, it's still going to be loud, and there's still a continued flooding risk. But as that front starts to push through, notice there is a big difference, kind of this line that you see right here, west-northwest of that line. There is still going to be some scattered showers and thunderstorms over the next couple, maybe several hours. Not severe. To the south and east, as that front starts to continue making its way to the south and east as well, the ingredients are still there. There's still that trigger mechanism for some of these severe weather opportunities. But as that starts to make its way out of the area, severe weather risk goes down with it. We still have that energy that's going to linger around, and you're still going to hear rumbles of thunder here and there as well. So just want to kind of reduce that fear. Where you see south and east of that line, that's where that severe weather risk will continue for the next, couple hours or so. But once this main line makes its way out of the area, there's still these showers that we're looking at, but our main concern right now is that flash flooding potential. As you know, Scott mentioned just a second ago, we had that training activity across the area, and you can certainly see it with the 48-hour rain totals. Notice some areas are not like the other. We have those darker reds and those darker oranges, and it's in 2 distinct areas right along I-40. Basically follows I-40, as you can see there, some of those intense rain totals that run through the river valley, and definitely portions of northwest Arkansas, especially in our northeastern counties. So it looks like the rain showers have had a bias for areas along I-40, as it's basically traveling along there the last 48 hours or so. So many of us have seen too much rainfall over the last several hours, even days. And just to highlight, I think one of the more impressive ones was this 10-inch reading for the last 48 hours, and that was in portions of Logan County. So certainly some of us are getting exceeding that monthly total in terms of our averages for certain locations. So that is quite a bit of rain. Mother Nature took it a little too literally when we were talking, a couple weeks ago with that sudden onset drought that we were dealing with and those burn bans that were creeping up again. And we're talking about that fire risk. We were saying, hey, we need some rain. It's getting dry out there. We could really use the rain. Well, Mother Nature took that a little too literally, and some of us are seeing anywhere between 5 to 10 inches of rain, unfortunately. So we're going to get through this. We got those rain chances that I mentioned that are still lingering. So if you're watching from Fort Smith, and I know there's probably a lot of people in the comments going, well, what about my community here? Are we clear? What about this community? If you are northwest of this line, the severe weather risk is pretty much on its way out. If you're southeast of there, which is mostly outside of our coverage area, this line is still posing a severe weather risk. Those ingredients are still favorable. There's still that kind of triggering mechanism to, create the storms, keep them strong, keep them going. For our neck of the woods, though, we still got thunderstorms, and they're going to be just that. So if you're in Fort Smith, I know there's many people in the River Valley. What about my location? You're hearing the thunder, you're hearing the heavy rain, you're wondering, is it over? The good news is right now in our neck of the woods, along I-40 to the northwest Arkansas, portions of the River Valley, excluding the one warning in Scott County, this activity, it's just heavy rainfall. We have so much rain going on, and I don't really want people to, kind of discredit these storms. The flooding is probably going to be a danger for the next couple of hours just because we need that water to recede. So don't downplay the flooding potential. There's certainly a lot of water on area surfaces, certainly some areas that are experiencing flash flooding as well. So when you see that flash flood warning, take it seriously. If you see flooding on the roadways, turn around, find an alternate route. Don't go through the flood waters just because it's hard to determine how deep it is, especially because it's night. Can't really determine that. So I don't want people to kind of downplay that flash flood risk that we've got. But the good news is if you are basically along and to the northwest of where this line is at, severe weather risk is greatly diminishing. Like Scott said, stick around for the 10 o'clock news. We've got the full forecast coming up. But basically these areas that you see where this line is to the south, that's where the severe weather risk is. But areas that are to the north and west of there, it's basically just a flash flooding concern. There's still going to be some thunderstorms, but just to reduce those fears, if you're hearing that thunder, it's not intense severe weather. That risk is shifting greater to the south and east.
Hey, I want to pass along a couple of bits of information here. If we can bring me back up, thank you. First of which, I'm going to go into this mode right here. Looks like we're getting a report from some reliable sources. Northern Franklin County on the Pig Trail, right around Turner's Bend. Parts of the road is underwater. We don't want to cross that. Mulberry River itself is very high right now. Lots of debris coming through it. Let's be really mindful of that. Let's not try to cross any flooded roadways. That's going to be right here in this vicinity. It's within one of those warnings. Now, there's also something else I want to pass along. I know we have some faithful folks in Polk County. Not technically in our viewing area, but I do my best to take care of you because I know you're here and I want to do my best for you. New severe thunderstorm warning in Polk County. This one has what we call that tornado possible tag on it, which is not to be confused with an actual tornado warning. It's something that's the Weather Service has been doing relatively new the last couple of years. And basically what it means is, yep, severe thunderstorm thresholds are being met. 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1 inch in diameter hail, and there's something in that storm. There's a little bit of rotation that we're seeing. It's not quite strong enough or tight enough rotation to actually prompt a tornado warning, but we wanted to just give you this heads up. So that's what that means right there. That's going to be to the south of Mena. In fact, we'll go and take a look at some of the velocities on that wind or on that cell right there south of Mena. And you can see the rotation right in this area right here. That's going to be just to the east of 59, south of Hatfield, east of Cove. It's very weak rotation. It's rather broad in nature. Wanted to pass that along to you. Let me bump this back out and so you can now get an idea of who all is included in that warning. It's going to be this polygon right here. We'll move that and adjust that a little bit. It does not include Mena. Mena is actually in between two different severe thunderstorms right now. That is going to continue to be the case as those track towards the southeast. Some shower activity in northwestern parts of the county near Rich Mountain and the college there. That is going to be tracking your direction. But the one that has that tornado possible tag is Hatfield and Cove. Moving towards the southeast will not impact Wicks there. We go back into southern Scott County. That storm is almost entirely out of Scott County right now. That's some really good news. The warning was set to expire at 8:45, which is about 10 minutes from now. Not only are we seeing most of that storm out of Scott County, we're actually seeing it fall below severe limits. And so that's some really good news for us. That warning will fall off the map at 8:45. In fact, I don't suspect we actually really even need to be much concerned with that, given it is weakening rapidly. It's a thunder shower now, and it's really nothing more than that. Thunder shower with a lot of lightning and a lot of thunder. Let's go back into this. River Valley scattered development now extending into portions of southern Washington County, getting ready to move back into Madison County. We'll have to watch for some of that additional flooding tonight. It is a real concern for us. You've heard me talk about that a lot for good reason. I do think we're going to continue to see some out there, and I just don't want you to get yourself into trouble if you try to cross a flooded roadway. Be really, really mindful and pay close attention to these warnings, these flash flood warnings. They're so easy to just ignore. A lot of us do it. I'm guilty of it myself. Tonight, in this setup's not the night that we want to do that. We want to be very mindful of these flood warnings that are extending across a large majority of the river valley. Scattered rain showers continue to develop. They're dumping a decent amount of rain, and that's why that threat is going to persist into the evening and overnight hours. Let's do this. I'm going to back out.
And just real quick, I think they dropped off the Scott County warning.
Okay, fantastic. I suspected they would. Let's wait till that falls off the map. I want to run through Futurecast tonight just so we have an idea of how much more rain we're expecting. And you notice, let's walk through this. That's 10 o'clock tonight. Still seeing scattered heavy showers. 11 o'clock, still scattered heavy showers across that I-40 corridor points towards the south, even some extending into northwest Arkansas through the midnight hour. You go a little bit further, and finally by 1, 2 o'clock, we're seeing fewer and fewer of those. So until that happens, until those are completely gone, we'll have to watch for some additional flash flooding. It's not falling off my map just yet. Do you see it in chat that they might have canceled that?
Yeah, I saw it on the Little Rock chat, and then we don't have the polygon on GR anymore.
Okay, excellent. All right, with that said, I need a lot of things right now. I need caffeine, I need a trip to the little boy's room, and there's some really cold, greasy pizza that they ordered for me about 4 hours ago. I'm gonna go get some of that taken care of. We're gonna fine tune your 10-day forecast with no active severe weather warnings in place for the 5 News viewing area for the first time since about 2 o'clock this afternoon. We are gonna conclude this stream right here. If anything changes, we're right back here in a moment's notice. I'll send a push alert to your phone so that you know to tune in. Right now, though, the severe weather threat seemingly has come to an end for the 5 News viewing area. On behalf of everyone here at Channel 5, we appreciate you tuning in, trusting us. Your safety is what keeps us awake at night. We take it very seriously, and we hope to earn your trust every single severe weather event. We'll see you right back here on your 5 News at 10 tonight.